Chapter 1078, Threat. The bystanders stared at the pool of blood on the ground in silence. They wondered what law or technique Li Qiye just used right now. The strangest part was that no one was able to understand the mortal king's death. For many, a powerful opponent was not particularly frightening. No matter how strong they might be, there would always be a chance to surpass them by exploiting their flaws and openings. The scariest thing was not knowing why an opponent was so strong, a lack of knowledge regarding his arts. A hero of a generation, only to become a pile of bones on the imperial path. An older paragon lamented. All had to admit that the mortal king was a great genius. With the sacred school's capabilities, the mortal king was still able to reach this height and stand shoulder to shoulder with Jikon Wudi's group. This was indeed a praiseworthy feat. Many thought that he had great potential with his relentless determination. This was his most precious and best characteristic. But in the end, he still miserably died while vying for the throne. Some also felt that the king was too complacent this time. If he took a step back, perhaps he would have had another chance to raise his head once more. The imperial path has always been merciless like this. An experienced spectator commented with emotion, the success of just one general is built upon thousands of corpses. Everyone knows about the glory of an immortal emperor, but who would remember the countless supreme geniuses that fell in the process? A lot of people became silent. As for the younger generation, some felt like retreating after seeing this scene. Even a powerful and resolute person like the mortal king had fallen on this path. This left a shadow in their hearts. Some suddenly realized that although becoming an immortal emperor was a tempting endeavor full of glory, too many had died trying, and they didn't wish to add to the count. Li Qiye turned towards Shen Menghui and insipidly asked, "Who else can protect you now?" Shen Menghui was ashen. The mortal king died a tragic death and was definitely not a match for Li Qiye. Although his talents and accomplishments were quite high, he was too far off from the mortal king. He had to look towards Jikon Wudi for help. On the field right now, his relationship with Zhan Shi and Heavenly Emperor Lin was only that of acquaintances, but Jikon Wudi was his friend. Jikon Wudi began to contemplate quietly in the face of this situation. He didn't know of Li Qiye's weakness or even how he had attacked. Everything was unknown. Without complete confidence, he would not rashly attack Li Qiye. This was not a spar or a learning experience. Someone as fierce as Li Qiye would fight to the death, especially given the feud between them. Thus, without absolute certainty and an absolute advantage, he wouldn't rush into a fight with Li Qiye. Losing his own life for an outsider was not worth it at all. Seeing Jikon Wudi's indifference, Shen Menghui became desperate, for he knew that he couldn't count on him. In fact, no one would blame Jikon Wudi for not taking action. Everyone could see that going against Li Qiye right now was courting death. Moreover, Shen Menghui was only an outsider. Who would be willing to risk their life for an outsider? In the end, Shen Menghui shouted, "I'll take you down with me." His most powerful art erupted as he lunged for Li Qiye. Li Qiye stood there motionlessly. A black light surfaced as Shen Menghui entered the stagnation domain. One could hear a poof, he was instantly crushed into a bloody mist. His end was even more pitiful than the mortal king's. No one was surprised to see this after the mortal king's death. Li Qiye glanced over at Jikon Wudi's group of three and revealed a faint smile to say, "I'm actually waiting for you all to come. How long will I have to wait?" The crowd held their breaths and watched Jikon Wudi, Zhan Shi, and Heavenly Emperor Lin. They understood that a fight between these four was unavoidable. If this group wanted to become the immortal emperor, then they must challenge Li Qiye. If they couldn't even defeat Li Qiye, wanting to become the immortal emperor would only be empty talk. Jikon Wudi stood there silently with a cold presence. With an aptitude of 3 saint attributes, he had always been confident and arrogant. However, he had to pick in action with no choice but to avoid Li Qiye's sharp momentum. On the other side, Lin and Zhan Shi looked at each other real quick. Eventually, Lin smiled and slowly spoke, I do want to see Brother Li's supreme arts. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid I would be overreaching and not knowing my own limits. If Brother Li doesn't mind, Brother Jean and I will join hands and try your supreme arts at a later date. The crowd became excited after hearing this. Without a doubt, he and Jean-Shi had reached a tacit understanding of working together to challenge Li Qia's divine might. Perhaps in their eyes, working together gave them their best chance to defeat him. This was because Jean-Shi was rock solid as an expert in defense. Meanwhile, Lin was swift and extremely gifted at offense. The two of them together would create a miracle. Li Qia glimpsed at the two of them and couldn't help but smile leisurely. Very good, I'll be waiting. Lin cupped his hands in response. Thank you, Brother Li. Wait until Brother Shi and I are mentally prepared, we will issue the challenge then. Li Qia only smiled and didn't say anything else to Lin while boarding his carriage. He ordered the girls, let us go. The girls lifted up the palanquin and immediately disappeared into the horizon. The crowd watched him leave. After Li Qia's departure, someone murmured, I really am looking forward to that day. Two heroes fighting against fiercest together, that battle will certainly be brilliant. Lin and Jean-Shi didn't say anything else and left together. The only thing in their minds right now was to come up with a joint plan to emphasize their strong points to the extreme. They needed time to mesh together. Only through good teamwork would they have a chance of defeating Li Qia. Otherwise, just attacking together was simply hopeless. Jikong Wudi didn't say anything, he left with a cold expression. In his eyes, Li Qia was a thorn that had to be removed or else he would forever be restless. Li Qia and the girls went back to the thick forest and entered its depths. At this place was a huge cave with a pond inside. The pond was filled with a liquid the color of amber. This liquid emitted the fragrance of wine, making others salivate as if it was an immortal brew. Li Qia stepped inside the pond and comfortably soaked in it. He couldn't help but take a deep breath due to the comfort before turning to the girls and smiling, all of you, come in. This will greatly benefit everyone. Chen Baojiao glanced at the nectar in the pond and asked, what is it? While soaking in the pond, Li Qia replied, you can call it devil wine. When soaking in it, let your Tao heart out and it will wash away the evil energy within. But we don't have any evil energy there. Chen Baojiao faintly chuckled. Li Qia gently shook his head, the evil energy I'm referring to is not the energy found in the devil world. To put it more accurately, it is the evil thoughts looming in your mind. Every cultivator will always have anger from defeat or pride from success. All of these negative emotions will accumulate in your Tao heart. No one can claim to have a truly pure and innocent Tao heart. After all, we live for so long that no one can maintain their innocence. Thus, everyone will have this evil energy inside them. Li Qia explained, at the same time, this devil wine can cleanse your Tao heart. Even though it cannot cleanse all the negative emotions, it can make your Tao heart even purer, resulting in great benefits. An inner demon was something all cultivators had to face. For some people, once their cultivation reached a certain extent, they would have to suffer the backlash from this inner demon. This was especially true for those who made an oath with their true fate. Once they violated this oath, they would easily be attacked by this inner demon. Once bitten, the majority would be killed. Pure and innocent like the heart of a newborn child, does such a thing really not exist in the world of cultivators? Mei Suyao slowly asked. In the strictest sense, we really don't have such a thing. Li Qia slowly spoke, but to be more lenient, perhaps there have been some across the ages, not many though. Having said that, Li Qia entered a daze while recalling the past. If an innocent heart really existed in this world, then Ma Gu would be counted as one of the few. After a while, his mind returned. He patted the nectar in the pond and smiled, okay, everyone, come in. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were fine with it. They only slightly blushed and entered the pond to soak in the nectar. Mei Suyao's flawless face also had a faint pink shade, but she still coolly entered the pond. Bai Jianjun hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still stepped inside with a cold demeanor. Once the nectar soaked their clothing, it revealed all of their charming curves and valleys. In an instant, spring was blooming in this cave with all of its allurement. This scene would absolutely let people's blood boil and cause their hearts to beat rapidly. Chapter 1079, Heaven Relinquished. Devil King Li Qiye viewed these beautiful curves under the water. In terms of figures, Chen Baojiao had the best and Bai Jianjun was next. Bai Jianjun had a loose sword robe. When she was wet, her figure finally became noticeable. It was very close to Chen Baojiao's. Towering plump breast and round buttocks with a pair of slender legs below her thin and soft waist. It was indeed sexy. Needless to say for Chen Baojiao, she was a natural temptress. Her figure absolutely caused one's blood to boil. In this aspect, maybe no one was her match. Erotic charm, these words were on full display from her body. What are you looking at? Chen Baojiao coquettishly quipped after seeing Li Qiye's eyes leering over them. Li Qiye only chuckled leisurely. Beautiful things are meant to be appreciated, so how can I not look? Such words left the girls cutely pouting while glaring at him. He laughed before lying flat down in the nectar. Relax your Dao heart like melting snow. Let go of your troubles and anger. The girls immersed themselves inside and followed his directions by letting the nectar cleanse their Dao hearts. Li Qiye closed his eyes and did the same. For someone like Li Qiye, even an immortal aqua wouldn't be able to cleanse his Dao heart completely. However, when this nectar flowed by, everything became incredibly ethereal and distant as if he was lying on a white cloud. The gentle breeze and blue sky took him far from the mundane world, as if everything had become unimportant. He was deep in sleep since he wanted a slumber without scheming, killing, and responsibilities. Unaffected by karma and effects, this was the sleep he desired. After some time, someone gently rubbed his temples in a gentle and natural way. He opened his eyes and found that it was Mei Suyao before closing them again. She was gentle and meticulous. As the prettiest beauty, she had no hint of weakness, yet her feminine virtues were on full display. Time seemed to flow slower as the world became quiet. Everyone was immersed in this peace and nothing else mattered. Eventually, Li Qiye suddenly opened his eyes and immediately stood up while muttering, "He's here." Who? Bai Jianjun instantly turned vigilant. Heaven Relinquished. Devil King. Li Qiye exited the pond and said, "Come, we shall meet him." The group all got up and at this moment, all of their exquisite and sexy bodies were in full view for Li Qiye. He couldn't help but take a careful look several times, causing them to feel very shy. They left the thick forest and eventually climbed on top of a peak. There was an old temple at the summit. It initially had several dark cultivators guarding the perimeter. However, upon his arrival and issuing a commanding gesture with his sleeve, the cultivators immediately left. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and told the girls, "You guys wait outside, I will wait for him." The girls left the old temple while Li Qiye closed his eyes and quietly sat inside, waiting for the Devil King's arrival. After a good while, his eyes abruptly opened. At this time, a cloud of smoky evil energy gathered inside and quickly turned into a Devil King with an engulfing flame that looked exactly like Li Qiye. If any dark cultivator were to see the two Devil Kings that looked exactly the same, they would jump from shock. I heard someone was pretending to be me. Heaven Relinquished stared at Li Qiye. His devil eyes were extremely frightening. His intense glare could devour the soul. Even those with strong Dao hearts would be scared out of their minds under his gaze. Li Qiye stood still and only smiled. He slowly turned back to his true form and leisurely sat there. "My Heaven Relinquish, it seems like you have buried yourself quite deep, to only awaken after such a long time." Heaven Relinquish continued staring at Li Qiye without taking any action as if he wanted to see through the person. "That's a good devil heart," he finally uttered, "an actual outsider having a devil heart. Who would believe this? No wonder why you could fool the others. The devil heart in the lesser world was not about one's brutality or their kill count. The devil heart was a kind of obsession, a willful thought. One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. This was the magical aspect of the devil world and the Buddhist funeral plateau. Li Qiye only chuckled and sat there comfortably, allowing Heaven Relinquished to stare as long as he wanted. I have heard of a legend before. Heaven Relinquished eventually spoke. There was once a person who left the lesser world after accomplishing two things, becoming an imperial king at the imperial border and a devil king at the devil world. Finally, he left this place and became a miracle, a legend. It is an old matter, old enough to be forgotten. Li Qiye leisurely replied. Heaven Relinquished continued, there is a question in my mind. The lesser world has been sealed, outsiders shouldn't be able to become a soldier or devil. How can a living being become both an imperial king and a devil king then leave so easily? Li Qiye smilingly replied, all of this doesn't matter. You don't wish to enter the 9 worlds, so is there a need for you to know? Heaven Relinquished stared at Li Qiye for a while before finally asking, for what purpose did you lead me out? Li Qiye stared back and said, don't you want to climb the evil slaying platform? After God Tyrant, no other devil kings have gone there. Heaven Relinquished was quiet, but he didn't refute this claim. Li Qiye smiled, just like you said, I have stayed in the lesser world for a long time. I understand both the imperial border and the devil world very well. If you tell me that you don't want to go there, it is definitely a lie. Understand them? Heaven Relinquished asked, if you know so much about the lesser world, how much do you know about the other worlds? Regarding this question, Li Qiye had to ponder a bit before slowly answering. The devil world's evil slaying platform and the imperial border's expedition path are both journeys with no return. Once embarked on, there should be no regrets. It is a courageous trek forward until the very end. That is all I can say. Heaven Relinquished's glance slightly shifted, it seems like I have been underestimating you. You really do know a thing or two about the other side. I don't know for sure. Li Qiye shook his head. A different world, not a part of the 9 worlds and not the legendary 10th world. Just what is that place? Heaven Relinquished stared at Li Qiye, wishing for the answer. I can't answer you. Li Qiye refused, if you want to know, you can board the evil slaying platform. If you are fortunate enough, perhaps an answer will show itself. Heaven Relinquished was clearly affected by this response. The evil energy in his eyes turned into a bright glimmer. Li Qiye smiled, Heaven Relinquished, I know you are very powerful and I'm very aware that it is extremely difficult to kill a devil king inside the devil world, but do not forget, I was able to become both an imperial king and a devil king, so I do not fear anyone in this place. Even if the Buddhist lord and imperial lord returned, I still wouldn't fear them. After a while, the glimmer disappeared from Heaven Relinquished's eyes as he slowly sat down. Li Qiye sat there and spoke, the 2 lords entering the platform and path did it for a reason, don't you think? Heaven Relinquished did not wish to dwell on this matter. He intended to board the platform, but in his mind, the time was not ripe. What do you want? He looked up and asked, you didn't lead me out here just to tell me these things, right? I want the key to the Dark Maxim Palace. Li Qiye said with a smile. Don't have it. The Devil King rebuffed his request right away. Li Qiye had to laugh, Heaven Relinquish, you can't trick me. I know the key is in your possession. In the devil world, no one besides you can have it. So what if I do have it? Heaven Relinquish coldly uttered, if you want to seize it, I'll take you on any time. I don't plan on fighting. Li Qiye smiled, I am only here to discuss it with you and will give it back after I'm done with it. Of course, I will not take advantage of you, we can make a deal. A deal? With a cold expression, the Devil King responded, dark cultivators do not have desires, what is there to make a deal about? That's not what I've heard. That's right, you guys do not need treasures or manuals, but dark cultivators still have desires. Li Qie chuckled. Here, he stared at the Devil King to say, perhaps, you are not like those dark cultivators with a devil prayer, but you do have some things you want, such as boarding the evil-slaying platform. So what? Heaven Relinquish kept his cool with his response. Li Qie continued, I know you have always been preparing for the day when you set foot on this platform. In your eyes, the time is still not right. Maybe you are missing an item. If you have it, it would be time to set off. Chapter 1080, Deal. Heaven Relinquish glanced at him right away and slowly stated, so, you are saying that you have something that can help me. Li Qie smiled, I actually do have something. With that, he took out an item and tossed it over to the Devil King. The king caught and carefully looked at it and found himself astounded despite his great status. He eventually lifted his head to look at Li Qie. Where did you get this thing? Does that matter? Li Qie answered, it is more important that the thing has a great effect for you. This was the item given to him by immortal Emperor Qin Shui in exchange for the life of his daughter, the Storm God. He stared at the king and said, with that, you can think about boarding the evil-slaying platform. The king pondered for a bit while holding the item before flatly saying, all dark cultivators wish to go there. Moreover, all of them can do so as well. I know they can. Li Qie said, however, after being here for so long, I have come to understand something else as well. Why is it that capable dark cultivators do not easily go up there? Why is it that they only go there once their evil energy is strong enough? Li Qie looked at the king and asked, for what reason is someone as powerful as you still refusing to go up there for all this time? The Devil King sat there emotionlessly, unwilling to elaborate. Li Qie continued with amusement, even if you don't say it, I still know a thing or two. In the past, weak dark cultivators still climbed the platform. However, a few things happened afterward that made people come to understand something. From then on, the majority of dark cultivators would not try to go up there without reaching a certain level. For example, you. You are strong enough, but you are still not confident. This lack of absolute confidence might be indicative of your wavering will towards reaching the other side. Li Qie faintly smirked. The Devil King responded chillingly, no dark cultivator has ever changed their mind about wanting to reach the other side. You are an exception because you do not belong to the devil world. I do not deny that I am not someone from this world. In the past, I was only able to become an imperial monarch and devil king due to knowing a few secrets. I schemed and planned in secrecy to reach those positions. Li Qie said dismissively, I won't deny that I am also quite suspicious about the mysteries behind both the platform and pathway, there's nothing wrong with this. If I truly trusted in it, I would have done so long ago. His eyes turned serious after speaking. No trust? Who do you not trust? The Devil King asked, the Devil Lord or the Buddhist Lord? To be honest, I don't have a strong opinion on the two lords, it is not that I don't trust them. Li Qie's tone became serious as his eyes narrowed, perhaps they themselves do not completely understand what is behind these paths. Heaven Relinquish spoke indifferently, for both dark cultivators and imperial soldiers, I'm sure there will be a home for them. Definitely. He turned quiet after saying this. After millions of long years, so many had entered the evil-slaying platform. However, there had never been any news of returning. This was their fate. The world on the other side had a fatal grasp on all cultivators. Everlasting life and immortality, these are what everyone has pursued for many eras. Li Qie gently sighed, so many great men have vied for them, but how many have been successful? Then what is it that you are after? Heaven Relinquish asked with a solemn gaze. Fighting to the very end. Li Qie awe-inspiringly spoke, in fact, these are the two greatest pursuits from one generation to the next, immortality and fighting to the end. People have been doing so since eras immemorable, the legendary era, and even now. With a solemn demeanor, Li Qiye went on, perhaps the two are the same thing. Only by fighting till the end would one be able to obtain immortality. The Devil King did not answer, for this topic was beyond his understanding. Even though he knew a few things after listening to the Devil Lord, they were very ancient matters of the old ages. Certain things are widely discussed while others are spoken of in secrecy. Many things sound quite distant, but they are very closely related, it is just that people aren't aware of this. This is due to everyone not being able to see outside of this limitation, they do not know what exists above the firmament. He sighed at this point before looking at the Devil King. For example, dark cultivators, what is it that you are pursuing? To go to the other world? For what reason? No reason, it's just fate. The king answered coldly. Li Qiye laughed and said, "Oh my heaven relinquish, if other dark cultivators said this, I wouldn't be surprised because they are ignorant, they can't compare to you. However, as a Devil King who has seen the Devil Lord before, your answer just now is incredibly untrue to your own thoughts." The Devil King asked, "Then what do you think dark cultivators like us are pursuing?" To be exact, we are talking about you, not dark cultivators, because they don't know what they will face. They only follow the old tradition of entering the platform in order to reach the other side, a different world. Li Qiye responded. But you are not the same. Li Qiye stared intensely at the king. You know things that they do not, this is why you have been patient until now instead of boarding the platform right away, because of the uncertainty in your mind. Perhaps you know the result of failure. Is that so? The Devil King didn't deny or confirm this claim. Li Qiye flatly said, dark cultivators, imperial soldiers, or even sacred monks, maybe they all have the same end. Dark cultivators like you do not have emotions like us mortals. No flesh and blood, or to be frank, all of you are dead, the living dead. Not to mention the fact that you all can't leave the lesser world and how you will face destruction after leaving, just like those monks at the plateau. Hypothetically speaking, even if you dark cultivators could leave the lesser world, would you? Li Qiye asked. The Devil King answered, dark cultivators have their own wishes, this world naturally has its own fate as well. Li Qiye laughed, heaven relinquish, you should be saying these words to other people. My ability to become a Devil King and reaching this level should be indicative of my own logic. Let us be frank with each other. This will be good for the both of us. Perhaps I will give you some incredible warnings and you will be able to give me some ideas. Really now? The Devil King maintained his aloof stance. We won't talk about why the inhabitants of this world are able to live forever without flesh and blood, because that is no secret to me. Li Qiye said, let us talk about your instinct, the most primal instinct in your heart. Perhaps other dark cultivators aren't aware of this. They don't know why the other side attracts them so, or just what it is that is driving them to that different world. However, heaven relinquish, you know a little about this. Li Qiye stared at the king. Your kind does not belong to the 9 worlds because you do not have life, you cannot share the same emotions as mortals. Because of this, you need a world with happiness and sorrow, anger and joy, emotions that belong to you. To be even more specific, you do not need immortality. What you want is to be a living being, not a puppet. Perhaps in that other world, there are no cultivators or imperial soldiers, only emotion-filled living beings. Of course, I am not ruling out immortality either. This is simply a paradise that has been chased after by countless people in history. Li Qiye slowly went on. Perhaps after entering the platform to reach a new world, everyone will find salvation. So in a sense, this is a resurrection, a rebirth. This is your true instinct, and precisely because of this urge, all of you are tempted to climb up the evil-slaying platform to reach this different world. Li Qiye finished with a dignified expression. I don't know anything about this instinct. Heaven relinquished gently shook his head. For me and the other dark cultivators, this is only our long-cherished wish and the fate of this world. Haha, heaven relinquish, you are telling me about wishes and fate? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. you can deceive others about many things, but not me. I know very well how this world was formed, so in my eyes, there are no wishes or fate. Li Qiye glared at him and said, I am aware that this is a plan, an extremely grand plan that has been in the making for countless eras and has quietly continued on for all that time. Chapter 1081, Devil World Secret. After his monologue, Li Qiye stopped for a bit before eventually sighing softly. Even the Buddhist funeral plateau has persisted from one generation to another, this is all because of a single pursuit. Since you think you know everything, what do you think the plateau's plan is? Heaven Relinquish finally took the initiative. Heaven Relinquish, there's no need to test me. Li Qiye shook his head, I know full well what the plateau wants to do, or rather, what Deshir wants to do. How about we make another deal? Tell me what the Devil Lord told you back then and I will tell you the secret of the plateau. Humph. Heaven Relinquish snorted, it looks like you don't only want the key to the Dark Maxim Palace, you led me out to find out more about the Devil Lord as well. Frankly, I don't have much interest in your Devil Lord since I know all the things that I want to already. Li Qiye said dismissively, I only want to know what he told you back then. With that, he peered at the king. If I am not mistaken, before the Devil Lord left back then, he summoned you and told you certain things that the other Devil Kings didn't hear. This is what I want to know. After hearing this, the king's gaze immediately turned fierce with evil energy rampaging about him in a frightening manner. All of his attention was focused on Li Qiye. Li Qiye was unperturbed, he leisurely sat there, there's no need to look at me like that, you know full well that you can't do anything to me. Plus, this wasn't considered a secret either. The other Devil Kings knew about this matter, just not about what the Devil Lord told you. It looked like the Devil King didn't wish to entertain this conversation since he sat there emotionlessly. Li Qiye took his time speaking. For millions of years after the Devil Lord went to that world, many dark cultivators and Devil Kings climbed up the platform and left the Devil World. However, you have been doing nothing while staying in the Devil World's underground, enduring from one generation to another. To tell the truth, I am not looking down on you when I say this. I have analyzed all the Devil Kings here, you are not the most exceptional or powerful among them. However, one thing is for certain, you are definitely the most patient one. Because of this, the Devil Lord picked you. And sure enough, you have been waiting all this time until you are completely sure before climbing the platform. This was also met with nothing but a cold stare from the Devil King. Li Qiye looked him straight in the eyes and spoke, tell me the Devil Lord's words and I will tell you the secret of the plateau. The Devil King looked at Li Qiye for a bit before shaking his head, not interested. Also, I won't let you borrow the Dark Maxim key. With that, he threw Li Qiye's item back to him. My Heaven Relinquish. Li Qiye smiled, you really are patient. However, let me remind you, you yourself can wait, but the opportunity won't wait for you. What do you mean by that? There was a tinge of surprise in the Devil King's expression. Li Qiye sat there leisurely and replied, Heaven Relinquish, you think that you can't die so there is more than ample time. You feel that you can wait until everyone goes up to the platform and it doesn't matter if you take your time. However, I can tell you something right now, you only have 1 or 2 generations at most. Such fear-mongering. The Devil King coldly spoke, the Devil World is indestructible and eternal. This has been the case for millions of years. Really now? Do you think the Buddhist funeral plateau will wait for countless generations? Will Deshir wait for this long? Li Qiye laughed. So what if they can't wait? The king retorted, if the plateau could destroy the lesser imperial Devil World, they would have done so long ago. It doesn't matter if the seal has been imposed on this world will continue on forever. Heaven Relinquish, you still don't understand. Li Qiye coldly said, the plateau and Deshir will not destroy you and the lesser world. But, his eyes turned cold at this point while glaring at the king, but Deshir will fight to the end. The Buddhist funeral plateau will accomplish its mission. Ever since its inception, it has always been waiting for that day. The Devil King's expression changed after hearing this. Li Qiye went on, like our conversation earlier, ever since the immemorial era, through the legendary and even now, great men have been searching for the answer to two questions, immortality and the final battle. Since I have told you this today, it should show my sincerity. The Buddhist plateau will take action within 3 generations. At that time, the devil world and the imperial border, this entire lesser world will only be a chess piece tied to their war chariot. Li Qiye stated slowly. The Devil King's expression turned cold. He knew what was going to happen after hearing this. Thus, both dark cultivators and imperial soldiers only have 2 options. They will either have to enter the path or platform earlier or be tied to the plateau's war machine and become Disher's cannon fodder. He continued on, you are a Devil King, so you should be able to sense just how powerful the Buddhist funeral plateau has become. Think about it carefully or calculate with your fingers, just how much longer will your so-called immortality last? Heaven Relinquish started to contemplate at this moment. Perhaps Li Qiye was right. They really didn't have much time left. After a while, the Devil King looked at Li Qiye and coldly asked, what do you want to take from the Dark Maxim Palace? This doesn't concern you. Li Qiye flatly responded, you just need to lend me the key. You should know that there is an entry limit. Moreover, you can only take 1 item. The king replied. I know that after thorough investigations. If I came unprepared, I wouldn't have asked you for the key. Li Qiye said. The Devil King stared at him for a while and formulated another question, do you think you will be successful? I don't think so. At this point, he could faintly guess what Li Qiye wanted. Li Qiye smiled and nonchalantly stated, I will. Since I was able to become a Devil King and an imperial monarch, I am destined for success in this. In the end, the king slowly took out a black key after a long silence, you can open the Dark Maxim Palace. The key will remain inside and it will naturally return to my hands. Li Qiye threw the other item back at the Devil King and smiled, you finally thought it through. This is a good thing. A few items will have no use if left back at the palace because you all will never be able to gather the other things. The Devil King snorted and put away Li Qiye's item. Wait, I still have a little toy. Li Qiye smiled and took out the devil prayers from the wooden sword Dark Saint and others, bring these things along after you climb up there. These are some matters you will have to take care of before leaving this world. The king scowled and accepted these wishes. Since this deal was settled, these prayers were only trivial matters, so he was too lazy to bargain with Li Qiye any further. Li Qiye stood up and said, what a pity. I still want to know what the Devil Lord told you, but if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. If you really want to know, you can go ask the Devil Lord yourself. Heaven Relinquish stated insipidly. If that day comes, I will. Li Qiye smiled and said, but at that time, whatever he told you will no longer be important because I would know all the secrets already. The Devil King snorted again, seemingly have lost interest in this matter. Li Qiye turned around and was about to leave the temple. What is your pursuit, your goal? As he had just stepped out of the door, Heaven Relinquish's voice came from behind. Li Qiye stopped and turned around to meet the king's gaze. The king continued, you came from the 9 worlds with the ability to become a Devil King and imperial monarch, allowing you to have immortality. Then what is your pursuit? Treasures? Or is it just to find out the secrets? No. Li Qiye shook his head and solemnly answered, I want to kill to the very end. My pursuit is very simple, all I want is an answer. With that, he left the ancient temple. Heaven Relinquish watched his back and after a long while, he finally murmured, immortality and the final battle, for what reason? What is waiting for us on the other side? Your Majesty, I hope you have arrived safely. Once the words came out, the Devil King also disappeared, as if he was never here at all. Young noble, are you all right? The girls outside saw him coming out and quickly came to welcome him after heaving sighs of relief. He had been in there for quite a long time, so they became worried that a fight broke out. Of course, due to their confidence in him, they stood outside and waited without breaking in. Li Qiye smiled and said, "What can even happen? It was just a small matter, so Heaven Relinquish wouldn't fight me over it. Plus, even if we fought, he wouldn't have any advantage either." Chapter 1082, Entering the Dark Maxim Palace. Okay, put away the palanquin since I don't need to pretend to be Heaven Relinquish anymore. Li Qiye ordered, "We'll head for the Dark Maxim Palace." Even Mei Suyao had to ask, "We can actually go in?" Li Qiye looked at the girls and smiled, "With the four of you, we have the perfect number to enter. If we had more, I'm afraid not everyone would be able to enter." The group headed for the palace. At this time, he used his true form instead of disguising himself as Heaven Relinquish. At the base of the mountain where the palace was situated, even though Zhan Shi's group had left earlier, there were still cultivators here. Many of the late arrivals all tried to see if they could open it. However, regardless of their power and talents, none were able to open the palace, just like before. Li Qiye is here. Someone quickly noticed him even before he made it to the base and shouted. At this moment, the notorious moniker Fiercest was completely unmatched. His brilliance had overshadowed all the other supreme geniuses. Thus, no matter where he went, he would be the center of attention, a source of dread. A person in the distance saw Li Qiye's group and murmured, "Fiercest is here, don't tell me he came for the Dark Maxim Palace. No one has been able to do it, can Fiercest do it?" Someone had to ask this question. An expert from the barren earth commented, "Hard to say, Fiercest is too devilish. Just think about it, the prime peak of the God War Mountain was unbelievable too. No one was capable of climbing it, not even Heavenly Emperor Lin's group, but Fiercest made it to the summit. Haha, I think that Fiercest can do it and create another miracle. If Fiercest can't, then no one else can. Nowadays, who can actually compare with Fiercest?" Another commenter added. In a short period of time, Li Qiye's fame as Fiercest had spread far and wide. He had supporters and even many fans. This was especially true for the younger cultivators. Fiercest had defeated all the other supreme geniuses and had even recruited the prettiest beauty, Mei Suyao. He was powerful enough and also had ample romantic luck. With all of this, how could the young cultivators not worship him? The people here quickly made way for Li Qiye's group once they reached the base of the mountain. No one dared to stand in his way. They eagerly watched and didn't dare to make a sound. He had an unparalleled authority among the younger generation. He glanced at the palace at the peak and flatly said before leading the way, "Come, we'll go up there." The girls followed right behind him. It wasn't easy to climb up this mountain because the palace was once the location from which the Devil Lord issued orders to the rest of the Devil world. This area was under the suppression of a seal, so one needed to be quite powerful if they wanted to scale to the top. But of course, for Li Qiye and the rest of the girls, it was not a problem. The crowd held their breaths and stared intensely at Li Qiye. It could even be said that their hearts were hanging on a thread. Some probably didn't wish to see Li Qiye succeed. However, many wanted to see a miracle as well. For millions of years, no one had been able to open the palace. If someone could do so right now, then it would definitely be a miracle. To be able to watch such a miracle was a kind of honor for the spectators present. The entrance to the Dark Maxim Palace was very ordinary and simple. There were no superfluous decorations since the two doors were painted black and were made from unknown metal. They seemed to be quite heavy. Moreover, there was no keyhole, so it didn't seem like they could be opened with a key. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the two doors that joined together at the entrance and murmured, "Dark Maxim Palace, one can only imagine its grandeur when the Devil Lord was still here." There are records about the great prosperity once found at the Dark Maxim Palace and Emperor's Citadel. I wonder if they are accurate or not. Mei Suyao added. Li Qiye gently nodded his head, they are accurate. The palace and citadel back then were just like Nalanda of today, or to be more exact, the current Buddhist kingdom. Just from hearing this, the girls could imagine it already. In the present, Nalanda was in control of the entire Buddhist funeral plateau, the home of countless monks. Li Qiye lifted his palm. One could hear a clicking sound. The moment the key flew out from his hand, the palace's gate actually revealed a keyhole. Another click came about. The key inserted itself and unlocked the gate. Clank, the heavy gate of the palace slowly opened and the path inside appeared beneath the group's feet. Follow me. Li Qiye took the key and began to walk into the inner palace. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Another loud clanking sound could be heard as the palace closed its heavy gate. Everyone at the base of the mountain was shocked by this scene. Even though some of them were mentally prepared, they were still astounded all the same. It really opened, his believers were still astonished by this miracle. Many took deep breaths and murmured, "Fiercest is far too heaven-defying." He actually opened the Dark Maxim Palace. Of course, others didn't know about the deal between Heaven Relinquish and Li Qiye. The item that Li Qiye gave to the Devil King was extremely unfathomable as well. Just by the fact that immortal Emperor Qin Shui used it to redeem the storm god's life was enough to show its worth. In fact, Li Qiye had wanted to keep it for his own use, but in the end, he still made the choice. He didn't simply want treasures, he needed an answer. Entering the Dark Maxim Palace, doesn't this mean he can pick any treasure that belonged to the legendary master of the devil world? Some started to salivate after Li Qiye's group disappeared inside the palace. Strongest of the younger generation, the future candidate to become the immortal emperor, able to create miracles and have countless treasures. If it was me, I would be willing to follow Fiercest as well. What a shame that Fiercest wouldn't care for me. A beautiful female cultivator lamented. This news quickly traveled across the lesser world. It caused a huge uproar and shock. Someone else emotionally said, "No one else can be immortal emperor but Fiercest. No one is his opponent, he can even create one miracle after another." Opening the Dark Maxim Palace and climbing the Prime Peak, both of these are his feats alone. They are no less than any immortal emperor in their youth. Actually, I think they are even more amazing. Jikong Wudi was astonished after hearing this. Even Venerable Ninesword couldn't stay calm, this person will definitely be trouble if we don't eliminate him. Jikong Wudi spoke with ferocity in his eyes, not just trouble. If Li Qiye is left alive, I will have no chance of becoming the immortal emperor. I feel confident against anyone else in the competition for the throne, but I can't see through Li Qiye. It is best if we eliminate him early. The Venerable slowly spoke with a serious expression, once his wings propel him into an emperor candidate, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get rid of him. At that step, countless god kings in the 9 worlds will join his banner. When that happens, he wouldn't even need to do anything to destroy his enemies. Ancestor, are you confident in killing him? Jikong Wudi spoke gravely. At this time, he felt that the longer Li Qiye stayed alive, the more unfavorable it was for him. In his eyes, his chance of becoming emperor was drifting further and further away as Li Qiye became increasingly powerful. The Venerable contemplated for a bit. From my observations, that Iron Man truly has left already, but I don't know if he has any other Dao protectors behind him. We have to invite the Prime General to come out. Jikong Wudi concluded, the Prime General will definitely be able to end Li Qiye even if God Kings are protecting him. The Prime General was the strongest general under Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. According to the legends, he wasn't too far off from the Emperor himself. It isn't that simple. Venerable Ninesword smiled wryly, no one can invite him, or at least, I can't. Unless Space Trample Mountain is facing extinction, he won't come out for anyone. Should we give it a try? Jikong Wudi pondered for a bit before asking, ancestor, you and I can attack together while Li Qie is unprepared. There's no rush, we are waiting for some people. The Venerable spoke deeply. Jikong Wudi asked, Ancestor has some reinforcements? The old man smiled and said, they'll be here soon. Li Qie killed the 8 ancestors from the ancient kingdom as well as the divine ancestor's disciple, Shen Menghui. The ancient kingdom will definitely not let this go. Plus, he also killed the soaring immortal emissary, so the soaring sect naturally will do something as well. I calculated that the Azure mysterious ancestors and the soaring immortal sect's chief ambassador should be here soon. I have sent them a message already. If they come to the lesser imperial devil world, we will talk. Venerable Ninesword explained. After hearing this, Jikong Wudi was relieved. With sufficient forces, they would definitely be able to eradicate Li Qie. Chapter 1083, Heavenly Emperor Lin's background. Jikong Wudi told the Venerable, no matter what happens or what price we have to pay, we have to eliminate Li Qie. This decision had been cemented in his mind. He would pay any price to destroy Li Qie. The war for the throne had always been merciless. Even though many of these past competitions were between emperor candidates and people said that only those who dared to face their most powerful enemies and overcome them would become emperor, this was not always the case. In fact, for millions of years, there had always been conspiracies and schemes beneath the surface of these wars. Behind these candidates were an abundance of followers and mighty Tao protectors. A lot of brilliant geniuses died pitifully to schemes, ambushes, and assassinations. Only by surviving this cruel war would one become the immortal emperor. More often than not, these despicable means were looked down upon. However, Jikong Wudi couldn't care less about it at this point. In his eyes, after he became the immortal emperor, the public would stop caring about it later on. Who would actually dare to bring it up at that point? Li Qie. I really can't see through you, just how powerful are you, really? After hearing this news, Lin commented while hellishly training with Zhanshi. Far beyond our imagination. Zhanshi spoke. Zhanshi had entered the Heavenly Tao Academy before. Back then, he was a student of the Sacred Era Hall. Although he was not friends with Li Qie then, he knew full well of his deeds. Lin movingly spoke, I think my senior brother will meet a powerful opponent in this generation. If he isn't careful, I'm afraid he will have to run after suffering defeat. It seems like Brother Lin is very open-minded. Zhanshi told Lin. We are having a heart-to-heart talk, there's no need to hide anything. Lin said, Brother Zhan, you know my background. Just like you said, I don't mind letting everything go even at this point, it's not worth mentioning at all. Zhanshi looked at the young man and spoke, Brother Lin is willing to give up the battle for the heavens will just like that? Immortal Emperor is something everyone will want as long as they have some ambition in them. The truth is that I have never thought about competing for the heavens will or becoming the Emperor. This opportunity is not being prepared for me, it is meant for my senior brother. Lin smilingly said. I am not someone who underestimates myself and I see that you are the same way. Zhanshi said, no matter how powerful your senior brother might be, in my opinion, Brother Lin still has a chance to compete. No, there is a big gap between us. Lin gently shook his head, at the very least, right now, I have no way of surpassing him. Zhanshi disagreed by shaking his head, I don't think so. More often than not, the Tao heart is more important than talents when it comes to becoming an emperor. Of course, talents are indispensable, but the Tao heart is even more crucial. Without a firm Tao heart, even the most brilliant talents would only be for show. For ages now, countless great geniuses with weak Tao hearts couldn't handle defeat and eventually succumbed to their own inner demon. Only by courageously treading forward without caring for trials and hardship would one be able to become the emperor. Zhanshi's eyes turned profound as his determination became even more resolute. He looked at Lin and said, in terms of talents, skills, and Tao heart, Brother Lin does not lack any of these. You meet the conditions and have the qualifications to compete for the heaven's will. The sect chose my senior brother, not me. Lin shook his head. I will not be the one standing in my sect and my senior brother's way. Zhanshe did not agree. In my opinion, Brother Lin is not a person who is overly adherent to old ideas, so why do you have such thoughts? Your fate should be up to you alone. I am already very satisfied. Lin smiled. Everything I have today was given to me by my sect. If it values my senior brother, I will let him pass and hope that he will not let us down, that he will become the emperor. Zhanshe went on, if you no longer want to become the emperor, why do you still want to fight Li Qie? You should quit this game. This path is paved with cruelty. This is my attempt to lend the sect a hand by exploring Li Qie's true worth so that my senior brother can have a better chance. Lin smiled, plus, running without fighting isn't my style. I want to have a real battle against Li Qie, not losing after 1 or 2 moves. I can't accept such a defeat. I can't accept it either. Zhanshe didn't wish to dwell on this matter and smiled back. Who can accept losing to Li Qie without even knowing what happened? No matter what, we have to see what he is really about. Even if we lose, we have to understand the process at the very least. That's right, let us work together and give him a good fight. Lin laughed out loud in a gallant manner. Zhanshe laughed loudly as well. If we can defeat Li Qie, then let the two of us compete for the heavens will in the future. If such a day comes, then I shall compete as well. Lin accepted happily the idea. These words were erring on the playful side. If that day comes, Brother Lin, remember that I won't take it easy on you. Zhanshe solemnly said with a firm glare. Lin laughed heartily in response, don't worry, Brother Zhan, I won't show mercy either. We will fight until the sky collapses. Despite his heroic demeanor, Lin gently sighed inside. He knew that that day wouldn't come. It didn't matter whether they could defeat Li Qie or not, he would concede to his senior brother in the future. The sect had given his senior brother everything, so he couldn't cause trouble for them by standing in his brother's way. After all, his senior brother was the chosen one. He couldn't act so ungrateful towards the sect. Li Qie and the girls entered the dark Maxim Palace and continued along the road. Many palaces appeared in their sight. From the outside, the dark Maxim Palace seemed to be just one palace, but this was not the case. It was a heavenly grotto with many different palaces inside. Li Xuanyan and the others felt a suppressive aura. It seemed to be emanating from the palace itself and a different location at the same time. Eventually, the group came before a huge palace. After entering, the colorful glimmers of treasures were reflected everywhere. Many different items were displayed inside, ranging from divine metals to immortal steel. Weapons and holy artifacts of all kinds were placed along the palace walls. The shelves collected rare boxes as well. Outsiders would be driven insane by seeing this. This many treasures could plunge the world into an avaricious bloodbath. Fortunately, Li Xuanyan and the girls were experienced. Shi and Chen Baojiao had been following Li Qie, so they were no strangers to treasures. Needless to say about Mei Suyao, she came from the Eternal River School, a lineage with 3 emperors. It was a place that never lacked treasures. Bai Jianzhen's sword god Sacred Ground was also an imperial lineage, so they had plenty of treasures as well. Pick your favorite. Li Qie smiled, remember, each person can only take 1 item out of the palace, no more. After hearing Li Qie, the girls didn't rush for the treasures. They only carefully looked over everything on display. This is the Devil Lord's collection. Although the best ones have been taken away by him, there are still many incredible items in here. It is up to you guys to pick the most suitable treasure for yourselves. The girls took their time. At this point, their harvest depended on their own luck. After giving the hint, Li Qie left for another big palace. There was nothing else besides a huge painting hanging in the main hall of this palace. It was neither a drawing of a devil king engulfed in evil energy nor the devil lord of legends. It was a painting of a monk, or rather, a Buddha. The Buddhist aura coming from this painting was far-reaching and had a great rhythm. Regardless of how many years had passed, it still emitted a faint Buddhist light. One couldn't see this Buddha's face since he was turning his back on all existences while walking to a very, very distant destination. While looking at the painting, one would think that this Buddha was slowly disappearing before their eyes towards the horizon. But time and time again, he didn't disappear completely, as if his journey was especially long and arduous. It was a never-ending trek across millions of years. Was this not drawn? While Li Qiye was quietly admiring this painting, a gentle voice spoke. It was Mei Suyao. She had already picked a treasure for herself. She stood next to Li Qiye and looked at the painting as well. With a natural immortal bone, she had a unique perspective both when picking her treasure as well as looking at this painting. Right, it wasn't painted. Li Qiye smiled and nodded his head. A Buddha has imprinted himself in this place. Her immortal bone could see through the origin. After a careful look, she was startled. He left his will in this place. Is this his attempt to suppress the devil world? You can put it that way, but it is not to the point of suppressing. To be more exact, he is trying to stabilize the lesser imperial devil world. Li Qiye explained while looking at the painting. Is this the legendary master of the Buddhist kingdom? Mei Suyao had to ask. Chapter 1084, Insect Pipe and Mechanical World Vessel. Li Qiye gently shook his head while looking at the Buddha in the painting. No, it is not the Buddhist lord of the kingdom. It wouldn't be this easy for him to stabilize the lesser world. Then it is the mythical Di Shi. Mei Suyao was shocked. Di Shi was a being limited to legends. For millions of years, no one had heard of his sighting. Some rumors back in the ancient ages even stated that Di Shi was no longer in this world. Others also thought that Di Shi didn't exist and that he was only a myth, a character created by the Buddhist funeral plateau. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else. He left this palace for another one with Mei Suyao right behind him. The next palace was very ancient. There was no scintillating light or immortal aura. It was quite strange due to the fanciful and obscured runes all over the walls. They were of an archaic age. Even someone as well-read as Mei Suyao had never seen them before, arousing her curiosity. She opened her heavenly gaze while her forehead lit up. She intended to use her immortal bone to see through the mysticisms of the runes. However, it wasn't long before she felt the earth spinning and had to stagger several steps back. Is this the supreme origin of an era? She was startled. Her immortal bone could communicate with gods and understand the entire world. It could even easily comprehend heaven's will secret laws. However, when she tried to analyze the runes on the walls, she felt as if she had fallen into a boundless world, as if the runes were connected to 3,000 different worlds. It was a complexity beyond imagination. The 3,000 worlds are also inside. Li Qiye chuckled and didn't look at the runes, his eyes were fixated on a stone table in the palace. At this time, Mei Suyao finally noticed that there was nothing else in this place besides this stone table and an object that resembled a bronze truncheon on top of it. However, this moderate-sized item was not a truncheon. It was assembled from many exquisite little pieces, giving it an appearance resembling a rod, but also an arm. No one could tell what it was exactly. Li Qiye reached out and this bronze item fell into his hand. Mei Suyao took a careful look at this unbelievably complex and well-crafted item. The world had many things that were created by universal laws interlaced together. Some laws were as small as a strand of hair. However, each piece of this item ahead was around that size. The more impressive part was that it was all made out of metal. Such an item consisted of countless parts. This was a heavenly level of craftsmanship beyond the scope of current understanding. With a pull from Li Qiye, these little parts of the bronze object suddenly moved while the main body lit up. It was shaking as if it had its own life. At the same time, the runes on the walls resonated with brilliance as if they were waking up. Buzz, as the pieces on the object rotated faster and faster, they actually sucked in all the runes on the walls. In the blink of an eye, all the runes departed from the walls and went inside the bronze object. After this absorption, the object seemed to take on a different color and became even more complex and mystical in an unfathomable manner. Mei Suyao was astonished as well. She thought the runes on the walls were painted on, but that didn't seem to be the case right now. Someone had used an unbelievable method to pull the runes out of the bronze rod. The Devil Lord is indeed amazing. Li Qiye looked at the rod and stated in a matter-of-fact tone, to be able to remove the runes so perfectly, it is quite heaven-defying. Mei Suyao noticed some clues and asked, does Vedas Vajra's item and this thing have the same origin? Yes. Li Qiye nodded slightly, they do have the same origin. Unfortunately, the Devil Lord couldn't have both items at the same time or else he would have realized something. What is it? She was full of curiosity. There weren't many treasures that could attract Li Qiye's attention. He didn't even care for Immortal Emperor true treasures, yet he seemed to be especially attentive towards these two things. It showed that they must have had an incredible origin, even more extraordinary than Imperial true treasures. Li Qiye smiled, these things probably don't have names. Very few know of their existence, let alone their names. However, after translating the runes, the language of their era, they indeed have a name. Li Qiye looked at the bronze stick in his hand and said, this is the insect pipe. As for the one you obtained from the Vajra, it also has a name, Mechanical World Vessel. After seeing the successful opening, some cultivators refused to give up and climbed to the summit again. Of course, without the key from heaven relinquish, they couldn't open it no matter how heaven-defying they might be, regardless of their attempts. Not long after their departure from the palace, everyone heard some news from an unknown source, a dark cultivator wants to climb the evil-slaying platform. This is a good timing. After hearing this, Li Qiye chuckled and told the girls, I have planned to bring everyone up to the platform already, so now that a dark cultivator is going there, nothing could be better. We can go see the mystical properties of the platform. The girls turned quite happy since Li Qiye had brought up the platform many times. They had a difficult time imagining the platform and the climbing process. The evil-slaying platform was located in the deepest region of the devil world. It was shrouded in an evil energy. At that place, there was no sky or sight of the sun, as if it led to an unknown world. When Li Qiye arrived, there was already a sea of people right outside the platform. Although they didn't dare to go closer, the entire platform was still surrounded from a distance. This simple and ancient platform was made from ink-colored rocks placed together. It seemed to be one with the ground beneath it. There was a huge lever-style guillotine at the top. It was completely black like an evil blade from hell, capable of decapitating all gods and devils. In front of the platform was a precipice containing only a vast expanse in front of it. One couldn't see the end of this void, making it seem as if successfully crossing it would lead to another world. The guillotine emitted a faint light that exuded a quiver-inducing murderous intent. Because of this, no one dared to approach the platform. No matter how strong one might be, they would feel this murderous aura from the blade once they got close. Although it was not particularly ferocious, it would instill a primal fear as if it was already dangling over their neck. Chapter 1085, Evil-Slaying Platform, Fiercest is here. Someone shouted once Li Qiye arrived, attracting countless gazes. Li Qiye was standing on top of a distant hill and gazed at the platform with the rest of the girls. He was in quiet contemplation after seeing the profound light being emitted from the guillotine. He was once a devil king back then during his long stay in this world. Outside of searching for certain things, there was one question that beckoned his curiosity. It was whether dark cultivators could go to a new world after coming to the evil-slaying platform. What are the requirements for a dark cultivator to go up there? Chen Baojiao inquired. Li Qiye shook his head gently, nothing. Any dark cultivator can do so. However, their strength does influence the result. In what way? She asked once more. He glanced at the blade and answered, wait a bit, for when a dark cultivator goes up there, you will understand right away. Even Bai Jianjin, who treated her words like gold, had to ask, is there really another world? The girls had heard Li Qie and the dark cultivators talk about another world, but they didn't know the specifics. I don't know. Li Qie answered, maybe, maybe not. It is hard to say. Plus, each person has a different opinion about this other world. Eventually, a dark cultivator climbed up the evil-slaying platform before the huge crowd. He had a human form that exuded a terrifying evil aura. Even god monarchs would be wary of such an existence. He silently gazed across the vast expanse beyond the precipice while standing on top of the platform. The spectating cultivators were stirred. To be able to watch a dark cultivator on the platform was truly a rare event. Eventually, this dark cultivator made up his mind. He stood before the guillotine that faced the precipice and slowly closed his eyes before placing his neck on top of the frame. Some cultivators felt their hearts hanging up high at the sight of this dark cultivator situated right beneath the blade. They nervously tightened their fists. Crank! The extremely sharp blade fell down. It easily decapitated the dark cultivator like cutting tofu. His head rolled down from the platform. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a great amount of dark energy rushed out from his severed neck. This vast energy rushed through the vast expanse beyond the precipice like a tidal wave. This particular dark cultivator was extremely powerful, thus this energy was as majestic as a sea. It tore apart the void and traveled with an unstoppable momentum. This process continued on with the energy gushing out of his neck for a long time. Eventually, all the energy was gone and the scene became calm again. At this time, people found that the energy formed a bridge from the precipice to the depths of the expanse. Clack! At this moment, the unbelievable happened. The head that rolled on the ground suddenly cracked and a tiny person walked out from inside. This tiny person looked exactly like the dark cultivator from earlier. However, he didn't have a physical body as he was only an accumulation of dark energy. Li Shuangyan asked, is that his true fate? No, it is a devil soul, completely different from our true fate. Li Qie gently shook his head. Everyone held their breaths while watching the tiny person walking out of the skull in astonishment. The tiny person quickly walked towards the bridge made out of evil energy that stretched into the vast expanse. At this split second, another shadow suddenly lunged forward. It was a cultivator whose withered blood energy clearly told his old age. This old man rushed to the long bridge in an attempt to follow the devil soul into the other world. However, when he stepped onto the bridge, his feet didn't make contact as one would expect. The bridge did not accept his body, so he instantly fell into the abyss below. Cultivators could fly, but not in this vast expanse. Once one fell, they were fated for a death without a grave. People gasped with shocked expressions after seeing this scene. Perhaps a few of them had the same idea as him and wanted to follow the dark cultivator into the other world. However, it looked like this train of thought didn't lead to a destination. The tiny person disappeared into the vast expanse after walking along the bridge. After some time, this energy bridge disappeared as well. Just what is it over there? Someone murmured. In fact, all were curious and wanted to know about the other side. Many stood there and gazed at it for a very long time. It was still nothing but void, no different from before. Eventually, the crowd slowly dispersed because they understood no answer would come out of this. Is he at the other world now? Chen Baojiao spoke with concern for the dark cultivator. Who knows, this is a trip with no answer. Li Qie sighed, because after entering the platform, there is no turning back. No one has heard of a dark cultivator being able to return either. Chen Baojiao became absent-minded and murmured, leaving to never be heard from again. Going to the platform was similar to going missing. This was a journey with no return. No one knew if it was a successful trip or not. The people on this side would never find out. Dark cultivators already have eternal life, why must they go to that other world? Li Xuanyan was skeptical, they should know that it is a road of no return. They know full well about the journey they are embarking on. Li Qie glanced at the vast expanse, as they have said before, this is their will and their fate. No matter how much time it takes, one day, they will step onto this path. This is something all dark cultivators will have to face. The dark cultivators' evil slaying platform and the imperial soldiers' expedition path. Mei Suyao joined in, these are unanswered mysteries across the ages. No one knows what lies beyond these paths. Outside of dark cultivators, can others not go to the other side? Have immortal emperors tried it? Li Xuanyan curiously asked. Mei Suyao slightly opened her mouth, wanting to answer, but she stopped herself since she didn't know how to put it. Li Qie glanced at her and said, it's fine to say it. After becoming an emperor, immortal Emperor Nu Zhan tried it. He started from the platform and tried to forcefully reach the other side through the expanse. He was even more powerful and frightening compared to their progenitor, immortal Emperor Xiao Shui. That's right. Mei Suyao gently sighed and admitted, my sect has records of this. After becoming an emperor, he had tried this before. What was the result? The quiet Bai Jianjun was drawn in as well, is there really another world? I don't know the exact details, though there are several different theories. The records themselves aren't very clear. As juniors, we have no way of verifying what happened. Mei Suyao spoke softly. An immortal emperor failing is not really a shameful thing. It is just that the Eternal River Elders don't want to talk about it. Otherwise, people will be disappointed thinking that an immortal emperor is not unstoppable. A layer of shadows was cast over their might from this event. Li Qie said dismissively. Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan failed as well. The girls were horrified by this. In everyone's opinion, immortal emperors were unstoppable. Not to mention one with a grand completion immortal physique. That's a possibility. Mei Suyao spoke unwillingly, after forefather Nu Zhan came back, he never brought up this matter with anyone. However, the elders from the sect speculated from his words that he couldn't do it, so they didn't wish to talk about it either. The others could understand why the Eternal River School was hesitant about this matter. An immortal emperor should be a symbol of invincibility. If even they failed, it would besmirch their lifelong prestige. Chapter 1086, Imperial Border. While the girls were surprised, Bai Jianjun was in such awe that she blurted, Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan, he had a grand completion immortal physique too, the 9 worlds had a particular belief. When a grand completion immortal physique user was at their peak, they could assail immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan was not only at the top already, he ended up becoming an emperor as well. Just think about it, his power must have been unfathomable. Are there existences in this world that are even more powerful than immortal emperors? Li Xuanyan murmured in a daze. Li Qie slightly shook his head and answered, in the 9 worlds, there might not be something stronger than an immortal emperor. In a one-on-one fight, immortal emperors have always been invincible. The fact that immortal Emperor Nu Zhan couldn't get to the other side doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't strong enough. Then for what reason did he fail? Chen Baojiao quickly asked. Anyone would be curious about a secret like this. Even Mei Suyao looked over at Li Qie. Even though she was the main successor of the Eternal River School, not even its ancestors knew this matter very well, let alone its disciples. Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan rarely talked about this matter. At best, he only left behind a few words. The majority was speculation by future generations. Mei Suyao realized that Li Qie knew a lot more, even things that weren't privy to her ancestors. Li Xuanyan looked at her young noble and couldn't help but ask, what is the reason for the emperor's failure in crossing to the other side? In her mind, there was nothing that her young noble didn't know or couldn't do. If he didn't know, then others definitely wouldn't know. Because there were too many uncertainties on the other side. Li Qiye didn't want to talk about this matter. Back then, Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan had specifically asked him about this, but he wasn't willing to disclose its secrets unless he was capable of solving this mystery. Okay, let's go to the imperial border. I'll take you guys to have a look at a certain place, it will definitely defy your common sense. Li Qiye smiled. Having heard this, the girls became happy and even excited. They came with their young noble for the experience and to broaden their horizons. Even the otherworldly Mei Suyao felt quite happy. She didn't come with Li Qiye for treasures or merit laws. She wanted to see a world unreachable and unviewable by others. Li Qiye and the girls began to head for the imperial border at an extremely fast speed. The imperial border was the other half of the lesser imperial devil world. The imperial border and the devil world each took half of the entire land. No one knew why this lesser world was divided into two regions like this. What was even stranger was that imperial soldiers and dark cultivators existed together in this place, but they never mingled. A boundary separated the two worlds. Even when the two different existences were right beside each other on opposite sides of the boundary, that small distance was the same as that between heaven and earth. The imperial border gave a completely different feeling than the devil world. The devil world was indeed majestic with great sceneries, but it was engulfed in dark energy. This, in turn, resulted in an oppressive atmosphere. The imperial border was different. Anyone who stepped inside would instantly feel a sense of heroism and ambition. Regardless of whether one was a big shot or a minor character, once inside the imperial border, they would instantly feel a free and unrestrained momentum permeating this vast world. Imperial momentum, Mei Suyao couldn't help but murmur after sensing this atmosphere and feeling an ambition rising in her heart. The imperial momentum was the foundation of the imperial border. It was the same as the evil energy in the devil world and the Buddhist affinity in the plateau. Because of this atmosphere or perhaps the border itself, everyone would think that this scenic area was magnificent. Each peak and river gave off a royal and righteous aura. The devil world had dark cultivators and the imperial border had imperial weapons. Weapon here was not referring to an immortal emperor life treasure or something of that sort but rather the troops of the border. That's one of the methods. Outside of absorbing momentum, the other is excavating the mines. Li Qiye explained, regal gold is a very magical type of gold in these mines. Outside of increasing their momentum, it has other important uses as well. Such as? Li Shuangyan asked further. Li Qiye watched the victorious side rush into the mine and didn't answer. Mei Suyao had to answer instead, for the expedition path. If the soldiers want to go there, they have to use regal gold. Something that is different about dark cultivators and imperial soldiers is that dark cultivators are solitary beings. For example, when boarding the platform, they will not form teams. This is not the case for imperial soldiers. If they want to embark on the expedition path, their entire empire would do so. All of the soldiers would follow their imperial monarch, so they require a huge amount of regal gold. At this point, the victorious side had entered the mine shaft. This mine could be described as spectacular. From the ground to the area where the veins were located, a mighty imperial momentum could be found surging to the sky like a spring. The unsuspecting would think that it was spewing out pure gold. Can we dig up regal gold as well? Chen Baojiao asked curiously. Just watch and find out. Li Qiye smilingly responded. At this time, a cultivator had watched the whole event play out for the first time in their life. He noticed that the entire army was inside and that there was no one guarding the entrance, so he snuck in, wishing to excavate some regal gold as well. He jumped to a vein inside the mine. What came next was a burst of screams. Everyone saw this cultivator being pushed out into the sky by the gushing momentum. He was instantly torn into pieces and created a bloody downpour. After seeing this, the other cultivators who also wanted to get closer to the mine lost their courage and quickly retreated far away. Let's go. Even though regal gold is essential to imperial soldiers, no one has found any uses of this material for cultivators, at least for now. Li Qiye smiled and turned away. The girls followed him as they continued on. They saw a huge citadel along the way. It was no lesser than a great city back in the mortal emperor world. Chapter 1087, Lost Era. The grand imperial momentum from the citadel gave an incomparable feeling of stateliness, the home of an emperor. The citadel was closed and no one could enter. There were no signs of patrolling soldiers on the city walls either. The entire citadel was quiet, giving off the feeling that it was a city of the dead. Each kingdom will have a citadel, the gathering place of all their imperial soldiers. Li Qiye glanced at the huge citadel from the distance and explained, when imperial soldiers aren't excavating or deployed, they will basically all be asleep. Can an outsider enter such a citadel? Li Shuangyan asked. Li Qiye gently shook his head. In theory, outsiders can't enter, but of course there are always exceptions. And there is only one method of entry, a direct assault. Fighting against the entire kingdom. Li Shuangyan understood the implications of fighting against an entire kingdom by attacking their city. It seems like the Space Trample Mountain is strong enough. Jikong Wudi actually barged into a royal palace and took a cauldron from there. Chen Baojiao mentioned an exciting event that recently happened. They only dared to pick a minor kingdom. They wouldn't dare to do so against a real empire with just Venerable Ninesword. It is simply impossible. Li Qiye gently shook his head. How many kingdoms are there in the imperial border? Li Shuangyan asked. Li Qiye stared towards the horizon and replied, quite a few lesser kingdoms. However, in the older ages, there were more imperial soldiers than dark cultivators, even more than the monks at the plateau. He paused for a moment. After millions of years, many kingdoms have embarked on the expedition path. Even though there are still many lesser kingdoms, there are not more than 3 or 4 empires left. With that, Li Qiye didn't say anything else and continued forward. The girls followed him to a new location, an ordinary-looking valley. He took out the map drawn by Blazing Devil and did some calculations before confirming, this is the place. Mei Suyao asked, isn't Blazing Devil a dark cultivator? Why was he born at the imperial border? Li Qiye responded, I am not looking for the location of his birth but a vein similar to that place. With that, he smiled at the girls and said, ladies, is everyone ready? What you will face is an unbelievable world, a lost civilization. A lost civilization. Mei Suyao was shocked after hearing this since she knew more than the others. When Li Qiye said the words, lost civilization, she vaguely thought about a few things because she had read records of an extremely ancient era before. Li Qiye took out the insect pipe and inserted it on top of a special location. With his motion, the countless little pieces on the pipe began to rotate. Let's move a little further away. He pulled the group back to a certain distance before stopping. Buzz! The unbelievable happened. Earlier, the pipe was only a tiny item, but its little parts were continuously changing and building upon itself with extreme speed. After a short amount of time, the countless intricate parts erected a fortress in the sky. From the placing of the pipe to the creation of the city, this was truly a shocking and mysterious spectacle. This fortress was supported by the tiny pipe on the ground, so it seemed like a flying fortress. We need to go now or we'll miss the chance. Li Qiye took out the mechanical world vessel from Veda's Vitra. With its activation came a rumbling. This small item also assembled itself into a huge ship with many different metals coming together in a very strange manner. The group entered this vessel and, under Li Qiye's control, it instantly flew into the fortress in the sky. There was a field hovering on top of the fortress where Li Qiye parked the vessel. In the blink of an eye, the fortress instantly became tiny again and took the bronze vessel with it. It turned back into a small pipe and drilled deep into the ground. At this moment, Li Qie flew the vessel along. They were traveling inside an incredible world. Here were countless huge parts with spinning gears and gigantic pendulum clocks swinging back and forth. They had entered a metallic world as if they were inside a machine with countless gears, gossamers, and moving iron teeth. The girls were instantly stunned. Despite their knowledge, all of them were still astounded. They didn't know what world they were entering. After a while, Li Qie finally flew the vessel out of this area towards a blue sky. The ship eventually landed on the ground. Li Qie jumped out first and took a deep breath. It really is here. The girls disembarked one after another. They were still quite shaken since this was an entirely new experience. A bit later, they calmed down and looked up at the blue sky. Strangely, it was different from the sky of the 9 worlds. Upon a glance from afar, one would see the moon hanging in the sky. However, this moon was split in half. The sun was there as well, but something had penetrated it, leaving a huge hole in the middle. The girls withdrew their gazes and noticed that they were standing in a desert. They had been through deserts before, but they felt that this desert was somehow different. There was a scorching feeling as if this place used to be a rich and verdant land, but later on, a terrifying power had incinerated it, leaving behind a desert. Just what is this place? The quiet Bai Jianjun stated her bewilderment. Li Qie flatly replied, an ancient lost civilization with no records in the modern age. His eyes swept through a faraway place and became quite profound. Before the legendary era. Mei Suyao murmured. This was an era that existed only in myths without any real records. This is unbelievable, the legend is real. Mei Suyao was shaken. She was now standing on the ground of an actual lost civilization. Perhaps even older. Li Qie softly spoke, who knows how many eras have flowed by in the river of time. Legendary era, desolate expansion era, ancient Ming era, emperor's era, right. Mei Suyao added, some ancient people speculated that there are eras much older than the legendary era. The other girls were surprised too. In the present times, the oldest traceable era was the desolate era. Moreover, there weren't that many records of it. The legendary era only existed in speculations. If there were even more eras before the legendary era, then it would be quite unimaginable. There are too many things purposely hidden from the world across the long eons. Li Qie lightly commented, if we were to divide the river of time, then in fact, from the desolate era till now can only be counted as one era. Why? Bai Jianjun was quite inquisitive at this moment. Development. Li Qie looked at her and answered, why did the legendary era disappear? Why were cultivators during the desolate era so weak? From the barren desolate era to the rising desolate expansion era to the prosperous emperor's era, this is a process of development. What happens after development? Mei Suyao's heart skipped a beat. She knew a little about this, especially after Li Qie let her see some of his past. War. Li Qie's expression sank. He didn't say anything else and continued forward with the girls. They didn't get too far before Chen Baojiao felt that she stepped on something. She dug it up but she found that this item buried in the sand was much bigger than expected. The other girls came to help her. After a while, Mei Suyao finally excavated the item underground. It was a huge iron man that looked just like a god of war. Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao both exclaimed after seeing this iron man, the mortal monarch. Chapter 1088, Metal Corpses. The girls dug out this corpse. To be exact, it was a corpse made out of metal. It was very similar to the mortal monarch who had an iron-cast body. Each part of the body was made from exquisite parts arranged in a truly breathtaking manner. However, there was one difference between this metal corpse and the monarch. The monarch had a human head with flesh and blood while the head of this corpse was made from metal. Its skull was even more meticulous and awe-inspiring. It was simply the epitome of craftsmanship. No cultivators could create such an exquisite skull. Furthermore, this corpse was much bigger than the mortal monarch. If the monarch was a growing boy, then this corpse was a mature adult. The girls glanced at each other after fully digging out this metal corpse. They had seen the monarch before and felt that his body was incredible. Some thought that he was the only one in this world with such a unique constitution. However, they managed to find a body so incredibly similar to his in this lost civilization. There are more down there. Bai Jinjin noticed that there were even more corpses underground and got started right away. They were experts who could move mountains and flip oceans. In the blink of an eye, these metal corpses were all excavated. There were dozens of them, not just one. The girls were perplexed and ended up staring at Li Qie. During this whole process, Li Qie only stood there and watched without being surprised at all. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Li Xuanyan had to ask while looking at the corpses, is the mortal monarch related to this lost civilization? Li Qie looked at the corpses. After a while, he looked away while answering, maybe, but one can argue otherwise as well. What do you mean by that? The knowledgeable Mei Suyao found the answer too cryptic. Li Qie glanced into the far distance and said, in a sense, the mortal monarch was born in this era. However, he also has nothing to do with this era. He has lived from this lost civilization all the way until now. This was the most shocking thing the girls had heard yet. Li Qie gently shook his head and smiled. It is impossible to live for that long with regular means. At a young age, the mortal monarch was imprisoned in the darkness and banished for an eternity. Even so, when he saw the sunlight again, he was on the brink of death. Li Qie left out the tales afterward. When he found the mortal monarch back then, the monarch was already halfway to hell. Li Qie used extremely heaven-defying means to save him. Because of this, the monarch had a humanoid head. Just what is this lost civilization? Mei Suyao was very curious about this mythical era. Li Qie said, who knows? The mortal monarch doesn't either because he doesn't have any memories of it. Mei Suyao was about to say something else, but she refrained from doing so. She knew that even if the mortal monarch didn't know, Li Qie certainly did. Okay, ladies, we have to keep going. We probably still have a long way to go. He smiled at the group. They continued on the road. It seemed like Li Qie knew where he was going since he was only going straight. From the beginning, the girls thought that this place was only a desert, but they soon found out that this wasn't the case. Not long after, they saw a huge citadel in this vast desert world, a citadel made out of metal. Judging by its appearance, it was very similar to the fortress that the insect pipe transformed into. Who knows what kind of metals made up this great citadel? In terms of construction, it resembled an Iron Man, as it was made from countless tiny pieces. From an architectural perspective, this incredible citadel should be towering all the way into the sky. However, it was collapsed on top of the golden sand. Looking around, one would find broken parts scattered everywhere. Chen Baojiao carefully looked at it and murmured, it was burned down. From the crumbling ruins, this citadel must have been incinerated by an extremely ferocious fire of an unimaginable scale. Not just ordinary flames, it must at least be of the heavenly flame level. Mei Suyao noticed some clues. Li Qie only gave it a glance and didn't say anything. He led the girls onward. The even more astonishing matter came after as they went further into this land. They saw an Iron Man, an extremely gigantic one of an unbelievable height. He was as big as a mountain with billions of exquisite parts placed together. Also, there wasn't just one gigantic Iron Man, there were several hundred. This scene gave the feeling that one was entering a forest of metal, resulting in an indescribable sensation. The majority of these Iron Men were destroyed. Some were split into two, others had their chests penetrated. Some were torn into little pieces, but of course, there were still some completely intact. Regardless of their form, none of them were alive. They did not fall down on the ground due to supporting their bodies with mighty divine swords. Without a doubt, they had experienced a terrible war while they were still alive. There was even a chance that this once prosperous land was broken into little pieces and became submerged in sand later on. Just what exactly are these iron men? Chen Baojiao spoke in awe. They fought to the very last moment. I'm afraid when they fell, their world was destroyed as well. Bai Jinjin was visually moved as well. From the situation ahead, one could imagine the horrifying calamity that fell upon their era. Every single existence in this world stood up and fought to the very end. Alas, their valiant efforts still couldn't save their world. Li Qiye looked at one of the giants and slowly stated, "They're extremely powerful. In the present day, they would still be at the level of god monarchs or god kings." The group kept on going. Along the way, the girls saw even more ruins of citadels buried in the sand as well as fallen metal giants. Many of them were completely broken. The biggest iron man they saw was half buried underground. The parts that could be seen spanned for thousands of miles. From this, it was easy to imagine just how large it was when it was still alive. If placed in the present, it would be extremely close to an immortal emperor, if not already at that level. An emperor assailant at the very least. Li Qiye gave a quick glance and made his assessment. After hearing this, the girls were shocked once again. Li Xuanyan was astounded, just what kind of era was this? An era that reached the peak of prosperity from the accumulation of millions and millions of years. There were too many experts to count. Li Qiye said dismissively, an era completely different from ours. The path they walked is completely different from us cultivators. In the end, they were still destroyed. Mei Suya muttered, what are they really? Just what kind of enemies did they face for an entire world to be destroyed like this? Did they meet a formidable enemy like an immortal emperor? Bai Jinjin had to ask. Immortal emperor? Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head, if my guess is correct, their world had existences as powerful as immortal emperors, and not just one. However, even beings of this level couldn't save this world. The girls felt breathless after hearing Li Qiye. Even a confident person like Mei Suyao felt quite suffocated. In their minds, immortal emperors were invincible. This was the belief that everyone held. But now, even a world protected by immortal emperors was still annihilated in the end. Aren't emperors supposed to be the strongest? It was Chen Baojiao's turn to ask, there are existences even stronger than them. There is no doubt that immortal emperors are the strongest. Li Qiye flatly said, however, this is limited to the world of the living, the world of sentient beings. Then you mean there is a world of the dead? Li Xuanyan followed the logic of his response. World of the dead. Li Qiye shook his head, I don't know if there is a world of the dead or not. Sometimes, the things immortal emperors have to face aren't necessarily people. To be more specific, they might not be living beings and could be something else entirely. Like what? Bai Jinjin couldn't help but ask, like the existence that destroyed this world? Li Qiye didn't answer directly. He looked up at the distant sky and eventually spoke, one day, you all will understand. Of course, this is predicated on you all being strong enough to see that day. Li Qiye turned back and stared at the girls, thus, you all still have a long way to go. When you actually become an existence like an immortal emperor in the future, that is only the beginning. The girls felt a pressure right away from realizing how weak they were. Even though very few could stop them among the younger generation, they felt that they were quite trivial in the grand scheme of things. His arms were quite long and seemed out of place compared to the rest of his body. His head was large as well, making people question whether his body could support it. His eyes were big even though they were closed. His body had dried up with only his skin covering his bones. One couldn't see any signs of life coming from this old man. Who knows how long he had been dead for? Li Xuanyan and the others were surprised to see this kind of corpse and exchanged glances with each other. They wouldn't pay any mind if they saw this corpse in the outside world because it would be a very common occurrence, nothing shocking at all. However, in a destroyed world of metal beings, it was astonishing to see a corpse so similar to a human. Li Qiye pointed his finger at the old man's forehead. A very small universal law traveled inside. At this second, the old man suddenly opened his big eyes in a feeble manner. Even though it was only a small squint, one still felt that powerful glare within. Such a scene startled the girls. Someone has finally come. The tiny old man spoke, but he was not speaking with his mouth. He was using his divine intent. This was a method of communication everyone could understand. The dying old man didn't even have the strength to breathe. His eyes glanced over Li Qiye real fast as his divine intent spoke feebly. I was wrong, I was wrong. I was the one who destroyed the entire machine world. With that, the old man almost couldn't speak any further. He was definitely dead and only had one final breath. It was Li Qiye who prolonged this moment. Careful, careful, counterattack. Eventually, the tiny man spent his last breath to say this. His eyes closed afterward as he parted from this world. At this time, his right hand slowly loosened to reveal an item that he had been gripping the entire time. He finally revealed it for Li Qiye to see. Can we save him? Mei Suyao asked. This old man definitely knew many things. Li Qiye gently shook his head. Even if there were immortals in this world, they still wouldn't be able to save him. He only persisted until now to say that one phrase. Right, and by completely relying on this tree as well. His eyes fell on the tree that the old man was leaning on. He shifted his eyes to the item in the old man's hand and reached out to take it. It was not big and seemed to be made from ancient bronze. It looked a bit like a pocket watch that was assembled with many exquisite pieces in an indescribable manner. No one in this world could create such an item. What is that? Bai Jianjun asked. The old man was gripping this item the entire time. This made its unfathomable value apparent. Li Qiye carefully looked at it, but there was suddenly an impact in his fate palace. Buzz! Li Qiye opened his palace and something flew out from inside. It was the myriad star egg that had always been in his 13th palace. It immediately went for the item in his hand, seemingly wanting to take it from Li Qiye. He immediately grabbed the egg and slowly said, "Want this treasure?" Not so fast. The girls found this scene quite strange as well. They didn't know the origin of the egg or why it wanted this item. The egg was not happy with being held by Li Qiye. It shook quite violently as if it wanted to fly out from his suppression. Li Qiye slowly said, "Don't play with me, my temper is much worse than yours. I'm allowing you to be arrogant in my fate palace because you have some value to me. However, if you anger me, I'll cook you." Eventually, the stone egg began to calm down. An existence like it knew that Li Qiye's words were more than just a threat. He glanced at the egg. Until now, the egg didn't want anything, but it seemed to have a great desire for this item. Li Qiye looked back at the treasure in his hand and asked, "You want this thing?" He had a general knowledge of this item. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time in the machine world. The stone egg quaked once to convey its intent clearly. Chapter 1090, Pinnacle Life Water. Li Qiye looked at the treasure in his palm, then back at the myriad star egg. "It's not like I can't give this to you." Li Qiye had obtained many treasures without getting a single reaction from this egg. However, it had a particularly strong response to this item. This meant that this item had an extraordinary importance to the egg. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Li Qiye smiled. "I know the value of this item, so I can't just give it out for no reason." After hearing this, the girls were quite astonished. Li Qiye would give imperial weapons to them as if they were mere cabbages. However, he held this item in such great esteem, signifying its great worth. He continued on while looking at the egg, if I give this treasure to you, you would first have to give me a good item of the same value in return. Second, I will be the boss from now on, everything will be up to me. The egg didn't respond for a while. Eventually, it quaked to show that it agreed to Li Qia's proposal. Fine, for you then. Li Qia let go of the treasure. The item floated up and instantly rushed for the egg. After hearing a poof, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no impact. The item looked as if it had fallen into water as it entered the egg. At this time, the egg's shell seemed to ripple with something oozing out. Li Qiya turned serious and used his unrivaled speed to take out a treasure bottle. A crystal-clear liquid of an indescribable color dripped down from the egg. It held the blue of the sky as well as the yellow tint of gold along with the gorgeous shades of the mortal realm. This was a dreamy color that no one could accurately describe. The girls also smelled a faint watery fragrance and had an incomparable reaction to it. The smell was so faint that it was almost undetectable. However, once it made its presence known, a pure lotus flower blossomed around Li Xuanyan's body. The petals of the flower slowly fanned out as she was drowned in a holy light. This light resembled flowing water washing every fiber of her being. Chen Baojiao was greatly affected as well. An immortal spring full of life gushed out. This was the magical property of the tyrannical immortal spring physique. She was immersed in an ocean of life as her body was brimming with life force, making her unspeakably relaxed. As for Bai Jianjin, a sword hymn echoed across the 9 heavens. One sword ray soared into the sky after another. Next, these heavenly swords emerged around her body. The entirety of the sword Dao in this world was beneath her feet. Mei Suyao had a tranquil feeling as immortal flowers descended from the sky. A transcendent portal opened above and illuminated her body. This made her even more otherworldly and refined. At this second, she gave off a feeling of ascension. These strange phenomena left the girls shocked. They didn't channel any merit laws, yet these visions were emerging all the same. Just smelling the fragrance of the immortal water bestowed them such great benefits. If they were to drink it, wouldn't this mean they could ascend and immediately become immortals? The myriad star egg gave Li Qiya a fair amount of immortal water before flying back into his fate palace. What kind of water is this? Chen Baojiao emotionally asked after Li Qiya put away the water. Li Qiya answered slowly, pinnacle life water. After hearing this, Mei Suyao loudly exclaimed in disbelief, pinnacle life water. Don't people say that it doesn't exist? The others didn't know about this water, but Mei Suyao did. However, she had only heard about it in legends and had never seen it before. It didn't exist before, but it does now. He slightly chuckled. What is this pinnacle life water? Chen Baojiao asked with interest. Mei Suyao explained, an item of legends. The world has never heard of someone who has seen it, at least not in writings. Even though there have been rumors about its appearance or people who claim to have obtained some, the rumors were fake or the water wasn't the real deal. She paused for a bit before continuing. It is said that pinnacle life water is a transformation of myriad star water. One particular record states that 1,000 drops of myriad star water can turn into 1 drop of pinnacle life water. However, no one really knows the transformation process. Rumor has it that some immortal emperors tried to research it to no avail. Thus, pinnacle life water is the finest type of myriad star water, it is truly supreme with no equals. Li Qiya nodded approvingly, you are correct about that, it is indeed the finest type of myriad star water. One would be hard-pressed to find a more precious immortal water. Even real immortal water would have a hard time comparing to it. Outside of stealing the creation of this universe, this transformation also requires the power of time. Back then, the myriad star egg sucked out all the myriad star water, resulting in a huge reservoir within its body. Because of this, it was able to perform this conversion. This is actually a good thing. It is fortunate that the egg gave me pinnacle life water. Otherwise, things would be quite troublesome. Li Qie added. Troublesome? What kind of trouble? Bai Jianjun was surprised. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that could make things difficult for him. This old root. Li Qie slightly lifted his chin and looked at the tree that the tiny old man was leaning on. This diverted all the girls' attention to the broken tree. The truth was that prior to this, they didn't really see what was magical about this old tree. It was a broken tree with nothing special about it. Moreover, it was on the verge of dying with only 3 leaves left. No matter how one looked at it, it was not worthy of attention. What kind of tree is this? After a careful observation, Mei Suyao failed to see through it despite hailing from a lineage with 3 emperors. Li Qie spoke while looking at the tree, myriad-age tree, an existence of legends. Myriad-age tree, that isn't possible. After hearing this name, Mei Suyao, who had been through countless storms, shouted out loud. She was even more shaken than when she heard about the pinnacle life water. Li Qie continued on, he was seriously injured with only 1 breath remaining, so why was it possible for him to live on? It's because the myriad-age tree was supporting him so that his last breath wouldn't come until today. Unfortunately, this tree was grievously hurt back then as well and is now on the verge of death. The dazed Mei Suyao calmed down and murmured, if there is something in this world that is capable of allowing him to live on for millions of years in that state, then the myriad-age tree would indeed be the only existence. What is it? Chen Baojiao asked. Mei Suyao let out a wry smile and replied, it is also a thing of legend, just like the pinnacle life water. You can also call it the longevity tree, the only item in this world comparable to the longevity grass. Nothing in this world can live longer than these 2 existences. Longevity grass, one of the legendary 9 grand heavenly treasures. Li Xuanyan almost jumped from astonishment. She had heard Li Qie talk about the longevity grass before. Yes, that's it. Mei Suyao went on, in the legends, the longevity grass can grant eternal life. The same goes for the myriad-age tree. There is a big gap. Li Qie slightly shook his head, if you can obtain the longevity grass and understand its true mysticisms, then there won't be certain restraints like other types of immortality. By understanding its true secret of eternal life, its user will have real immortality. No matter what happens, they will not die unless they lose the grass. The girls took deep breaths after hearing this. Eternal life was the pursuit of everyone, including immortal emperors. However, no one had ever truly become immortal. Mei Suyao asked, then what about the myriad-age tree? Li Qie glanced at the broken tree and replied, this tree can also grant immortality, but there is still a big gap between it and the longevity grass. With this tree, its user will still die from old age one day. Of course, that day is very far away. However, the longevity grass is different. Even if the heaven and earth are annihilated, its owner would still be able to live on. Eternal life really exists in this world? Bai Jianjun asked since she wasn't exposed to this question as often as the other girls. Who knows? Li Qie glanced towards the horizon and slowly uttered, everyone has a different definition of eternal life. For mortals, people like us who can live for several thousand years or even tens of thousands of years have eternal life. For cultivators like us, existences who can live from one generation to another are also everlasting. As for beings who have lived for a very long time, immortality is being able to live until the heaven and earth collapse. And finally, for people who can live until the heaven and earth collapse, the ones who are able to survive even while myriad ages are annihilated, that is eternal life. No one truly knows what eternal life is. With that, Li Qie let out a quiet sigh. Chapter 1091, Transplanting the Myriad-Age Tree. The girls became absent-minded after hearing Li Qie. Eternal life was too far away for them since they were still young and felt no pressure about growing older. But as for cultivators with feeble blood energies, especially the invincible ones, eternal life became their only pursuit. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and said, "Okay, I want to save this myriad-age tree." Li Xuanyan looked at the broken tree and asked, "Is it still savable?" Without the pinnacle life water, it would definitely be troublesome, very troublesome, and require many heaven-defying means. Li Qie smirked, "But with this water, it will be simple." There wasn't a need for Li Qie's command. The girls buried the old man in the ruins and erected a nameless tombstone for him. They didn't know his name or his origin. However, after the tombstone was erected, Li Qie personally carved several words on it: Overlord of the Machine World. Overlord of the Machine World. Mei Suyao murmured, what kind of existence was this? Despite being very well informed, she had never heard of such a title. An existence that reigned over all things. Li Qie only said this, not willing to dwell more on the old man's origin. Back at the platform, Li Qie opened his fate palace. The alchemy field and divine earth emerged. At this time, the immortal injury peony, the ancestor ginseng, the yang vine, all of these immortal plants jumped down one after another. The yang vine took a whiff and looked at the broken old tree in shock. What kind of immortal tree is this? Why is it so wondrous? Definitely a longevity type. The ancestor ginseng circled around the tree and declared his verdict. Myriad-age tree. Li Qie answered, I want to save it from death, so I require your assistance. The alchemy fowl shouted in disbelief, Mommy. This is the ancestor of all divine grasses and immortal medicines, only the longevity grass is above it. Damn! Finding an amazing item like this is the same as striking it rich. The reincarnation heavenly soul vine was salivating with greed as well. Bai Jianjun was tongue-tied after seeing so many immortal medicines. This was too unbelievable for her. Even having just one immortal grass would be amazing for an imperial lineage, yet Li Qie actually had so many. This was more than enough to make the whole world jealous. Mei Suyao only gently sighed. She wouldn't be surprised nowadays regardless of what Li Qie had in his possession. Okay, stop chatting. Let's do it. Li Qie commanded. It's impossible, it is running out of vitality since it was gravely wounded. Its assailant is of the emperor level or might even be the old heavens itself. This is simply incurable. If it was some other immortal medicine, it would have died already. It was only able to live till now because it is the myriad-age tree. The immortal injury peony carefully diagnosed the tree and made an assessment. Li Qie took out the pinnacle life water and stated, with this, everything will be easy. Wow, pinnacle life water, something only in legends. The immortal medicine saliva dripped to the ground after seeing this. Li Qie summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron. The cauldron actually turned into flowing water and seeped into the ground. He then commanded, Peony, check its wound. Ancestor ginseng, replenish its energy. Soul vine, stabilize it for me to avoid new injuries. Alchemy fowl, go loosen the soil and open its roots. With his command, the immortal medicines quickly busied themselves without the slightest delay. The girls weren't versed in alchemy so they couldn't help and had to watch on the sideline. However, they soon found something to do as well. Saving the myriad-age tree wasn't something that could be done in 1 or 2 days, so the idle girls decided to clean up this world. They were all powerful experts capable of moving the land and sea. Such a matter was nothing more than exercise for them. Meanwhile, in order to save the tree, Li Qie exerted many heaven-defying means, including using a divine item like the Heaven Restoration Salve. He wanted to take it a step further as well by moving the tree into the alchemy field. The entire process was quite difficult, it was a trial for his Tao of alchemy. If one only had immortal medicines and didn't have sufficient mastery of the alchemy Tao, they wouldn't be able to save the tree, let alone replant it. In this lost world, the sun and moon were shattered, thus the concept of time was gone. Everything seemed to have stopped. In this place, there were only the busy shadows of Li Qie's group and the girls. Eventually, under Li Qiye's great methods and the help from the ancestor Ginseng's group, they were finally successful in saving and replanting the myriad-age tree. "We did it," the medicines excitedly shouted after seeing the tree being successfully moved into the alchemy field. They instantly forgot about their fatigue while looking at the 3 green leaves slowly stretching from the tree and heaved sighs of relief. Prior to this, these leaves were wilted and seemed as if they would fall down at any moment. Now, their vitality was restored. Finally done. Li Qiye was relieved as well. This was a magnificent project. He could even guarantee that no one in history had been successful in saving a myriad-age tree. "Okay, all of you have worked hard, so divide this ginseng root among yourselves." Li Qiye took out a 5 immortal phoenix ginseng root, the very last one. Moreover, he gave each of them 1 drop of pinnacle life water as well. "Wow, our boss is still the most generous. We've been wanting to try this thing for forever now." The medicines applauded. They all had illustrious contributions in saving the tree, so it was natural that Li Qiye rewarded them. In the beginning, they were slightly unwilling to follow Li Qiye. But from today on, they would be quite eager to follow him. If they stayed back at their old place, they wouldn't have been able to try this supreme item. They did pay a big price to save the tree, but with the ginseng root and the life water, they had enough nutrients to help them break through again in the future. In the end, Li Qiye recalled his fate palaces and let out a long sigh while sitting on the high platform. At this moment, the girls were not here. He knew that they had been keeping themselves busy, but he didn't pay much attention since his focus was completely on the tree. He was enjoying this moment of rest since the process of saving the tree was even more arduous than a great battle. Li Qiye stood up and walked outside. Before he could leave the ruins, the girls came back. "We are done as well." After seeing Li Qiye, Chen Baojiao couldn't hide her excitement. "Done digging out everything?" Li Qiye smiled as well after seeing the girls' dusty and fatigued appearances. "Just go and have a look." She enthusiastically dragged him outside. The others smiled as well with an inconcealable excitement as they followed the two. After leaving the ruins, the scene ahead was truly shocking no matter who the spectator may be. There were countless giant metal corpses standing on the golden sand as far as the eye could see. These corpses varied in shape and size. Some had divine swords while others had steel hammers, spears could be found as well. Each of these iron men was extremely mighty and terrifying while standing there en masse. It was a great army of steel. Although they were only corpses without an aura suppressing the heavens, spectators would still be shocked and tongue-tied by their sheer number. Truly incredible. Just how amazing was that era? Li Qiye emotionally commented after seeing this. "We have excavated all the metal corpses from the sand and fixed them to an extent. Sister Mei was putting a couple together before bringing them here." Chen Baojiao spoke excitedly. "I am merely replicating their forms with minor mends. This is possible thanks to the huge number of corpses present. However, there are a few areas beyond my ability to repair, such as the injuries on their heads. That area is too complex." Mei Suyao had a natural immortal bone, so she had advantages not found in others. Nevertheless, it still took her a while to understand a few structures of these iron men. Luckily, there were materials right here in the golden sand, allowing her to fix many of them. Just imagine, the prettiest beauty in the mortal emperor world doing such hard work as a mechanic. This was an unimaginably charming scene. "I can see that." Li Qiye looked at her and revealed a slight smirk. "Don't think about that, I was only curious about what kind of lifeforms they were." Mei Suyao couldn't help but blush. Ever since her childhood, this was her first time taking up the task of labor. Chapter 1092, 9 World's Chief Ambassador. In fact, Mei Suyao was not the only one who was curious about the life of these iron men, the other girls were quite interested as well. The reserved by Jianjun asked, "After cleaning up all of these metal bodies, we noticed that they don't have flesh and blood, so what kind of life forms are they?" There were many stones and metals that turned into demons among cultivators. However, stones and metals all had a particular characteristic after being enlightened by the Tao, a physical body with flesh and blood. This was because nothing else was more suitable to resonate with the Grand Tao while bearing its power than this medium. For millions of years, the majority of cultivators and wise sages believed that the physical flesh was the best spiritual carrier. But now, after digging out these iron men, the common sense of cultivators was challenged. Their entire body was made from exquisite metal pieces assembled together, not just a simple mold cast. It was more suitable to call this type of body a machine rather than man. Li Qie glanced at the giants and slowly spoke, "Who knows? Maybe this will forever be a mystery. With the death of the machine world overlord, it will be buried along the river of time." Young Noble is saying that these iron men were only metal puppets created by this overlord? Li Shuangyan was quite startled by this thought. No, that's not the case here. They were neither machine nor puppets. Li Qie gently shook his head, they were all living existences with life. Even though their bodies were made in a different manner, they did have life, just like us with their own souls and sentience. He pointed at his head at this point. Moreover, they weren't created by the machine world overlord. Li Qie said, this overlord couldn't create life. This is a matter left to the villainous heavens alone. Despite not having the ability to do so, he indeed made some changes in this world during that era. The machine world overlord was in charge. Chen Baojiao was confused, he seemed more like a human, but outside of him, the rest are all iron men. Just what is his background? Li Qie didn't answer the question and gazed into the distance. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and murmured, the machine world overlord is a legend in the river of time. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. Even though the girls didn't know what happened in that distant era, they could imagine just how terrifying the calamity was back then. An entire era was destroyed and forsaken by history. This was an era with countless experts and existences similar to immortal emperors. However, such an era was still annihilated by an unbelievably powerful and unknown enemy. Eventually, Li Qie looked at the forest of machines ahead and ordered, take all of these iron men along. All of them? Even Mei Suyao was taken aback, are they still useful? They are pretty much scrap metal at this moment. Li Qie explained, however, there are still many things worth testing despite my inability to create life. Perhaps one day, there will be a legion of metal beings. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. The girls were jolted after hearing this. If this gigantic metal legion came out one day, they would be able to sweep through this world. Eventually, the group brought along all the iron men and even many of the broken ones. Li Qie hoped that these things would come in handy in the future. While Li Qie's group was inside the machine world, a grand character came to the lesser imperial devil world. The Nine Worlds' chief ambassador personally came. Before this person arrived, someone had already delivered the news to the lesser world. The Nine Worlds' chief ambassador. The younger generation didn't know the significance of this name, but the older cultivators were all shaken. The chief ambassador hasn't shown up for several generations, what is he here for this time? A demon king pondered after receiving this message. Nine Worlds' chief ambassador could be said to be an extremely arrogant title. Even an invincible god king wouldn't dare to claim this title. Having this title didn't mean that the person was powerful and unbeatable. This identity and title represented his status and position. The soaring immortal sect's Nine Worlds' chief ambassador, this meant that the person represented the soaring sect in the Nine Worlds. He was able to deal with all the sect's business in these realms. The soaring immortal sect was illustrious with its 5 emperors. However, for millions of years, no one knew where the sect and its ancestral ground were located. Some people even speculated that it was erected in a mysterious lesser world that no one knew about. Others believed that it was a floating continent, forever moving about the Nine Worlds. The arrival of this sect would definitely be a grand matter. Ancestors of this sect normally wouldn't show up or come to the 9 worlds. The majority of affairs were dealt with by the chief ambassador. If, say, all 9 of its ancestors personally came out, then an earth-shattering event would definitely ensue. Someone murmured, if the chief ambassador is coming himself, then it looks like the soaring immortal sect will definitely be coming to the mortal emperor world. Not everyone was happy to see this happen, especially the imperial lineages. If the soaring sect truly descended and personally interfered with the mortal emperor world's affairs, the imperial lineages would be quite displeased. Everyone understood that without the soaring sect, the other imperial lineages ruled their own domains. However, once the sect came down, it was a different story. Even these great imperial lineages would be affected. Here comes the chief ambassador. The ambassador finally entered the lesser world at this time. A divine carriage slowly arrived with an illuminating brilliance. It emitted an aura that made no one dare to approach. It was actually pulled by a huge white tiger. The tiger was the size of a mountain. Each of its steps would cause the earth to tremble. What was even more frightening was that its tyrannical aura resembled a primordial beast. A normal demon king wouldn't have an aura that could instill such a primal fear in other living beings. This white tiger has some divine blood. People shivered before its might. To have a white tiger with some divine blood as one's mount proved the person's great status. If the soaring immortal sect master himself arrived, just what kind of beast would he have? The carriage was accompanied by many soaring immortal disciples. The person sitting in the carriage was a middle-aged man. He wore a Confucian robe and had an elegant and scholarly appearance. However, he emitted the suffocating aura of a god monarch. He didn't put on airs and only quietly sat on the carriage with both hands naturally placed on his knees. This was the 9 worlds' chief ambassador. This quiet posture alone made many experts tremble. This was absolutely a real god monarch at an extremely high level. He wasn't someone a fake god monarch like the self-proclaimed storm god could compare to. Greetings to the chief ambassador. Many great powers in the lesser world all sent experts to greet the ambassador. Even a few imperial lineages did the same. The chief ambassador, in his unreachable carriage up high, gently nodded and slowly spoke, "Gentlemen, you all have worked hard." After everyone stood up straight, he began to speak, "I came here this time not to hunt treasures or out of curiosity, but to deal with a few matters." These words made many people nervous because they could vaguely guess a few things. The chief ambassador glanced over the experts here and stated, "I heard a junior named Li Chia killed an emissary from my sect." The hearts of everyone in the crowd skipped a beat. They had faintly guessed that this was the reason, but now, the ambassador had stated it publicly. Not many dared to respond at this moment. An expert from a great power spoke, "Yes, that did happen." "Very well, since everyone is here, you all can send a message on my behalf." The ambassador spoke, "Tell Li Chia that I will give him 5 days to come and meet me. The soaring immortal sect will determine who is right and who is wrong, then we will give him a fair answer. If not, tell him to prepare for the consequences." The experts here felt their scalps tingling. No one wanted to offend the soaring immortal sect, but nowadays, not many wanted to offend Fiercest either. They all knew that offending Fiercest Li Chia would absolutely not end well. He was someone who liked to clean with blood. But at this moment, if they didn't help the soaring immortal sect, they would have lost a good opportunity once the sect actually descends. We will be sure to send the message." Eventually, an expert from a great power complied. Chapter 1093, Northbound. Li Chia and the girls left the machine world and came back to the imperial border. Returning to the imperial border and actually stepping on ground made the girls let out sighs of relief. They felt as if they could see the sunlight once more. Even though the imperial soldiers here were existences without life and flesh, this place at least had beautiful sceneries, unlike the machine world. That place was like a solitary painting devoid of life. Anyone who stayed there would feel an atmosphere of death and a terrifying loneliness. The group also heard about the chief ambassador after coming back. I'm afraid the Soaring Immortal sect will not let this go, Mei Suyao stated. Li Qiye smiled and didn't care about it, he only leisurely said, let him bark if he wants. A dog that truly knows how to bite won't bark. The soaring sect will definitely come down this generation. Li Xuanyan felt a bit worried because cleansing incense and the Heavenly God sect were mortal enemies, but the Heavenly God sect might have the Soaring Immortal sect as their backing. If the soaring sect was really going to descend, the situation would be quite unfavorable for cleansing incense. It is only the Soaring Immortal sect. Li Qiye noticed her concern and smiled freely. If the geezers in the sect can grow some eyes, then it will be a good thing. However, if they are blind, then they are simply seeking death. Mei Suyao smiled wryly after hearing this. In all of the 9 worlds, Li Qiye might be the only one who dared to look down on the soaring sect like this. Other people, even imperial lineages, wouldn't easily declare war on the soaring sect. He completely disregarded the 5 days grace period from the ambassador and led the girls towards the northern region of the imperial border. Along the way, they met many imperial soldiers and a few kingdoms as well. These imperial soldiers ignored cultivators from the outside like Li Qiye's group. Of course, if someone dared to provoke them, they would have to suffer the wrath of an entire kingdom. Because of this, ordinary people would never mess with these imperial soldiers. Plus, regal gold was not useful for them. Naturally, within the vast land of the border, there were other minerals and metals besides regal gold. This made it so that cultivators and imperial soldiers didn't have too much conflict. Imperial soldiers could go on excavating their regal gold while cultivators dug their own ores. In the border, powerful sects had fruitful harvests because they had the power for large-scale excavations. Nevertheless, it was not hopeless for vagrant cultivators and smaller sections. The smart ones specialized in finding abandoned mines that the imperial soldiers had gone through or just picked up the rubbish left behind. Calling these things rubbish was slightly exaggerated. Many of them received decent treasure metals and divine ores. This was because the imperial soldiers only went after regal gold and wouldn't take another glance at other items. Thus, this was quite a fortune for the cultivators picking up the trash. A little vagabond obtained a blood transformation stone. At the border, there was news of people getting treasures by the day. No one found it strange when the bigger sects found things through excavation. After all, they had this power. In turn, it was much more exciting when the little sects or vagabonds found some treasures. This guy is quite clever. After finding the stone, he immediately fled the lesser world and the plateau. Someone felt like praising him. Picking up the blood transformation stone is nothing. The White Cloud Shrine found a soul-splitting diamond. Unfortunately, they were too stupid and greedy and wanted to find more treasures. A great power took notice and immediately killed their disciples and the diamond changed owners. The greedy ones were often punished for not choosing to run away after finding some treasures. They would often be destroyed by stronger cultivators or sections. While many cultivators were searching for treasures, Li Qiye's group continued north and entered a frozen world. Snow and ice were all over the place. Snowflakes floated down from the vast expanse. Even imperial soldiers were a rare sight this far up north. This location was not only extremely cold, it had been piled up with glaciers for millions of years. Excavating this place for treasures and regal gold was extremely difficult. There was another reason why imperial soldiers didn't come here, a reason unknown to outsiders. Where are we going now? Chen Baojiao asked along the way. Kingdom of the Emperors. Li Qiye walked on the snow and glanced at the snowy flakes drifting down while smilingly. Kingdom of the Emperors. The girls were intrigued by this title. Li Xuanyan murmured, what a domineering title. Because it really is that domineering. Li Qiye leisurely responded, at the imperial border, it can be considered the #1 empire. No other kingdom can compare to it. Number 1. Mei Suyao was surprised. I've never seen any writings about this kind of empire in my sect. Because your Eternal River School doesn't know about it. Li Qie smiled. Right now, there are 3 strong empires known to others, but there is still one that has slumbered for millions of years. It is understandable that no one knows about it. Mei Suyao pondered for a bit before stating, our records claim that once an empire reaches a certain level of power, they would embark on the expedition path. I understand what you are saying. Li Qie gently nodded, your sect is correct about this. However, there are always exceptions. The Kingdom of Emperors isn't the number 1 power throughout the history of the imperial border, but it is definitely among the top 5. However, all the other extremely strong empires have embarked on the expedition while they remained here until now. Are they sealed in this frozen world? Bai Jianjun, who was very sparing with her words, still asked. Li Qie glanced at this place and murmured, yes, right inside this frozen world. They continued forward and eventually stopped before a vast snow-capped mountain. It towered into the sky with no end in sight. It was practically piercing through the firmament. Li Qie stood before a straight cliff covered in ice. The ice slowly melted and revealed an inexplicable formation array underground. Buzz! Several universal laws flew out from Li Qie's forehead and activated the formation. Boom! An imperial momentum gushed up into the sky like a geyser in a ferocious and endless manner. Li Qie was like a whale drinking water. In just a split second, he immediately swallowed all of the momentum, resulting in a humming sound. Blinding imperial lights emanated from his back. At this second, his appearance didn't change, but something about his aura definitely did. He resembled an imperial king that sat above the 9 layers of the heavens. Behind him were countless existences floating and prostrating. Among them were unreachable deities, but regardless of their own prestige, all were on their knees. Such an image was too shocking. It was even more moving than the aura of heaven relinquish. The girls couldn't help but tremble while standing in front of Li Qie, who had transformed into an imperial king. His powerful imperial momentum was too oppressive and gave others the urge to kneel. At this time, he put on an imperial armor. It was the one given to him by the Eternal River ancestor, the same one that he had lost back then. After adorning this outfit, only his eyes were visible, the rest of his body was wrapped in this imperial armor. Not only was his aura heavenly and oppressive, others felt that he had become an emperor of war that had carried out expeditions all over the world. The war emperor fighting against myriad realms, he alone is invincible. This was the feeling that the girls got while looking at him right now. It looks like you were possessed by a war emperor. Chen Baojiao commented. I'm not possessed. Li Qie smiled with an invincible imperial momentum. I am the war emperor, the supreme grand ruler of the kingdom of emperors. With this declaration, his eyes turned serious. His entire being became extremely profound. Anyone would shiver if they looked at Li Qie right now. Clank, the sound of something heavy moving came about. When Li Qie made a mudra with his hands and spewed out an eternal mantra, the entire snowy mountain slowly collapsed. A huge gate appeared before them. At this time, the girls found out that this huge mountain wasn't actually a mountain, it was a gigantic imperial citadel. However, it was sealed below the snow, so no one could see it fully. He slowly walked into the city, his every step containing a particular rhythm. His steps slowly woke the entire city. The huge gate closed behind them to block off all prying eyes. Chapter 1094, Kingdom of Emperors. After entering the city, the girls were astonished by the scene before them. It was gigantic, capable of housing millions. There were no pavilions or houses here, the architecture was completely flat. Instead of calling it a city, it was more accurate to call it a massive martial arts stage. This martial stage held imperial soldiers sitting down in a meditative pose with their eyes closed. Their weapons were placed on their knees during their slumber. Each soldier emitted a terrifying imperial momentum like a flood dragon flying in the sky. This scene was more than just majestic and awe-inspiring. There were hundreds of thousands of imperial soldiers. All of them were masters with powerful auras. What was more astounding than these soldiers was the huge pyramid in the center of the city. It was of an unbelievable scale and towered up high like a mountain. Moreover, this pyramid was built upon many blocks of regal gold. Each was as big as a brick and had been through many refinements, making them quite pure. They emitted the golden luster unique to this type of metal. A project of this size must have required millions and millions of golden blocks. This quantity was truly shocking and left people aghast. The luster of this pyramid enveloped the entire city. The unique imperial momentum from the gold gently poured down and bathed all of the imperial soldiers. It seemed that these meditating soldiers were receiving great benefits from just breathing in this atmosphere. At this time, Wuxia gestured for the girls not to follow him. He walked to the pyramid alone. As he crossed through the huge stage and passed by the soldiers, they remained asleep as if they didn't notice his arrival. Eventually, he climbed to the top of the pyramid. At this time, the girls noticed that there was an imperial throne at the peak. Next to the throne was a meditating general whose goal was to protect it. At the top of the pyramid, he could scan the entire city with a glance. This grand army, this invincible legion standing before him. He slowly sat down on the throne in a leisurely manner. The imperial momentum coming from his body was still suffocating all the same, regardless of how powerful one might be. As sat down, all the meditating soldiers suddenly opened their eyes. They had awakened from their slumber. In this instant, the girls became nervous and found it difficult to breathe as they trembled. As all the soldiers opened their eyes, the girls clearly felt something akin to an eternal giant waking up. They immediately understood that this grand army shared the same mind, heartbeat, and rhythm. They must have incomparable unity. The general guarding the throne kneeled on the ground and held a treasure box in front of Wuxia with both hands. Wuxia opened the box and slowly took out an item, an imperial sword. Clank! The sword left its scabbard and exuded a boundless light all the way into the sky. This light engulfed Wuxia, making him resemble a supreme god-emperor among deities. Clang! The boundless light intertwined to form an imperial seal, resulting in an old and mysterious totem emerging on top of Wuxia's head. At this moment, he was a god-emperor with a supreme totem from the kingdom of gods. He was capable of ordering the heavens with the universe in his grasp. The kneeling general shouted with reverence, "Your Majesty is everlasting and invincible across the eons." Boom! The great army instantly got down on one knee as well. Their motion was uniform and the earth shook from the force. This army cried out, "Your Majesty is everlasting and invincible across the eons." Their chant was like a tsunami that shattered the sky and shook the stars. Even a god-king would be scared out of their wits if they were standing here. Wuxia's imperial momentum surged through the great army. He was imperious, both gods and devils would have to kneel before him right now. The girls quivered as well. Even though they were quite far away, they still felt an urge to kneel before his invincible and threatening aura. Wuxia slowly spoke before the army, "Rise, my warriors." At this time, he was the Emperor of Gods. War Emperor, in a distant year, this was a title that deterred the entire imperial border. It was even more threatening than the title heaven relinquished back at the devil world. Wuxia had stayed at the lesser world by himself in the past. He trained his imperial heart to become a soldier. His troops slowly grew stronger from the journey, from having just a few men to building a great empire. The million-strong army stood up at the same time with a majestic momentum. He spoke in a stately manner, "Zhanqi, how is the harvest?" "Your Majesty, our soldiers and the regal gold share the same rhythm. The resonance is quite great." The defending general of the throne reported, "Our men are absolutely as strong as any other empire in the history of the imperial border." With your order, we can rush to the expedition path any time. This imperial general's name was Zhang Qi. He was the first soldier to follow Li Qie, so Li Qie gave him this name. They didn't know that Li Qie was the real deal. Li Qie didn't answer and only smiled while staring into the distance. Such a great army should be invincible. If this heroic legion showed up in the 9 worlds, all lineages would quiver. Even the legion of an immortal emperor can't be any better than this. Mei Suyao gently sighed. That's impossible. They will never be able to appear in the 9 worlds. Li Qie gently shook his head and sighed as well. If imperial soldiers could leave the lesser world, he would have brought this legion to the 9 worlds already. Bai Jianjin asked, could it be that the only way out for imperial soldiers is the expedition path? Perhaps. They can choose to stay as well. The path is full of uncertainty, who knows what awaits them? Li Qie spoke with a tinge of emotion. If he could continue to wait, he wouldn't let the army of the Kingdom of Emperors enter the expedition path. He would rather them continue to wait just like before. However, since he knew a few secrets and that the Buddhist funeral plateau was planning to take action very soon, perhaps even in this generation, he had to send his army on their way. There was another reason for this. It was because he must fight to the end in this generation, so this could be their final parting. No matter the reason, his army must leave this place. Staying would only turn them into cannon fodder for the Buddhist funeral plateau. It was better for them to take that gamble and enter the expedition path. Li Shuangyan wondered out loud, what in the world is here that keeps them from leaving? This was a question that had haunted countless minds for millions of years. It remained an unsolved mystery. For example, it wasn't that the sacred monks of Spirit Mountain couldn't leave the Buddhist funeral plateau. However, they wouldn't leave after converting because ascension would become their new pursuit. Throughout history, there were invincible sacred monks who left the plateau for some reason or another, but the story always ended with their passing not long after leaving the plateau. Chapter 1095, Deterring the World. After returning to the imperial frontier, Li Qie ignored the chief ambassador, much to the guy's chagrin. For the ambassador, this was a kind of humiliation. His soaring immortal sect was an unreachable existence. Sects with 2 or 3 emperors all had to give his sect some face and wouldn't dare to oppose them. As the chief ambassador, even ancestors from these lineages would have to personally greet him. But now, this Li Qie ignored to his order. How could he not become furious? The 5 days deadline quickly passed. The ambassador immediately sent out a message to the great powers, within 10 days, Li Qie has to personally admit his sins in front of me. Otherwise, cleansing incense will pay in his stead. From then on, it shall no longer exist in the 9 worlds. Such an order worried many big shots. It was not only a maneuver to settle the score with Li Qie, but also to set an example by killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. The soaring sect had not descended to the 9 worlds for several generations, especially the period when the Black Dragon King was in charge. Back then, the soaring sect was even more distant with zero news coming out. Their arrival this time was met with silent contempt from some of the other imperial lineages. If the soaring sect were to destroy a few lineages, then they would once more be able to establish their unquestionable prestige. Some were secretly happy after hearing this command. A mortal feud between Li Qie and the soaring sect was a good thing. In their eyes, they could benefit by just watching on the sidelines. The ambassador's message was quickly spread with the help of many experts, even to the remote corners of the imperial border. Li, get your ass to the 9 worlds chief ambassador and commit suicide, or else he'll destroy your cleansing incense ancient sect. Outside of many experts spreading the message, some spoke arrogant words as well. This type of harsh message was not said thoughtlessly. Some intentionally did so in this manner because they secretly want to see fiercest fighting against the soaring immortal sect. If the soaring sect could destroy Li Qie, this would eradicate the fear in many people's minds. With his death, the path of becoming the immortal emperor in the future would be much flatter. If Li Qiye could take the soaring sect down with him, it would be even more exciting. Of course, this probability was practically negligible. Across history, many imperial lineages had turned into ashes with only the soaring sect remained standing. Li, accept your death or else the ambassador will destroy your sect. In a short period of time, people started to scream across the imperial border. Moreover, the ones who were sending these strong messages tried not to show their faces and only fanned the flames. In the face of this undercurrent that was about to surge, many sects chose to only observe on the sidelines. They weren't willing to provoke Fiercest or the soaring immortal sect. Destroy my cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qiye, who had been ignoring the ambassador, finally showed his face after hearing this message. He flew to the sky with the ladies right behind him. A supreme imperial pathway emerged beneath his feet and stretched through the sky. This pathway emitted a peerless imperial momentum. He was still wearing his imperial armor with its oppressive aura. The entire frontier was suppressed by his might as he walked forward step by step, causing the sun and moon to spin and the stars to be flipped upside down. He was an untouchable imperial king at this moment. Appalling visual phenomena emerged behind him. In these images were billions of existences worshipping him. He alone was the sovereign and ruler of the universe with the ability to control the yin and yang or sever the five elements. Everyone in the border quivered under this supreme momentum. Even experts at the virtuous paragon level trembled. Needless to say about the weaker ones, they felt an impulse to submit to this atmosphere. The soaring immortal sect is nothing. In my world, you dare to utter about destroying my sect. The moment Li Qiye spoke, these images poured down an imperial might as if he had a great army accompanying him, as if he was the invincible war emperor on an expedition. These words were extremely overbearing. No one in this world would ever dare to say this to the soaring sect. Fiercest is indeed the fiercest. His overbearingness is still somehow justified. In the 9 worlds, no one is more fierce than him. Even those from the previous generation took deep breaths and commented after seeing Li Qiye's grand stance. Such words were directly humiliating the soaring sect. The ambassador acting as the sect's representative naturally wouldn't swallow this anger. Junior, don't be so presumptuous. As Li Qiye was walking in the sky, the ambassador slowly rose from an abandoned imperial city. At this moment, his figure was gigantic. His head wore the heavens while his feet trampled the earth. Layers of suns appeared behind him alongside other visual phenomena. A blinding radiance emanated from his core so no one could look straight at him. These lights were truly too dazzling. He released all of his blood energy at this time. Boom! A force as unrelenting as an undercurrent assaulting the deep reefs emerged. This energy slammed into the firmament as if it wished to take down the stars in the 9 heavens. It supported the might of a god monarch and aimed to stop Li Qiye's imperial momentum. Junior, kneel and accept your death, then I can forgive your cleansing incense ancient sect. The ambassador's god monarch aura was at its limit and was seemingly causing the sky to crack. A real monarch was beyond self-proclaimed monarchs. Moreover, the ambassador was from a lineage with 5 emperors, thus he was far more frightening than an ordinary one. For example, the Night Scorpion God Monarch was simply no match for him. Due to Li Qiye's public disdain for the soaring sect, the ambassador was absolutely going to subdue him. Whether Li Qiye was powerful or not no longer mattered, he must eliminate Li Qiye to show the 9 worlds that the soaring sect's prestige was not something to be trifled with. One side was fiercest while the other was the unreachable chief ambassador. Neither side would yield, causing the cultivators in the imperial border and even the entire lesser world to hold their breaths. Everyone knew that a storm was swiftly approaching. Only a god monarch, not worth mentioning. With his imperial armor, Li Qiye loomed over myriad realms. Boom! His boundless blood energy surged outside and instantly burst through the vault of the heavens. A virtuous paragon. Someone murmured after seeing his energy that resembled a soaring true dragon. In fact, him being a virtuous paragon wouldn't shock anyone. The only thing was that people wanted to know which level of the paragon realm he was currently at. Buzz. His fate palaces also rose one after another. 1, 2, 3, people started counting after seeing so many palaces. 12. No, 13. Wait a minute, it isn't 12. There really are 13 palaces. The counter thought that he was mistaken. Just counting to 12 already left people in disbelief, so when they saw the 13th palace, they assumed that their eyes were mistaken, but this wasn't the case at all. Impossible, many screamed after counting several times and confirmed the amount. Impossible. Impossible. This can't be. Some were so aghast that they instantly dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. 13 palaces. A few young geniuses with aspirations of competing for the heavens were squatted down on the ground. In this second, their eyes lost their focus and they didn't know what they were saying any longer. 13 palaces can't be real. Even the invincible experts of the previous generation like Old Immortal from the heaven-rampaging mountain was shocked to see this. He had been through countless storms before, but his eyes were still dazzled at this moment. Legend states that immortal Emperor Jiaoheng had 12 palaces. This was enough for him to remain undefeated throughout his life, but now, someone with 13 palaces has appeared, he murmured. The progenitor of the heaven-rampaging mountain was an old servant of immortal Emperor Jiaoheng, so they knew a few of his secrets. For everyone in the sect, including Old Immortal, they took pride in the emperor's 12 palaces. After all, there were quite a few emperors across history, but not many had 12 palaces. But today, someone actually had 13. How could an existence like Old Immortal not be astounded? A hiding god monarch muttered in astonishment, 13 palaces, this simply breaks all pre-existing beliefs, a unique miracle across the eons. Compared to 13 palaces, 3 saint aptitudes or whatever are all not worth mentioning. Everyone knew that 12 palaces was the limit for cultivators. Through the ages, not many people had 12. As for 13, this was something no one had even thought about since it was simply impossible. But now, this miracle appeared before everyone and completely overwhelmed them. Chapter 1096, Standing strong against an imperial weapon. 13 palaces were supreme, especially the 13th one. It was higher than the 9 heavens, higher than all in this world and myriad realms. Only by having 13 palaces would one be able to escape all restraints as the pinnacle of existences. Many people felt despair after seeing them. The young masters and prodigies had dreams and aspirations. Even though they were not as great as Li Qie or even Jikong Wudi's group right now, they thought that as long as they kept on trying, they would be able to surpass even Li Qie one day. But now, the supreme palaces left them devoid of hope. It was not something that could be surpassed with effort. Jikong Wudi's face twisted while looking at the 13 palaces. An unspeakable jealousy completely distorted his heart. All along, the glory had always been his. He was the most impressive genius, the one most qualified to become the immortal emperor. His 3 saint aptitudes were incomparable and gave him an unparalleled advantage. But now, Li Qie had deprived him of his spotlight. Before the 13 palaces, all of his advantages and talents were worthless. His teeth clattered from rage as he swore that he would never exist alongside Li Qie. Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhan Shi training in the far distance also saw this scene. Their expressions quickly shifted to the point of being pale. Both of them lost their minds. They were confident with firm Dao hearts. They accepted that Li Qie was stronger than them, but they were still determined all the same as they had one chance to fight against Li Qie. However, when the palaces appeared, it was as if they could see their confidence collapsing before their very eyes. After a long time, the two finally calmed down and glanced at each other. They felt a bit helpless at this moment. This feeling left them greatly frustrated. The two thought about how it didn't matter how powerful they became or what achievements they have, they would never be able to surpass the 13 palaces. Even if they became immortal emperors in the future, it was still impossible to surpass them. These palaces would forever be a shadow in their hearts. Why did we have to be born in the same generation as him? Zhan Shi murmured. Despite his unwavering, peerless Tao heart, he was still lamenting his ill fate at this moment. We were still underestimating Li Qie. Lin bitterly smiled and was speechless. In a different location, Bing Yuxia was embracing two beauties on both sides and saw the 13 palaces. She also became shocked and let go of the two girls. After a long time, she struggled to regain her sanity. Is he still a human? Even gods and devils wouldn't be able to create such a miracle. The world went silent before the palaces. None of the cultivators in the lesser world dared to breathe lest they break this tranquil moment. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie stood before the abandoned city where the chief ambassador resided. At this time, the ambassador was seated on the imperial throne with an attitude full of disdain for the rest of the world. His god-monarch aura rampaged, causing people to feel fear. The disciples of the soaring sect stood to his left and right in lines. There were also cultivators from great powers who wanted to curry favor. The ambassador was not pleased to see Li Qie's blatant provocation. This was simply a slap to their faces. His eyes turned cold after seeing Li Qie's 13 palaces. In his eyes, regardless of the cost, he must eliminate this junior. The reason was not only because of Li Qie's slight towards the sect, but also because he must pave the way for the soaring immortal descendant in the future. Otherwise, if this junior ahead became the immortal emperor, it would be a disaster for their sect. Just the soaring immortal sect alone dares to posture before me. Li Qie hovered in the sky and coldly glared at the ambassador. At this moment, no one said anything. None of them felt that Li Qie was being arrogant after seeing his 13 palaces. His eligibility for acting imperious was proven. A disciple of the soaring sect shouted, "Junior! Cease your impudence." Even though they understood just how scary and powerful Li Qie was, they wouldn't allow anyone to challenge their sect. Kneel! Li Qie glared at the guy. In the blink of an eye, an imperial momentum exploded and suppressed the heavens. Li Qie was the emperor of gods. He was in control of myriad realms and all living beings must prostrate and worship him. Bang! All the soaring immortal disciples here uncontrollably kneeled to the ground. Even though they struggled to get up, it was impossible under the pressure of the imperial momentum. And it wasn't just the disciples from the soaring sect, many experts all around who wanted to support the soaring sect fell to the ground as well. Among them were even paragons from the previous generation. This result left them angry and ashamed. There were some rulers in this group, but today, they were kneeling before a junior. It was a truly humiliating crisis. Li Qie's actions made the ambassador's expression turn ugly. It was simply breaking all pretenses while fiercely shattering his prestige. In a fury, the ambassador stepped into the sky with a terrifying blood energy that could support an entire world. "Junior, don't you think you are being too arrogant?" He spoke, "Your achievement is indeed astonishing, but the soaring immortal sect is something you will never be able to provoke. Your future path is still very long, antagonizing my soaring sect, haven't I provoked it by now?" Li Qie gave him a quick glance in a domineering manner. His imperial momentum pressed on as he coldly said, "Even if this world was bigger, there is no one that I can't afford to provoke." How insolent! The ambassador could stand it no longer. He shouted and prepared to attack. In an instant, the heavens will cried out. Supreme strands of Grand Tao emerged. His first attack was a heavens will secret law. To be able to start with such a great technique showed that he was indeed a monarch of the soaring sect. This capability didn't only display his confidence but also proved the frightening power of the soaring sect. It was a god monarch attacking with a secret law. With just one move, yin and yang were buried, myriad Dao were boiled dry while the reincarnation cycle was disintegrated. Even a god monarch would be aghast in the face of this move and wouldn't be able to block it. However, Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye. He gently pushed his palm forward. This was the dragon subduing palm. Boom! It easily struck down this secret attack. The ambassador was caught off guard and knew that he had met a powerful foe. Chapter 1097, 5 Emperors, Scram. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed and his inner physique lit up. At this moment, the Sky Destroyer physique erupted with enough power to lift up the earth if it had a handle. It was a physique with infinite might, capable of flipping over the earth and tearing apart the sky. Bang! Even the Imperial weapon couldn't stop Li Qiye's Sky Destroyer physique. With a loud explosion, it was smashed away. The emissary went flying as well while crazily spurting blood. At this moment, even a god monarch wouldn't do. The crowd was out of breath just by watching this battle. You can't even use an Imperial massacre yet you still dare to talk big in front of me? Li Qiye snorted and slammed his foot down, smashing myriad Dao and stars alike. The hell-suppressing physique came out and astounded the crowd. They all saw gods and devils screaming and even the heavenly Dao shattered from its immensity. An immortal physique cultivated by Li Qiye was completely different from everything else. It was perfection without flaws. No one could challenge the immortal energy in the sky. This was a real immortal physique. Boom! The sky dome broke apart from Li Qiye's stomp. However, it was still stopped before crushing the ambassador into a pulp. In the face of life and death, the ambassador instantly took out an immortal diagram. Buzz! 5 majestic figures came out of the radiating diagram to stop Li Qiye's stomp. The 5 stalwart giants were accompanied by extremely powerful imperial auras that suppressed the entire lesser world. All living beings became insignificant and trivial, the celestials above lost their brilliance. These were 5 imperial energies. Their appearance caused everyone here to be struck with awe and fear. 5 Emperors diagram. Someone shouted after recognizing the painting. This diagram was left behind by the emperors of the Soaring Sect. In the legends, Immortal Emperor Fei was the first to draw his picture. Later on, the 4 generations of emperors in the sect also drew their pictures as well. Just imagine, the power of one emperor was frightening enough, but 5 of them? It was beyond human comprehension. Even gods and devils would prostrate before their figures. The ambassador heaved a sigh of relief after seeing his 5 emperors diagram stop Li Qiye. This was his ultimate move. Even though the imperial energies inside weren't necessarily more powerful than an imperial weapon, in truth it was the other way around by a large margin. The crux of the problem was that he couldn't unleash an imperial massacre. It's just your sect's power. Li Qiye opened his forehead. Buzz! A huge hand emerged from his sea of memories. Its reach destroyed all worlds in a tyrannical manner. Even deities would be deterred before its extinguishing might. The presence of the world-destroying hand caused the 5 supreme figures to suddenly flash with uncertainty. After a whoosh, this hand easily took away the 5 emperors diagram. No way, the crowd shouted after seeing this horrifying scene. Even the pale ambassador cried out with a pained expression. It was simply impossible. How could an outsider take away their Soaring Sect's 5 emperors diagram? Who could actually suppress these imperial energies? But the impossible had happened. Of course, no one knew that although these energies were frightening, Li Qiye's memory which had been blessed by numerous emperors was even more horrifying. Remember that even emperors from the Soaring Sect, such as Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Bamya, had blessed Li Qiye's sea of memories before. The world-destroying hand that reached out earlier was the blessing from Immortal Emperor Bamya. A beautiful successor from a great power watched Li Qiye's group leave and murmured, "No wonder why even Mei Suyao wants to go with him. If I could meet such a master, I would be willing to follow him as well." The crowd could finally breathe easy now that Li Qie was gone. From now on, wherever Li Qie appeared, it would create a lot of pressure for everyone. He was just like a god-fiend looming in their minds. A few geniuses calmed down and slowly got up. Let's go back, we should all just go back. These geniuses became quite discouraged. Someone next to him had to ask, young noble, are we really leaving just like this? No more digging for treasures? This descendant bitterly smiled and gazed towards the distance and spoke forlornly, treasures? For what? No one can stop him. That is true invincibility. I might as well go grazing in the southern mountain. Li Qie's achievement was too big of a blow for these people, especially the once ambitious geniuses. They were at the point of being drowned in despair. Later on, rumors of Li Qie began to spread. Many youths decided to go back to their sects and never came out again. They didn't want to talk about competing for the heavens will any longer because they knew that it was completely hopeless in this generation. Even Jikong Wudi was pale. He gritted his teeth and walked away without saying anything. 13 palaces, Lin wasn't feeling so good either this time. This is hopeless, we definitely can't fight Li Qie. He is too strong. The indomitable Zhan Shi spoke weakly as well. Lin eventually regained his mind. He looked at the sky and gently shook his head, it seems like my senior brother is in trouble. He might not be able to compete against Li Qie either. Forget it, even though defeat is imminent, we still have to fight Li Qie again. Zhan Shi sighed and stated, we must lose in a heroic manner without any room for doubts. We can't be cowards who run from battles. Even if we lose, we will still have to fight. Lin agreed with this sentiment and forcefully said, we will fight with honor. Even if we lose, it won't be shameful at all. Zhan Shi bitterly smiled and self-deprecatingly commented, shameful? To be able to fight against 13 palaces can be regarded as a type of glory, a worthwhile life. It is not that we are weak, it is that our enemy is too strong. They felt a bit desperate at this time. Li Qie's achievements were too much for them, but no matter what, they must remain strong unlike others who became disheartened right away. Chapter 1098, 3 Grand Imperial Kings. Li Qie's 13 palaces left many people feeble and despairing. 13 palaces, so many people lost their minds as they murmured, why was I born into this generation? Do the heavens want to oppress me so? Li Qie will certainly become the immortal emperor of this era. Even the previous generation who considered Li Qie an enemy had to admit as much. Li Qie ignored the crowd and took the girls to the city of emperors. The city of emperors was gigantic. In the imperial border, there was not another city of the same size. In the old ages, this city belonged to the imperial lord. He used to rule over the border from this location. After so many years, the city had lost its master, resulting in its appearance becoming a bit gloomy. Its imperial momentum no longer soared to the sky. A huge bell was hanging above the city. It had not been rung for who knew how many years and had a greenish bronze tint to it. According to legends, only imperial kings could ring this bell. Other people, regardless of how powerful they may be, wouldn't be able to. Li Qie glanced at this bell hanging high in the sky and gently knocked on it. Clang! 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 The bell echoed across the entire border. Every single soldier heard the noise. In fact, it wasn't only imperial kings who could ring the bell, it was only those who had an imperial sword. Li Qie intended on summoning the 3 other imperial kings holding the special swords by ringing this bell. Creak, the shut gate of the city slowly opened after the bell sounded. It had been closed for so long that when it opened, an ancient gust of air immediately rushed out. You guys stay outside. Li Qie told the girls before entering by himself. The girls didn't question it and waited outside. Many people saw this scene and were quite surprised. All along, outsiders couldn't open the gate to this city, not even god kings. But today, Li Qie managed to do so with ease. A common cultivator murmured, first it was the Dark Maxim Palace, now it is the City of Emperors. Fiercest is truly too devilish, it's as if nothing in this world can trouble him. What is more devilish in this world than having 13 palaces? Someone next to him responded, if he has 13 palaces, nothing else really matters. The first speaker couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. It was indeed the truth. Nothing in this world was more astonishing than having that many palaces. Evil Buddha, Devil King, Imperial King, he can transform so freely. Just what is his Tao heart? A knowledgeable expert became quite curious. Even if he could put on the disguise, the evil energy and imperial momentum weren't things that could be fabricated. It truly required the person to have a devil or an imperial heart. Boom, boom, boom. While many were curious, the sky suddenly shook. A cavalry approached from the sky. It was a huge imperial army. Leading this army was an imperial king with an engulfing imperial momentum. He was blind in one eye while the other one had a demonic feel to it. This was one of the 3 grand imperial kings of the border, Evil-Eyed Emperor. Even though the border had many kingdoms, only the kings of the 3 great empires were eligible to show up. This cavalry quickly reached the City of Emperors. The evil-eyed emperor jumped down from his chariot and ordered the soldiers, stay outside. With that, he entered the city. Right afterward, another explosion detonated. A different cavalry approached. The imperial king leading this troop looked quite scholarly. He was titled Erudite Emperor. Li Qie gently shook his head, waiting for a few generations. What do you mean? Evil-Eyed Emperor raised his brows at Li Qie and asked right away. For us, time is not an issue, the last thing we needed was time. However, that is all in the past. Right now, time is especially precious for the entire border. Li Qie explained. The other 2 emperors were startled. Triumphant tried to get some clarification right away. War Emperor, what do you mean? The Buddhist funeral plateau will not give you time. Li Qie elaborated, according to a quick estimation, the plateau might take action in this generation. This is only your speculation. Evil-Eyed scowled with distrust. Li Qie coldly stared at him, Evil-Eyed, do you think I need to deceive you? If I wanted to rob you of everything, must I resort to treachery? With my imperial heart, I can control all the momentum in the border. With that, I can devour your momentum. It would be as easy as turning my hand over. Evil-Eyed's expression sank. Even though he was not happy about it, he had to admit that this was true. He would lose everything and have to start over again as a new soldier. Don't forget, I can come and go whenever I want. Li Qie slowly said, I understand the plateau and those old monks much more than the 3 of you. I have seen his current status and he is ready to fight whenever. The emperors glanced at each other for a bit. If the plateau was really ready to fight, then time was not on their side anymore. What was in abundance before had become quite scarce, resulting in an urgent situation. Erudite Emperor asked, do you have any suggestions? Li Qie stared at the 3 and answered, I came this time to discuss this matter with the 3 of you. My kingdom of emperors along with your 3 empires can work together to enter the expedition path. Work together? The emperors became quite moved after hearing this. They knew just how strong the kingdom of emperors was. Plus, it had a frightening amount of regal gold. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Li Qie slowly added, our kingdom can let you come along on the path, but I have a condition. Chapter 1099, Decision, what kind of condition? Evil-Eyed cautiously stared at Li Qie. Li Qie promptly replied, it is very simple, I want your 3 empires to be the vanguard. So it boils down to you wanting us as cannon fodder. Evil-Eyed snorted, if we act as your vanguard, only your kingdom will benefit. We will not participate in a matter like this. Li Qiye only coldly stared at him and spoke, evil-eyed, how many years have you lived for? Your vision is still so short. It seems that you have wasted all of these years living. You. Evil-eyed became angry right away. He stood up and glared at Li Qiye. Gentlemen, harmony is to be prized, harmony is to be prized. Erudite Emperor quickly interjected, can we just sit down and discuss nicely instead of fighting after 2 or 3 sentences? This is a rare occasion for us to be together. Evil-eyed scowled and still sat down despite being discontent. Li Qiye stared at the emperors and went on, after entering the path, all of our kingdoms will be in the same boat. Everyone will work together, so there is no such thing as cannon fodder. Having my kingdom of emperors in the rear will only make your kingdom safer. On this journey, this is the only way for you all to be worry-free. It is not that I'm looking down on you all, but what do you think the chances of your 3 kingdoms successfully crossing are? Plus, do you have enough regal gold? It is not that we can't work together. We know your kingdom's strength full well, but if you can't give us some kind of guarantee, how can we trust you? Triumphant Emperor added. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, triumphant, the 3 of you are still too narrow-minded. Compared to the great emperors before you, there is still a big gap. It is not that you are not powerful enough, it is because of your insight and insufficient knowledge. However, this isn't your fault. After all, the previous emperors all came under the imperial lord. They knew and understood much more than the 3 of you. He stared at them and continued on, your eyes are fixated on territory. The thing that you want to do is to protect your throne and maintain your kingdom. You feel that my kingdom of emperors might maneuver and seize your resources. Li Qiye chuckled, but if I really wanted to do so, why would I wait until now? When my kingdom of emperors was on the same level as the emperors from the previous generation, you all only led lesser nations. In that generation, it is not difficult for me to unify the imperial border. But why is it that I still haven't done so? To be frank, it is because this land alone is not enough for me, and I have no interest in this little authority. If I truly desired such power, would it be your 3 empires' turn to rise? Li Qiye coldly went on while glaring at the 3, in my eyes, your little authorities are not worth mentioning. Such words were quite arrogant, but even evil-eyed emperor did not retort this time. The kingdom of emperors working with your 3 empires is due to my hope that everyone can cross the expedition path. It really is that simple. Li Qiye coldly said, there would be no need for any scheming if I wanted your empires. My kingdom could just mobilize our troops and not long after, my endless cavalries would be able to wipe out everything. In an instant, the 3 emperors turned quiet. Despite their reluctance, they had to admit that Li Qiye's kingdom had such power. After a long silence, the first to speak was Erudite Emperor, my empire is willing to embark on the expedition path with the kingdom of emperors. If time doesn't wait for us, our destination shall be the expedition path. My empire is willing to go together as well. Triumphant Emperor added. Then add my empire as well. Evil-eyed finished it off. Very well, this is a wise decision. Li Qiye nodded, hopefully, everyone will be able to tide over any difficulty. Regardless what is waiting for us on the other side, we will at least tread forward with courage. Both sides agreed and set up an agreement for the 4 empires to enter the expedition path together. I also have another little request. After the agreement was made, Li Qiye looked at the emperors and spoke, I want to borrow your imperial swords for a bit to open the imperial cave. The emperors glanced at each other for a bit. Erudite Emperor nodded his head, I have no objections. When we enter the path, these swords will change masters anyway, so why not let War Emperor borrow them? Triumphant pondered for a bit before agreeing as well, if War Emperor needs it, then you can take it. War Emperor, didn't you say that there is no free lunch in this world? Evil-eyed more or less had a grudge towards Li Qiye, so he spoke with some annoyance. Li Qiye smiled and said, yes, there is no free lunch in this world, but that depends on the parties. I am asking you to lend the sword to show my respect. If I didn't respect you, do you think I would need to ask? Evil-Eyed scowled and didn't want to speak further. He threw his imperial sword at Li Qie and coldly uttered, "Take it then, no need to thank me." "Thank you then." Li Qie leisurely smiled after catching the sword. Evil-Eyed snorted. He was very annoyed, but there was no point in talking since he couldn't beat War Emperor. "War Emperor, will you also be going with us on the expedition path?" Erudite was curious. Li Qie gently sighed and shook his head, "No, I will not enter the path. At that time, I will pass down my imperial portal and momentum to Zhang Qi. He will be the kingdom of emperor's new ruler. I still have a lot of unfinished business in this vast mundane world." Li Qie slowly said, "This is where I envy the three of you. Completely carefree without emotions and restraints, you can leave at a moment's notice." The emperors had no comment about Li Qie not going because he was going to pass down his imperial momentum to his general, Zhang Qi. With this legacy, Zhang Qi would be as powerful as War Emperor, so it was essentially the same. After a while, Triumphant spoke, "There is something that I don't know if I should ask or not. Who knows if we will meet each other again? So there's no need to be reserved." Li Qie nodded. Triumphant contemplated his wording before speaking. "In the imperial border, there is a rumor. It states that back then, you, War Emperor, walked through the expedition path by yourself. Is this true?" "Oh. About that." Li Qie smiled, "It doesn't matter if it is true or not. In short, I will not let the children of the kingdom of emperors perish in vain. After all, they have followed me from one generation to the next." Li Qie stared at the emperors to stress his point. "However, this does not mean that the path will be flat. Who knows what the result of the expedition will be? In other words, each person might see something different, it might vary depending on the generation as well. One must prepare for the worst before going." He said, "Whether it is fate or a natural progression, in short, everyone will have to gamble it all. Only by walking forward without fear will you be able to reach the other shore." The other shore. Erudite suddenly felt a strange sadness. Who knows what is waiting for us on the other side? What kind of world will it be? The Imperial Lord left along with all the other great emperors, and now it is our turn. For millions of years, ever since the Imperial Lord entered the expedition path, all of his powerful generals followed right after him. Along the river of time, one empire embarked on this journey after another. Today, emperors like Triumphant, Erudite, and Evil-Eyed were only little characters during the Imperial Lord's era. Among them, one used to be a foot soldier while another was a captain, and now, they finally became imperial kings. Nevertheless, they still had to face the same choice as their predecessors, embarking on the expedition path. Li Qie said, "No matter what is waiting for us on the other side, it will be the closing of a curtain, an end." If there were other options, he wouldn't let the kingdom of emperors enter the path. There were too many uncertainties in this decision. However, there was no other way. If he could take imperial soldiers out of the lesser imperial devil world, he would have done so long ago for his millions of troops. Rather than waiting to become the cannon fodder of the plateau, he would rather let them take a gamble and enter the path. Perhaps there was still hope. On the other hand, being tied to the war chariot of the Buddhist funeral plateau had an easily predictable end. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, cannon fodder would not have a good ending. "Okay, there is nothing worth remembering here anyway, let us go for it." In the end, even Evil-Eyed Emperor said this. Li Qie met his gaze and said, "Grandpa Wei, long time no see. Millions of years passed in a flash, your venerable self is even greater than before." This old man ahead was called Di Wei. He was a personal guard of the Imperial Lord, but after the Lord embarked on the expedition, he was the only one who stayed behind. After the sentimental statement, he slowly took out an item left behind by immortal Emperor Qianli, the elusive heavenly vase. In one particular generation, Li Qiye spent a lot of time to find this vase, but he failed. Later on, immortal Emperor Qianli found it for him. The golden water must be stored in the elusive heavenly vase, other items wouldn't be able to contain it. More importantly, without the vase, one wouldn't be able to truly use the water. Pluff. Li Qiye placed the vase in the middle of the lake and allowed it to slowly sink to the bottom. Gulp, guck, guck. The golden water crazily rushed into the bottomless vase that was expediting the process with an extremely powerful force of absorption. In a short period of time, the vase swallowed all of the water. One could now see the bottom of the lake. Li Qiye shifted his gaze down to an item at the bottom. It was the size of a thumb and exuded an extraordinary golden brilliance. Each golden ray was as tangible as strings of golden silk. Moreover, it seemed to have its own life as it creeped around slowly. While looking at it, Li Qiye's brows slightly perched. He took a deep breath and said, just like the legends. Everything requires time as a witness. Without time, even the golden water won't do. No wonder why the Imperial Lord didn't take it back then. Li Qiye held the vase and slightly applied a suctioning force onto the item. It was attached to the bottom of the lake and seemed to be very reluctant to leave. However, before the mighty power of the vase, it no longer had a choice and was eventually sucked inside. After collecting it, Li Qiye patted the vase and said, a journey of 1,000 miles just to take half a step further. Elusive heavenly mountain, one day, I will get what I want. With that, he put away the vase and left. Chapter 1102, Challenge. Di Wei looked at Li Qiye who came out from the cave. His eyes slightly shifted as he stated, you have really done it. You are indeed with no equal, especially with regards to patience. After hunting from one generation to another, the deed has been done. I will be successful in this generation. I have waited for too long, so it is time for me to reap the rewards. Li Qiye grinned. I also pray for your success. It will herald a new generation that even I cannot imagine, an era that has never been seen before. With that, Di Wei looked at Li Qiye deeply and solemnly said, because no one has ever done it before. I shall. Li Qiye gave a leisurely smile from his heart. I hope I can see that day. Di Wei smiled back. This was a blessing for him as well. Li Qiye sighed secretly. He knew Di Wei had made his choice. In the end, he said, when it is time to go, I hope to see you there. Maybe. Di Wei smiled but didn't elaborate. Grandpa Wei, there is a question I'd like to ask you. He said while staring at Di Wei. Di Wei also smiled and replied, I know what you want to ask. It is about the chosen path of the Imperial Lord, right? Li Qiye said in a carefree manner, nothing can hide from your eyes. Di Wei shook his head, you have always thought about this matter when you were here at the border. It is just that you couldn't see through it. Di Wei lamented softly, but it is all in the past, just let it go with the wind. Your path and the Imperial Lord's are different. What's the point of knowing? What's the harm of not knowing? Li Qiye didn't ask any further after hearing this answer. He bowed deeply towards Di Wei, take care, Grandpa Wei. I hope that we can meet again in an entirely new era. Take care. Di Wei returned the grand gesture, regardless of what happens in the future, there are two things I am proud of in this life. The first is being able to follow the Imperial Lord and the second is knowing someone like you. I have no further pursuits in life except hoping that I can live till that generation where we might be able to meet again. Li Qiye nodded his head and left. Di Wei watched his departing shadow until it disappeared from the valley's entrance. Cultivators, what are they truly after? Di Wei lamented, even if one has eternal life, what else is there besides loneliness at the very end? The moment Li Qiye left the valley, the girls who were guarding the perimeter turned excited and ran to see him. Chen Baojiao told him, "Young noble, some people want to fight you." Li Qiye paused and looked ahead. He noticed many people were gathered here, but they stood quite far away from the entrance since they didn't dare to come closer. The pair in front of the crowd was Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhan Shi. At this moment, they stood there calmly. Lin was focused yet carefree while Zhan Shi was as sharp and firm as a javelin. As for the spectators, they stood far away without making too much sound or carelessly commenting. They could only play nice as spectating bystanders. Many stared at Li Qiye with fear. It could even be said that those who saw him didn't dare to breathe out loud. Today, who in this world wasn't afraid of fiercest Li Qiye? He even dared to kill people from the soaring immortal sect. Was there anything he couldn't do? It seems that the two of you have prepared well. Li Qiye glanced at Lin and Zhan Shi with a smile. Lin cupped his fists towards Li Qiye and slowly said, "Brother Zhan and I made a promise to battle you. Today, we have come to formally issue the challenge." Despite wanting to challenge Li Qiye, Lin didn't have any antagonistic thoughts towards him. It was not a battle born of a grudge. Li Qiye looked at Zhan Shi and said, "This is a bit surprising. You two should know very well that even if you fight together, you are still not my match. And yet, you are still here today to challenge me. A cultivator has no fear of battle." Zhan Shi lowered his voice, "Victory and defeat are part of life. Being too afraid to fight is the only true defeat." "Good, well said." Li Qiye clapped his hands approvingly and smiled, "I have many enemies, but those who can truly say these words with ease are few in number." Lin took a deep breath and spoke, "Brotherly, our fight this time has nothing to do with feuds or grievances, victory and defeat doesn't matter either. We know that you are unbeatable, but we want to see your true invincibility this time." "I understand." Li Qiye smiled, "You too felt puzzled about your defeat in the previous encounters as you lost too quickly and couldn't even get a feel for my power." Lin nodded in all seriousness, "We couldn't see through your strength. No matter what, we want to fight, no matter the result. If we don't fight you, then even if we have higher accomplishments in the future, it would all be for naught." "Okay." Li Qiye smiled, "Your heart is aiming for the Tao, so I shall help you. I won't borrow external powers or Tao and will only use my own power to fight and grant both of you a convincing defeat. Thank you for treating us with respect." The two of them bowed. After hearing the conversation, the onlookers held their breaths. This would be a real fight between cultivators, a pure duel. Li Qiye leisurely said, "Since you two are ready, pick the time and place." Lin formally stated, "Tomorrow at this time, at the sky-raising mountain in the imperial border. We will be waiting for your arrival." "All right, I'll be there." Li Qiye gently nodded his head and accepted this challenge. Lin didn't say anything else. He and Zhan Shi bowed to say goodbye, then turned away and disappeared into the horizon. A battle between gentlemen. Someone from the previous generation was moved by this. "I haven't seen this in a long time. Top geniuses always have some aspects that other people can't match." A paragon commented, "Lin is free and unrestrained, Zhan Shi is determined, and fiercest is straightforward and upright despite his ferocity. They aren't people that we can compare to." The crowd was excited to see this pure fight between cultivators. For the inhabitants of this world, it was easy to find friends who were gentlemen, but much more difficult to have enemies willing to fight with honor. The three had an unreachable style. This was not only the style of geniuses, but also the style of experienced masters. Even an immortal emperor at a young age can't be much better than this. A god monarch spoke with emotions, "What a shame that all three of them were born in the same generation and have to be enemies. Otherwise, they could have become good friends. Even if they won't become friends, I'm sure they can sympathize and appreciate each other." Another god monarch felt a bit envious. To be able to meet an enemy like this is also a kind of blessing in life. Normally before a battle between geniuses, people would often discuss the outcome. They relished in analyzing who would win. However, no one bothered to do so today. They only talked about the manner of this duel. Some even felt quite envious of Lin and Zhanshi being able to fight against fiercest. Humph, a gentleman's duel. Jikong Woody snorted after hearing this, so what? Someone will die anyway. With that, his eyes turned cold and exposed a frightening murderous intent. The sky-raising mountain was the highest peak in the imperial border. It directly pierced into the sky as if the stars were all revolving around it. Even though the day of the battle had yet to arrive, many cultivators came quite early. For miles around the mountain, cultivators and experts were waiting. Some were hovering in the sky while others stood on the mountains. The majority tried to pick good vantage points to watch this rare battle. For this particular battle, the atmosphere was very calm. Despite the great amount of spectators, the scene was very quiet. No one wanted to break this calm atmosphere. Heavenly Emperor Lin and Zhanshi came early as well. Moreover, each of them carried a wooden coffin along with them. After reaching the top, they placed the coffins beside them. The spectators were shaken at the sight of the coffins. Lin and Zhanshi are prepared to die in this battle. Someone couldn't help but murmur after seeing this scene. Chapter 1103, Warm up. The atmosphere of this gentlemanly duel suddenly became more dignified after seeing the coffins. Many people felt slightly apprehensive yet excited. What a pity for these two brilliant geniuses. They would shine in any generation and establish some earth-shattering accomplishments. Many people felt sad for the two. In fact, before the fight even began, everyone knew that even though the two were strong and their combined power could beat anyone in the younger generation, this was not the case against Wuxia. They saw Wuxia slaughtering god monarchs like pigs. No matter how strong these two might be, they wouldn't be stronger than god monarchs, especially without imperial weapons. Regardless of whether this was going to be a fight to the death or not, Heavenly Emperor Lin was still carefree and at ease while Zhanshi was as calm as a mountain. The thought of death did not affect their Tao hearts. In this aspect, both of them were worthy of admiration. It wouldn't be easy to find geniuses like them who would still choose to fight to the death despite knowing they were no match for Wuxia. The world was silent, even the spirited spectators who were waiting for the fight didn't speak. Lin and Zhanshi didn't say anything either. They stood there quietly, waiting for Wuxia. Moments passed by. Eventually, Wuxia came in the sky with the girls right behind him. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on the sky-raising mountain. He noticed the two and their coffins and had to say, "It seems that you have made your resolve for this battle." Heavenly Emperor Lin slowly spoke, "I know that brotherly does not go easy, so survivors are quite rare. Brother Zhan and I also know that we aren't as strong as you, so instead of having to trouble you, we brought our own coffins." Both Zhanshi and Lin were indifferent to both life and death as well as the outcome of this battle. In their eyes, all that mattered was the supreme battle about to unfold, a battle in which they could exert their greatest efforts. Very well. Wuxia nodded, "Geniuses are common, but true heroes are rare. On the long path for the Tao, it is a great joy in life to be able to meet and fight against heroes." Lin responded, "It is our honor to go all out against brotherly. This battle will leave us no regrets in life." The battle between the three great geniuses of the contemporary was about to begin. No one wanted to miss this. Wuxia looked at Zhanshi and Lin and asked, "If so, do you two have anything else to say? If brotherly doesn't mind, we will try one or two moves by ourselves first before joining forces against you." Zhanshi spoke with a powerful voice. Wuxia smiled and said, "I understand, you two want to test yourselves first. Okay, we can consider this a warm-up before the battle then." Zheng, Wuxia took off his imperial armor and dispersed his momentum, no external forces or Tao. "Today, I will fight you with my own true power." With that, he slowly floated into the sky. Boom! One palace jumped out after another, resulting in 13 palaces lining up. The extremely majestic force of the palaces engulfed the world, instantly causing Li Qiye to become supreme. At this moment, even without the imperial momentum, Li Qiye could still loom above the 9 heavens. This was not everyone's first time seeing his 13 palaces, but they were shocked all the same. A feeling of awe would rise within while looking at the great constructs hanging in the sky. Since the start of time, no one had ever had 13 palaces, but Li Qiye had done so. This achievement alone was more than enough to engrave his name in the annals of history. However, it did not end there. Next, 9 stars rushed into the sky and illuminated its recesses. They turned into a boundless starry sky and poured down their light like waterfalls to protect Li Qiye. 9 stars, many were astounded to see the sky formed by the 9 stars. However, it didn't end there as another phenomenon appeared with a buzz. A supreme grand Tao rushed upward. It resembled a crescent moon that hovered around Li Qiye. It appeared to be perfect without a single flaw. Tao slashing sovereign, a god monarch gasped and shouted after seeing the chopped crescent moon. Damn! 9 mysterious stars and Tao slashing on top of 13 palaces, how are we going to live in the face of such achievements? A descendant of a sacred ground took a big hit and fell flat on his butt. He murmured while dazed, geniuses are only dogs hit compared to fiercest. Other geniuses were out of breath after seeing this. Many were praised as geniuses, and this was a reason for pride while making them complacent at the same time. But today, if other people called them geniuses, they would think of it as humiliating mockery. Compared to Li Qiye, they were not geniuses, they were only the feces left behind by stray dogs. The marvelous 9 stars and Tao slashing were things many geniuses dreamed about, but very few could achieve them. But now, Li Qiye had all of this on top of the unique 13 palaces. A perfect grand Tao. How many people in history have achieved such a state? A god monarch commented with emotions. Li Qiye hovered in the sky and looked at Zhan Shi and Lin, who will go first? The two glanced at each other real quick. Shortly afterward, Lin took a deep breath and rose to the sky. I will. Good, I want to see your speed. Li Qiye smirked while looking at Lin. Others couldn't see through his background, but Li Qiye did. Such a matter couldn't elude his eyes. Excuse me then. He cupped his fists then instantly crossed through space. His speed was too fast, only god monarchs would be able to keep up. As he moved through the sky, countless afterimages were left behind and lingered there for a while. Bang! In an instant, he struck Li Qiye's chest with his knee and sent him flying. In this split second, he used his supreme speed once more to catch up to Li Qiye. Bang! A powerful punch landed on Li Qiye, causing him to fly straight down. Boom! Li Qiye's body descended like a meteor from above. He heavily slammed into the ground, causing rocky debris to go flying while leaving a pit in the ground. People took deep breaths after seeing this. Lin's speed and power were both impeccable. It could even be said that few in the younger generation could match him in these two aspects. Nevertheless, Lin didn't look particularly happy while hovering in the sky. Clatter, Li Qiye came out from the gravel and rushed into the air again. Decent speed and sufficient power. He nodded his head. This insipid action was still a great praise to Heavenly Emperor Lin. At this time, the crowd stared at Li Qiye and, to their astonishment, noticed that he was completely unharmed. He didn't fight back at all and didn't defend himself with any merit laws. He used his flesh to withstand 2 attacks from Lin and ended up unscathed. Even god monarchs were moved. With their bodies alone against Lin's powerful attacks, they couldn't expect to receive no damage like this. How could people not be astounded in the face of a heaven-defying existence like Li Qiye? A discerning person murmured, the mysticisms of 13 palaces, the protection of the 9 stars in the heavens, and the force of Tao slashing. With just these things alone, Li Qie does not need any defensive laws to withstand a fatal blow. Lin couldn't help but sigh gently after seeing this. He quietly retreated back to the sky-raising mountain. At this time, Zhan Shi took a deep breath and rose to stand in front of Li Qie. He was not a man of many words, but while looking at Li Qie's palaces, he still commented, "We cannot achieve in a lifetime what you have already accomplished. The Tao heart is the most essential aspect. With one as fortified as a rock, one will have everything, and this applies perfectly to you. Your Tao heart is more precious than anything else. Countless people would be envious of your indomitable heart. Thank you for your praise." Zhan Shi slightly bowed. Many people could see that although this was a battle of life and death, these geniuses had the same aspirations and appreciated the other's talents. Chapter 1104, Mighty Spear. Zhan Shi took a calming breath with a battle spear in his hand. He pointed at Li Qie and slowly spoke, "Brotherly, please give me pointers." Li Qie told the two, "Are you two ready? If so, then make your move." The two combatants looked at each other, then Zhan Shi spoke, "Brother Lin, even though our time together was brief, to have had a friend like you and to be able to fight together is my greatest honor. Brother Zhan, I feel the same. It is my fortune to have known you." Lin let out an unrestrained shout and laughed. At this time, their heroism soared to the clouds. Their open-mindedness was infecting a lot of people. The dreary wind blows while the river freezes. The hero fords, never to return. Someone loudly shouted in order to send the two off. The dreary wind blows while the river freezes. The hero fords, never to return. Others quickly echoed the sentiment to bid farewell. Everyone understood that from the moment the fight starts, their wish would be granted and they would certainly die. Rumble. At this time, Lin's and Zhan Shi's blood energies erupted. The world was covered by their power. Each of their steps caused the earth to tremble. These were their most powerful states, capable of shaking the world. Heavenly Emperor Lin explained, "Brother Zhan and I meditated and created a new heavenly Tao that specializes in a combination attack. We gave it the name Divine Ascension War Emperor. Please give us pointers." Divine Ascension War Emperor Tao, good name. Li Qie praised, "I'm waiting for your supreme heavenly Tao." This Tao contained the names of both Lin and Zhan Shi. Divine Ascension War Emperor Tao. Some people murmured and tried to memorize the name of this grand Tao. Perhaps this grand Tao was the beautiful but short-lived night-blooming cactus that only blossoms once. After today's battle, the world might not be able to see this supreme heavenly Tao again. In an instant, many people watched with bated breaths without daring to blink. They wanted to see the level of this heavenly Tao the two created. Across the millions of years, many people had created heavenly Tao before. However, a combination attack Tao was quite rare. Chapter 1105, Divine Ascension War Emperor Tao, start. Lin and Zhan Shi began at the same time. At this moment, Lin began to circle around Zhan Shi while increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin disappeared completely. Li Qie was their enemy, so logically, Lin should be spinning around Li Qie, but he was spinning around Zhan Shi instead. Buzz! In an instant, Zhan Shi's position was full of light. Strands of heavenly Tao laws emerged and turned into a supreme grand Tao in the form of a huge domain. Rumble. As this supreme Tao began to spread, a door seemed to be opening above the firmament. With great explosions, a Tao power like the primordial flood poured down. It instantly blotted out the world. It was extremely new and bountiful, as if no one had ever used it before. This was the most primal source of the Tao. With it permeating the surroundings, the majority of the spectators here felt their own Tao resonating with it. In fact, Their Dao were happily dancing as they gave their power to Zhanshi. It was not the forceful process of stripping someone else's Dao power for one's own. This process of borrowing was a mutual resonance. The Dao from other people here were willing to help this brand new Dao. A completely new high heavens Dao that belongs to these two. Amidst the rumbling explosions, the crowd felt their own Dao resonating with Zhanshi's Dao and became quite surprised. When a genius creates their own heavenly Dao, they will have embarked on the path towards the high heavens. This was a road that led to the acceptance of the heaven's will, the throne of the immortal emperor. Buzz. Zhanshi's domain instantly expanded. This dark field engulfed the entire sky, including Wuxia. One could only see darkness inside. Even Lin disappeared and only Zhanshi stood in the center of the domain. Zhanshi was immersed in his supreme grand Dao. He was sacred and mighty as if he was the tyrant and ultimate existence in this domain. This was the two's grand Dao, allowing them to be the masters within this domain. No matter how powerful one might be, they would have a hard time escaping this domain. A terrific heavenly Dao. Wuxia smiled while standing in the dark domain and commented with feelings. At the center, Zhanshi held his battle spear once more and pointed it at Wuxia. Brotherly, please give a few pointers. Good. Wuxia did not act reserved. He shouted, taste my fist. Having said that, he jumped into the sky and unleashed a punch. Myriad Dao fists, hell-suppressing godly fist. This punch carried the might of immeasurable mountains and headed straight for Zhanshi. Under this attack, the space of this dark domain greatly trembled as if it was about to cave in. The power of this fist could destroy all things and suppress gods and devils. Clang! Zhanshi shouted and thrusted his dragon-like spear through the sky again. The spear screamed with a powerful annihilative power. However, the spear was not the only thing attacking. Along with the force of this spear, the sound of a fist roaring through the wind emerged as well all of a sudden. The combination of the spear and fist could suppress all things. The spear seemed to be much heavier and capable of collapsing the heavens. Boom! Wuxia's punch and Zhanshi's spear finally met directly. This time, Wuxia was the one who staggered backward because Zhanshi's spear also carried the heaven-suppressing power of Wuxia's own myriad Dao fist. In a sense, Wuxia was repelled by his own fist. Clang! Zhanshi didn't stop there. His momentum continued on with another swing of the spear. This attack still contained the hell-suppressing godly fist just like before. Open! Wuxia shouted against this fierce momentum and unleashed another fist with endless power. It could flip over all things in its wrath. Boom! The power of this fist was too great. Space immediately shattered into little pieces and the dark domain of Zhanshi sunk as well. Sky Destroyer Fist, the most destructive punch in the world. Pop! The fist met the spear once more, causing fiery sparks to fly all the way into the firmament and the stars to explode. Thump! 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 However, in the second direct confrontation, Wuxia was still the one who was repelled. He thought that Zhanshi's spear would contain the power of the hell-suppressing fist again. However, at the moment of impact, the power of the Sky Destroyer fist was added on top of everything. Without a doubt, Zhanshi and Lin's Grand Dao was absorbing Wuxia's power. This direct exchange pushed Wuxia back quite far. Brotherly, try this. Zhanshi cried out and chopped down with his spear that contained his own power and the two previous fists, one destructive and one suppressive. In an instant, Wuxia's speed was faster than lightning. One punch crossed through the void, bypassing Zhanshi's spear and heading straight for Zhanshi's chest. Soaring Immortal Fist, this attack reached the limit of speed. Even if Zhanshi was faster, he wouldn't be faster than Wuxia. However, in this split second, the unthinkable happened. Zhanshi's spear frantically accelerated and actually managed to stop this attack. Moreover, this defensive maneuver contained all the characteristics and powers from the hell-suppressing, sky-destroyer, and soaring immortal fists. Boom! Even though it was just a horizontal sweeping motion from Zhang Shi's spear to stop Li Qia's attack, it instantly blew Li Qia away due to all the different powers encompassed within. To the dismay of the spectators, Li Qia actually spat out a mouthful of blood from the blow. Everyone thought that this was impossible, but it actually happened. They assumed that even if Zhang Shi and Lin fought together, they still wouldn't be a match for Li Qia. But now, the two had drawn blood and shocked the crowd. Someone murmured, "How can this be? Fiercest can actually be injured." Recently, Li Qia's showing had been heaven-defying to an invincible level. Everyone thought that no one could match him, so his injury today was astonishing. Not bad. Li Qia wiped away the blood at the corners of his mouth and smiled. Inside the dark domain, Divine Ascension Tao is just like its name. So Lin acts as the Tao foundation while you act as the Tao weapon. Your heavenly Tao accumulates all the enemy's attacks and in the blink of an eye turns them into your own. In order to have such a great effect, Lin's speed must be the basis while your firm Tao serves as the activator. Zhang Shi admiringly stated, "Brother Li's knowledge is amazing, truly a marvelous thing. You're actually spot on. Very well, I want to see what level the two of you have reached." Li Qia smiled and flew to the sky. He formed a heavenly seal that instantly came crashing down. The sun and moon were annihilated while the dark domain was shaking from this suppression. This seal aimed to destroy Zhang Shi's heavenly Tao. Activate! Zhang Shi shouted again and directly attacked with his spear once more. The result was clear. Li Qia was still at a disadvantage in this exchange. The Divine Ascension Tao stacked up all of Li Qia's attacks again, making it the same as Li Qia facing himself and all of his prior attacks as well. Bang! Li Qia was blown away once more as he vomited more blood. Clang! The sound of the spear resounded across the sky. Zhang Shi carefully walked towards Li Qia and unleashed an incomparable onslaught. Each of his moves was watertight, no one could shake his momentum at all. Anyone who met such a firm opponent would find it quite difficult. Zhang Shi's offense and defense were without fault. This type of opponent would give one an extremely annoying headache. Li Qia's attack was the culmination of the Grand Tao. Each technique was profound and mysterious. Even the most simple gesture contained the mysticisms of the Grand Tao. However, despite his destructive power, he was still only a punching bag under the Divine Ascension Tao and was continuously forced to retreat. Moreover, as Lin and Zhang Shi's Divine Ascension Tao stacked up even more attacks from Li Qia, the two became increasingly powerful. Chapter 1106, Heaven Suppression Fist. This result caused many people to be shaken with astonishment. A few returned from the momentary lapse of concentration and grew ecstatic. Someone spoke with joy, maybe Lin and Zhang Shi's new Grand Tao can actually restrain fiercest. It's truly amazing. An old god monarch murmured, this is not only due to their supreme talents but also due to their commendable character that puts all of us to shame. Right, the two of them sincerely poured their hearts into creating this supreme heavenly Tao. Another big shot added with emotion. No one would doubt the talents of these two geniuses. However, creating a heavenly Tao was no easy task. More importantly, it was a combination attack. Outside of having an incomparable mutual understanding, they must also be genuine with each other while establishing absolute trust. Keep in mind that the creation of this type of Tao requires utilizing every single merit law these two cultivated as well as their cultivation circumstances. Both sides must let the other know everything about them. Cultivation was an extremely private matter, especially the merit laws from one sect. They absolutely couldn't be passed down to outsiders. Even brothers from the same sect wouldn't share these laws without great trust. However, Zhang Shi and Lin had done it, sharing all of their knowledge with each other. It was quite an unbelievable task based on absolute trust. They believed that the other wouldn't steal their merit laws or teach them to a third party. Such trust was priceless and commendable. Very few people could actually stay true to this since there were plenty of temptations and benefits. It is enough in life to have such a close friend. Anyone would exclaim this after understanding the intricacies within. Bang! Li Qiye was blasted away once again. This time, blood was everywhere on his body. It was all his since Zhanshi had not taken any damage. It could be said that under the Divine Ascension Tao, Li Qiye was completely suppressed by Zhanshi without being able to do anything about it. Li Qiye wiped some blood away, still nonchalant as ever. He revealed a carefree smile. It is quite an enviable thing to have such trust between the two of you. Thank you. Zhanshi slowly replied while holding his spear, I hope Brother Li will go all out so we can see your supreme grand Tao. The majority of the spectators were shocked to hear this. So Li Qiye still hadn't used his full strength despite showing a power capable of fighting god monarchs. Very well, I have understood your divine ascension Tao as well as its mysteries. Li Qiye slowly smiled, it is time for me to start. Boom! The 13 palaces emerged in an instant and became incomparably bright. Heaven Suppression Fist. Li Qiye's words were eternal as a fist slammed down from the sky to suppress all things. Open! Zhanshi shouted. All of the accumulated energy from before condensed on his spear. He thrusted it towards the sky with a might capable of killing gods and devils. However, the heaven suppression fist and the dazzling palaces were above the 9 firmaments. It ruled the universe and myriad realms within while freely using their power. At this time, no matter what it may be, everything was suppressed by this attack, including heavenly Tao. The divine ascension Tao was no exception. Regardless of one's might, they could only tremble in submission against this punch from Li Qiye. This fist caused time to stop with an eternal deterrent. The high heavens lost its brilliance. Nothing could stop it. Even the experts in the horizon instantly kneeled on the ground after sensing its power. Boom! Everything returned to the origin, an insignificant beginning before this attack. The divine ascension Tao was annihilated. Both Zhanshi and Lin were blown flying away. They were completely covered in blood while vomiting more. This fist didn't only destroy their divine ascension Tao, it also gravely wounded them. If Li Qiye didn't show mercy, they would have been rendered to ashes under its suppression. What fist technique is that? With pale expressions, even god monarchs felt their knees trembling after seeing the attack. It was too frightening, even for them. The high heavens itself quivered, let alone mere god monarchs. It left behind an inerasable mark in everyone. Prior to this, people were in awe of Li Qiye. But now, they could only fearfully tremble while looking at him, losing even the courage to speak. Crackle. Peals of thunder roared in the sky with clouds gathering in the vicinity. However, the heavenly wrath did not descend. Li Qiye only smiled coldly at the sky, giving it a quick glance without saying anything. Invincible, the crowd could only describe fiercest with this word since they couldn't come up with anything else. Or rather, at this moment, any words used to describe him seemed to pale and be powerless in comparison. Lin and Zhanshi both crawled up at this time with bloodied bodies. Even though they were incredible geniuses, they still stared nervously at Li Qiye. His attack earlier was too shocking. Even their Tao couldn't turn that attack into something they could use. It was above all laws, so their Tao was immediately suppressed. You lost. Li Qiye slowly said while looking at the two, however, your divine ascension Tao is more than enough to feel proud about. All the bystanders were quiet. No one would laugh at the two despite their defeat. Many even felt respect for them, not only because they created the divine ascension Tao, but due to them having the noblest of qualities for cultivators. What a shame that even though we tried our best, we still couldn't see your supreme Tao. Lin was in a daze and gently sighed. However, Zhanshe was still quite spirited as he awe-inspiringly asked, "We can still fight, will brotherly accept?" Despite being covered in blood with an embarrassed appearance, he was still very lively with a surging battle intent. It made other people respect him even more. He still wants to fight. The crowd was surprised to hear this. No one would taunt him about not being able to accept defeat or say that he wanted to cheat. They understood that he simply wanted to try once more, regardless of his inevitable defeat. This type of determination was unshakable. Li Qiye glanced at him and slowly asked, "Again?" The duo glanced at each other once more. There was no need for words, just a single glance was enough for the two to reach an agreement. They simultaneously nodded determinedly. Lin solemnly said, "If brotherly doesn't mind, we would like to fight you again. Your punch is absolutely peerless across the eons and able to seal the high heavens. I trust that your supreme Tao is even more unique. It will be the shame of a lifetime if we don't get to witness it." Li Qiye stared at the two and said, "Think it through carefully. The moment my grand Tao comes out, you two will be utterly defeated and annihilated by its crushing power. When it erupts, even if I wanted to spare you, it would still be impossible. To die by your supreme grand Tao is a blessing with no regrets." Zhanshe was ready to fight to the very end. His eyes lit up with a surging momentum. Lin echoed this sentiment, "That's right, we don't care about life and death. If we don't see your Tao, we will be full of regret. Real men don't covet life or feel woe in death." People's expressions changed after hearing this. They couldn't express their feelings with words at this moment. Using one's life to test the Tao, a man should live in this manner. Someone said with emotions. Li Qiye continued, "If you are willing to risk it all to see the Tao, then I shall fulfill your wish." "Thank you, brotherly." Both Lin and Zhanshe cupped their fists. Lin immediately disappeared afterward. Boom! The divine ascension Tao emerged once more in this world while Zhanshe stood in the center with his spear. "Brotherly, please give us some pointers." The spear loomed across the sky while its master had a solemn demeanor, just like an invincible god of war. People were even more hesitant to watch this time since these two were willingly heading towards their demise. Chapter 1107, Ambush. Li Qiye slowly said while smiling at Zhanshe, "Good, prepare yourself mentally. The moment my grand Tao comes out, it shall be invincible in this world. It is best if you go all out now." This bold declaration left others speechless. Only Li Qiye would utter such overbearing and arrogant words. Perhaps he was the only one who was qualified to do so as well. For someone who has created 13 palaces, whatever he said instantly became natural. "Okay!" Zhanshe shouted. With a loud blast, all of the two's blood energy soared out and engulfed the dark domain. With this, the domain became quite devilish. It now had a mysterious crimson color as if it had its own life. At this time, Zhanshe was devoid of blood energy. His skin withered as he suddenly aged a lot. All of his blood energy had been drained. Nevertheless, he still didn't show signs of weakening. On the contrary, he seemed to be even more powerful with a body made out of gold and a cold layer of skin. There was no trace of softness in his muscles, only the freezing touch of steel. He was a golden god with a surging battle intent, one that could sweep through deities and devils. It was as if nothing could stop him in his current state. Going all out, an old paragon knew what this was. Even if they survived this battle, a few decades wouldn't be enough to replenish their lost blood energy. Earlier, the two lost too quickly after Li Qiye showed his heaven suppression fist. They didn't have a chance to use all of their blood energy. Okay, watch carefully to see the real power of 13 palaces. Li Qiye uttered, the one and only grand Tao in all the eons. Boom! The palaces positioned themselves above the 9 heavens and instantly disappeared. It transformed with an unbelievable speed. At this time, everyone could hear the explosions of an endless primordial force descending to drown the divine ascension Tao. This power swallowed the entire world. Even the biggest stars were no more than specks of dust inside the endless primordial assaulting the sky. Even the entire lesser imperial devil world was a tiny ship clutching to its life in a torrential ocean. It was not enough to reach the apex and might be destroyed at any time. What will the 13 palaces turn into? Everyone was eagerly waiting for the moment the transformation was complete. Everyone knew that 4 palaces formed a domain, 8 turned into a kingdom, and 12 became the heavens. Then what about 13? No one knew the answer to this question since it had never appeared before in history. Nirvana Heavens. A perennial, unchanging figure emerged inside the primordial chaos. No one knew whether this figure was Li Qiye's real body or a Tao body from the future. It gently sighed and suddenly, time was stopped. It seemed that even after millions and millions of years, this quiet sigh would still exist. Bang! 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 Countless experts fell to the ground. Everyone felt intimidated in the face of this eternal figure. It stood between the heaven and earth, causing everything else to return to their origin. Ordinary cultivators felt everything stripped from them. In the end, only fear was left. Buzz. In an instant, a grand Tao was laid out in the endless chaos. This was an initial form of a grand Tao. No one could see what it was, but the moment it appeared, nothing could reach the apex. Even heavenly Tao could only vainly struggle before this grand Tao. It could even be said that before this grand Tao, all other Tao became insignificant insects. This was not to say that the moment Li Qiye's grand Tao came out, he would be unstoppable. To be more exact, its emergence caused even the strongest existences to become as tiny as specks of dust. All were unworthy of mention. Crack, the divine ascension Tao couldn't withstand this new grand Tao. Many cracks appeared in the domain. Li Qiye had yet to attack, but the duo's grand Tao was already showing signs of collapse. No one would ever deny the strength of the divine ascension Tao. If one of them could become the immortal emperor, then this combination attack would turn into one of the strongest immortal emperor Tao in this world. However, it was already collapsing to the initial form of Li Qiye's grand Tao. If his grand Tao was complete, everything would be annihilated the moment it came out. Everyone knew that his grand Tao would be devastating, but they didn't expect for it to be this mighty. Many people turned pale at this terrifying sight. Open for me. Zhan Shi and Lin both roared. Their blood energy surged through the entire dark domain and gathered into many drops of longevity blood. Zzz, all the longevity blood drops began to sizzle. With its burning came a horrifying power beyond imagination that brought the divine ascension Tao together. Heaven sacrifice, all were aghast. Some were scared out of their minds and couldn't bear to watch any longer, using their longevity blood as an offering to the heavenly Tao. Why the need to go so far? No, some even screamed for the duo, they were unwilling to see this scene. There was nothing else to say about their determination. Heaven's sacrifice was a suicidal endeavor. Once they burned up all of their longevity blood, even if they could defeat Li Qiye, only death would await them. Even if the fight were to end before all of their blood was expended, they would still lose a significant portion of their lifespan. They would likely die shortly afterward. For talented youths like them, they would definitely reach the peak in the future and live for at least several tens of thousands of years. But after this offering, once they had no more longevity blood to burn, they could only live for some centuries, decades, or even only a few years. Li Qiye slowly told the two, "You have to think clearly, this is your last chance. Come, let us witness the power of your grand Tao." Zhan Shi shouted. They increased the rate of blood burning. After a loud blast, the divine ascension Tao became whole again. So be it. Li Qiye inside the chaos pushed down his palm. The crushing grand Tao sucked everything dry. Time, space, and the power of the Grand Tao were all affected and on the verge of being destroyed. Crack, the divine ascension Tao was about to collapse once more. Little pieces of the Tao were falling at a quickening pace. Go! Zhanshi leaped into the sky and Lin appeared again. The two of them rotated around each other and their domain actually turned into a yin-yang fish. It carried the two into the sky. This was their ultimate and most powerful blow. A courageous strike without any hesitation with the style of a hero never to return. Well done. Li Qia's Grand Tao finally erupted. Wisps of light blossomed and each of them annihilated everything as if wishing to bring about a new age by creating an entirely new world. No one wanted to see this scene. Regardless of how strong the duo's attack might be, they would still be blown to smithereens by Li Qia's Grand Tao. Buzz! While Li Qia was using the strongest attack the world had ever seen to strike the duo, a ray of lightning countless times faster than light swept by. It didn't make a sound until it traveled its distance. It was far too fast to the point where no one could see it. What was even more frightening was that the world seemed to be cursed by its coming. Even an immortal emperor would be hexed all the same by this curse, causing the entire world to tremble. Pluff! A long while after the lightning sound finally rang out, everyone saw an incredible scene. The cursed lightning ray pierced through Li Qia's chest. This region was instantly charred. It was too terrifying and heaven-defying. Even when Li Qia used his extreme speed with the soaring immortal physique, he still couldn't dodge it. No one expected someone to be vile enough to ambush Li Qia at this moment. No one wanted to commit such a shameless and dirty act. This would make the world mock them, a lifetime of disdain. Even if some people had expected this sneak attack, the lightning ray was too fast anyway. A god king still wouldn't be able to stop this lightning ray to save Li Qia. Bang! Li Qia fell down from the sky in front of all the spectators. Everyone went silly at this second. They couldn't calm down, not even Lin and Zhanshi who were at a complete loss. Heavenly Imperial Malediction. A god monarch calmed down even though he was still scared out of his wits due to this curse. Get the hell down here. The first to react was Mei Suyao. She instantly attacked and crushed the sky. Bang! In the deep recess, someone was knocked down by Mei Suyao and couldn't hide any longer. Jikong Wudi, a spectator, shouted in horror after seeing this person forced to reveal himself. Chapter 1108, Long Distance Chase. The moment Jikong Wudi appeared in the sky, many people's eyes opened wide. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is too shameless. Someone quietly spoke. Not good. Li Shuangyan and the others regained their composure and immediately rushed to the place where Li Qia had fallen. Heavenly Imperial Malediction. Older people began to calm down after slightly quivering and murmured, "It is way too vicious." According to legends, this type of powerful and terrifying curse was from the high heavens and would be directed at immortal emperors. Even these emperors would have to pay a huge price to survive. After the endeavor, lightning would descend from the sky to create the Heavenly Imperial Malediction. No opponent would be able to escape this curse. The limit was that it could only be used once. Zhanshi and Lin were shocked after seeing the curse pierce through Li Qia's chest, charring his body. They didn't expect for this to happen. In fact, no one thought that Jikong Wudi would resort to such a wretched method. For millions of years during the struggle to become immortal emperor, many people engaged in sneak attacks from the shadows. However, Li Qia and the duo were fighting a battle between gentlemen. To ambush someone during this battle would result in them being despised by the crowd. Moreover, Jikong Wudi came from an imperial lineage. He was the descendant of an emperor and had 3 saint aptitudes. Alas, he still committed such a despicable act. Although people didn't directly call him shameless, they had nothing but contempt for his action. This made his status in their minds drop all the way to rock bottom. In their eyes, such an action made a mockery of his fame as a brilliant genius. The shocked Zhanshi snapped at Jikong Wudi, what are you doing? Jikong Wudi stood proudly in the sky while keeping an eye out for Mei Suyao. He glanced over at Zhanshi and Lin to slowly utter, Brother Lin, Brother Zhan, I have eliminated a powerful foe and saved your lives. You two should be thanking me. Mei Suyao coldly looked at him and spewed with disdain, how shameless. Lin also had a cold demeanor, we didn't need you to interfere with our battle. Such a move is truly contemptible. Zhanshi and Lin made it too clear. They were drawing the line between themselves and Jikong Wudi, for they did not consider his action a favor. Jikong Wudi ignored them and flatly said, victors shall become kings while losers are treated as bandits. History is written by the victors, from now on, the battle for the heavens is between us. The duo only snorted dismissively at Jikong Wudi. Many people here also felt that Jikong Wudi was too despicable and degraded his own prestige. Victors shall become kings while losers are treated as bandits. Are you talking about yourself? A carefree voice came about. Li Qiye was propped up by the girls among the rubble. Even though his chest was burnt to a crisp, he was still calm and cool. The curse couldn't kill him. Mei Suyao heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qiye alive. She knew that he wouldn't die so easily, but she still felt worried. After seeing him in high spirits, the heaviness in her heart finally disappeared. Thank the Lord, both Lin and Zhanshi were relieved as well. If Li Qiye died in this manner, they would be full of regret for the rest of their lives. Impossible. Jikong Wudi, on the other hand, was aghast to see Li Qiye still alive despite being penetrated by the malediction. The heavenly imperial malediction is indeed incredible. Alas, such a thing will only act as a supplement for me. Li Qiye chuckled dismissively. An old rune emerged from his forehead. It contained the great power of heavenly lightning. At this time, the power of the curse was hovering around it and was refined into the rune. The ancient void rune was taken from the void gate. It could absorb all the curses within this lightning strike. Of course, this was only one of its many mystical effects. Such a terrifying curse would kill anyone that it had directly penetrated. However, the ancient rune absorbed it and instead became even stronger. That's fiercest for you, still invincible. Both his friends and enemies sighed after seeing this. Even his enemies felt that if he died in such a manner, it would be incredibly indignant. It would cause the entire generation to become less brilliant. Only an existence like fiercest would be able to illuminate an era into a new golden age. In a split second, Jikong Wudi stomped the sky like an ascending immortal. A spatial gate opened, allowing him to cross this world with a swift speed. Even a god monarch might not be able to catch him. People were speechless after seeing his quick escape. Meanwhile, a paragon revealed the method, Ascension Physique. Mei Suyao snorted and wanted to take action after seeing this. However, Li Qiye smiled and stomped the sky as well to accelerate and gave chase just as quickly. Mei Suyao halted her offense and followed right after him. The other girls also followed the duo. Meanwhile, Lin and Zhanshi had forgotten about the duel and chased them as well. As for the spectators, they naturally wouldn't miss this exciting event. Jikong Wudi exerted his speed to the extreme. His blood energy seemed to be urging time itself, causing him to turn into a meteor that streaked across the sky. With this speed, it seemed as if nothing could catch him. However, even if he was faster, he would be no match for Li Qiye. The moment Li Qiye used his soaring immortal physique, he instantly drew near. Jikong Wudi was aghast at this sight. His life will instantly floated up while his palaces emerged. He used the most powerful longevity blood to fuel his speed even more in a reckless manner. His speed broke through its limit and he soared through the world again with a speed that would put god monarchs to shame. Jikong Wudi was praised for having 3 saint talents, but this wasn't truly the case. He had a natural-born saint wheel and saint fate, but only a king physique. Alas, he cultivated the Ascension physique, one of the 18 saint physiques. It was in the same branch as the soaring immortal physique with a focus on speed. Even though the Ascension physique from Jikong Wudi couldn't compare to the soaring immortal physique, he had a saint wheel and saint fate. This granted him powerful blood energy and life force. The moment he channeled everything, his physique became much faster. However, regardless of how much his speed was boosted as he soared across the world, he still couldn't shake off Li Qie. Time seemed to stop the moment Li Qie activated his physique. Countless miles seemed to be contained within a single step. He walked, step by step, right behind Jikong Wudi with the intent to chase him to the ends of the earth. Not too many were able to keep up with them. The closest one was Mei Suyao, the other experts were left far behind. Even god monarchs could only barely match the pace. Jikong Wudi was both angry and scared to see Li Qie leisurely following behind him, but there was nothing that he could do. At this time, running for his life was the only option, or else he would die a miserable death. In fact, it wasn't difficult for Li Qie to catch him. Li Qie would rather play a game of cat and mouse. The plan was to first scare him out of his mind. It wouldn't be too late to kill him afterward. During this game, they saw many cultivators along the way. However, due to their lightning speed, only old paragons were able to see them clearly. A paragon was startled and murmured, "This is too heaven-defying. Jikong Wudi is being chased by fiercest like a dog that has lost its master." Regardless of whether they were watching or only heard about it, the first reaction was to gasp. In the past, Jikong Wudi was incredibly awe-inspiring with a supreme status. As the descendant of an emperor as well as 3 saint aptitudes, he had many pride-worthy aspects that allowed him to stand tall wherever he went. But today, the peerless Jikong Wudi was being chased by fiercest like a beaten dog. This was truly a shocking event. Li Qie took his time keeping up with Jikong Wudi and slowly uttered, "Even if you flee to the edge of this world and obtain the protection of gods, I will still take down your head and use it as a chamber pot." Jikong Wudi, on the other hand, was driven mad from anger. He wanted to cut Li Qie into countless pieces. When had he ever been so embarrassed and downtrodden like this? After running for a long time, he suddenly stopped the moment he made it to a particular mountain and turned around to look at Li Qie. Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle while staring at Jikong Wudi on top of this mountain. Next, the rest of the girls made it here along with the older experts that wanted to watch the fun event. The others slowly caught up as well. Chapter 1109, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain yet still continuing to climb after a huge group of cultivators arrived. They saw Jikong Wudi standing on the mountain without running. They were all quite surprised and had to glance at each other. "Oh. Not running anymore?" Li Qie smiled while looking at Jikong Wudi. Jikong Wudi took a deep breath. He arched his chest in high spirits to once again assume his normal imperious posture and look down on the world. He was back to his former self, arrogant and conceited with an imposing momentum. This was a striking contrast to his previous appearance of running like a dog with a dead master. "Li, you really think this young noble is afraid of you?" Jikong Wudi stood with both hands crossed over his chest and coldly said, "Earlier was only a strategic retreat." "I see, strategic retreat. To describe fleeing in such a manner, you are indeed the descendant of an immortal emperor, how extraordinary." Li Qie laughed and clapped loudly after leisurely jesting. "Li, do you dare to come and fight me?" Jikong Wudi suddenly challenged Li Qie. This challenge confused many people. Everyone knew full well that he was not a match for fiercest. Earlier, he ran for his life, but now he suddenly turned into a different person, actually daring to directly challenge Li Qie. This was indeed worth thinking over. "Challenging me?" Li Qie looked at Jikong Wudi with a mocking glare. Jikong Wudi pointed at Li Qie with an imperial weapon in his hand. "That's right, do you dare to come and fight me or not? If you are afraid, then you will have to call me granddaddy. So you are certain you'll win? Li Qiye laughed again. Jikong Wudi snorted and coldly said, "You are only an insect. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand. I just need one hand to crush you to death." In the past, no one would find such words from Jikong Wudi problematic. Back then, he was praised as deity. Some even considered him to be the best among the younger generation. But now when he uttered this statement towards Fiercest, everyone felt that he was too arrogant. Even if he had an imperial weapon, there was no chance of him beating Fiercest. "I actually want to see just what you have up your sleeves." Li Qiye clapped his hands together, "Even though your goading is quite crappy. I am full of confidence, there's no need for any psychological tactics against you." Jikong Wudi declared. "Whether it is a tactic or not doesn't matter." Li Qiye leisurely smiled, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am someone who likes to do one particular thing, shatter the self-esteem of others. They think that they are certain of winning, so I like to defeat and stomp them beneath my feet until there is nothing left of their confidence. Only despair shall remain. Be careful, I'm afraid it is a trap." Mei Suyao quietly reminded him after seeing him accepting the challenge. In fact, many people could faintly guess it. Jikong Wudi had completely changed his attitude and brazenly said that he would crush Li Qiye. This made the crowd think that he had something up his sleeves. Li Qiye smiled and glanced around the area before ordering the girls, "I will be careful, but remember, no matter what happens, do not do anything or it will ruin my plan." The girls looked at each other before silently nodding. Li Qiye stepped onto the mountain and looked at Jikong Wudi with his imperial weapon. "Go ahead, show me all you have." With that, he revealed a big grin. "Like I said before, even if the deities choose to protect you, your head will still be a chamber pot. You better do everything you can since I'll chop off your head with one move." Being shown such blatant disdain by Li Qiye left Jikong Wudi with an extremely ugly expression. He had always been untouchable. Even though recently, his fame was overshadowed by Li Qiye, he still couldn't swallow his anger from Li Qiye's mocking tone. "Go!" Jikong Wudi shouted coldly. Zzz, in a split second, the four directions were sealed. A temporal vortex appeared right above Li Qiye. He seemed to be lost in a swamp of time with his body sinking down as if he was about to disappear completely. "Not good, it's a trap." Many people were startled. Even the girls shuddered slightly. No one knew what it was. They only saw time flowing with Li Qiye seemingly disappearing. He involuntarily sank into the river of time and couldn't return to this world, to be forever erased. "Little animal, die." Jikong Wudi was overjoyed to see this. This was the best time to attack. With a roar, his blood energy surged and a heavens will secret law emerged. Boom! Jikong Wudi utilized all of his blood energy, resulting in quite a moving scene. This energy as vast as a sea was channeled into his imperial weapon and instantly dried up. At this moment, a beastly imperial aura poured down like a terrifying flood breaking the dam. Boom! A majestic figure emerged. An immortal emperor came out and unleashed a strike capable of destroying myriad realms. Imperial massacre. Someone shouted after sensing this terrifying blow. Imperial massacre, the crowd became absent-minded. This attack meant that Jikong Wudi was untouchable among the younger generation. An imperial massacre could destroy all things. Even a god king might not escape the fate of annihilation. "Watch out!" Li Shuangyan and the others became worried as well as they reminded Li Qiye to be careful. Li Qiye was drowning in the temporal river as the attack was approaching. The shocked crowd was wiping their sweat for Li Qiye. Someone commented, "This is too dangerous." Right, a trap below and an imperial massacre from above. Most thought that Li Qiye wouldn't be able to escape this time. Good effort. Li Qiye smiled in the face of this attack. With a hum, his cauldron of life rushed forward and spewed out an endless amount of fire with great life force. Inside the endless fire of life, the heavenly Tao's primal chapter was ringing continuously and seemed to be turning into a boundless ocean. Countless runes of the Grand Tao were floating inside this ocean like fish. There were also primordial lights flashing inside as if this place was the beginning of myriad Tao in this world. It was continuously gestating new heavenly Tao. Boom! The Imperial massacre was stopped by this boundless ocean. It was easy to imagine the might of this attack. It set off a gigantic tidal wave in the sky and instantly brought down many stars. Nevertheless, the primal chapter still blocked it. The attack from the Imperial massacre seemed to be endlessly slowing down in this sea full of brilliance. Suddenly, everyone saw the attack explode into countless little bits and pieces. The power of these little parts were all sucked in. In this process, the primal chapter analyzed the Imperial massacre's composition and transformation before sucking in everything like a vortex. All the offensive power and Grand Tao power of the Imperial weapon was instantly funneled into the runes of the primal chapter. In a short period of time, not only did the primal chapter stop the Imperial massacre, it also turned the attack's power into its own. Impossible, Jikon Wudi blurted out and was stunned right away. Li Qiye was not annihilated like he imagined. He couldn't believe his own eyes. It was a sure kill blow, but this was the result instead. It could even be said that no one understood this event. No one could imagine an Imperial massacre being taken down like this. Of course, they didn't know that the primal chapter had a matchless origin. Some people even called it the beginning of all Grand Tao in this world, or at least a great part of it. My turn. Li Qiye laughed out loud. With a buzz, the fire of life poured down like a waterfall. Strands of universal laws from the primal chapter instantly pierced the vortex and sucked away the forces of time before turning them into its own. With that, he flipped his palm, causing the stars to mimic his movements. Boom! Myriad realms trembled. This palm attack didn't only have the power of the Imperial massacre from earlier, but also the power of time from the formation. The formation quaked as if it was about to break into pieces in the face of these two powers. Chapter 11:10, Divine Ancestor. No, Jikon Wudi screamed against the incoming attacks. He instinctively attacked with his Imperial weapon. However, he couldn't unleash a second Imperial massacre. The first one had already used the majority of his blood energy. Not even in his dreams would he expect that his perfect attack would end in failure. He really couldn't understand how Li Qiye could stop the Imperial massacre after being trapped in the river of time. Not to mention Li Qiye, even a God King wouldn't have been able to escape such a bleak situation. But now, Li Qiye managed to stop the Imperial massacre and counterattacked with an even greater momentum. Boom! His second attack with the Imperial weapon was quite powerful. It should be able to suppress many experts and repel even god monarchs. However, Li Qiye's two forces were approaching. Even a stronger Imperial weapon wouldn't be able to stop them without unleashing another massacre. Bang! The Imperial weapon became unstable in the face of this attack. It couldn't protect Jikon Wudi either. The immortal Emperor laws from the weapon were severed while the Supreme Grand Tao was annihilated. No! Jikon Wudi screamed as he watched his body being destroyed inch by Li Qiye's crushing momentum. This scene resembled a grindstone shaving away a blade. Halt! While Jikon Wudi was screaming, a shout came about. With a clank, 9 divine swords flew down from the sky. They rotated around like a heavenly compass before slashing straight at Li Qiye. After seeing the swords, there was no need to look further before knowing who it was. A virtuous paragon shouted, "Venerable Nine Sword." Many people trembled before the 9 divine swords. The Venerable was quite notorious as a general under an emperor. Although he was not the strongest, he was still quite scary and capable of deterring the current world. Scram! However, Li Qiye didn't bother looking at him. The primal chapter instantly devoured the entire power of the formation while Li Qie blocked the incoming attack with one hand. Bang! His bare hand met the 9 swords. It instantly caused these swords to go flying backward. Even Venerable 9 Sword was not capable of affecting this result. Zzz, at this moment, Jikong Wudi was completely refined into a bloody mist while he screamed miserably, a scream filled with despair and unwillingness. Venerable 9 Sword shouted, "Little animal." Li Qie still killed Jikong Wudi despite his protection. This would be the humiliation of a lifetime. Brother 9 Sword, think again, do not break our formation. We will kill this junior in a bit to seek revenge for your nephew. At this moment, another person appeared in a different corner. This was the 9 Worlds chief ambassador that escaped last time. Venerable 9 Sword glared at Li Qie with fire in his eyes. Even though it was difficult, he still refrained from making a move. Li Qie looked around in the sky and smilingly said, "If you are already here, stop acting like cowardly turtles. After making Jikong Wudi lead me here, have the 4 of you suddenly turned coward?" Many people shuddered after hearing this. They didn't think that there were more experts hiding in this region. Buzz. Outside of the chief ambassador and the venerable, 2 more people emerged in the sky. All of them took a separate corner to seal every single one of Li Qie's escape paths. They were 2 old men. One had completely gray hair with a face full of wrinkles. He even seemed to have an unsteady posture. However, this old man caused everyone to tremble. An ancestor from the Grand Middle Territory blurted out, that's the divine ancestor, the legendary ancestor of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom." The crowd was astounded after hearing this. Anyone would be wary of the most powerful and terrifying ancestor of this ancient kingdom. Divine ancestor, even god monarchs were quivering inside. Many people could guess that this ancestor was definitely a god king. The reality was that no one really knew his true power because he had not appeared in a very long time. People hadn't actually seen him in action at all. However, Li Qie didn't care too much for the divine ancestor. There was a different person who caught his attention. The other person in the sky was not old, only around middle age. However, he wore an ancient style of clothing. He emanated a withered blood energy as if he had lived for countless years. He didn't have an earth-shattering atmosphere, but there was an unspeakable feeling to him. He was a divine mountain, forever unchanging amidst this world. Among the 4, the one that gave off the strongest feeling was neither Venerable 9 Sword or the divine ancestor, it was the middle-aged man ahead. He stood in place with a cold demeanor while glaring at Li Qie with the intent of seeing through him. "I have seen him before." An old paragon stared at the middle-aged man for a long time and became startled. "Back at the Heavenly Corpse burial ground, he is the last sect master of the legendary Thousand Emperors Gate." The last sect master of the Thousand Emperors Gate? Many people hadn't heard of this sect before. The crowd glanced at each other in confusion because this name was too foreign to them. Even though his identity was revealed, no one really knew if he was the last sect master in terms of order or the only one left in this world. He actually came out of the burial ground alive. It seems like that place can truly increase one's lifespan. The old paragon murmured to himself. This man was indeed the last sect master of the Thousand Emperors Gate. He disappeared from sight after boarding an underworld boat back then. Who would have thought that he would finally come out today? Li Qie smiled and slowly spoke while staring at the last sect master. "I'm not surprised at all that the Jewel Pillar Mortal King could cultivate an immortal physique successfully from sucking up to you." People were slightly jolted after hearing this. Ever since the rise of the Mortal King, people knew that there was an unfathomable character behind him as his backer. However, no one really knew who this person was. But now, Li Qie's words revealed everything to the crowd. So it turned out that this Thousand Emperors sect master was the person supporting the Mortal King. The Thousand Emperors Gate was a lineage with 4 emperors. Furthermore, it was 4 consecutive emperors. Back in its era, even the soaring immortal sect was quite hesitant in its dealings with this lineage. Despite being destroyed, it was still the lineage in this world with the most powerful laws, including immortal physiques. With this last sect master helping him, it was no wonder why the mortal king could rise and have an immortal physique. This was the real reason. The last sect master stared at Li Qie and uttered with a chilling glare, "A monstrosity like you must die in this generation." Since the start of time, there have been many immortal emperors. However, there were not too many that could be called monstrosities. For example, Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, and Empress Hong Tian. The last sect master didn't only want to kill Li Qie as revenge for the mortal king, a monster like Li Qie reminded him of someone else who was just as devilish. Empress Hong Tian. Kill me? Li Qie smirked and leisurely said, "It wasn't easy for you to obtain some lifespan, yet instead of cherishing it, you actually came here to oppose me. I'm considering whether I should capture you alive and slowly peel off your skin until you reveal the whereabouts of the Thousand Emperors' Gate's treasury." In those days, Empress Hong Tian destroyed the Thousand Emperors' Gate. However, there was one difference compared to the divine beast realm. The gate still had many disciples scattered outside. Some of them were of the ancestor level as well. After destroying the gate, the Empress didn't try to kill every single one of them, unlike what she did to the divine beast realm when she uprooted them completely. In this way, there were many fishes that slipped out of the net from the Thousand Emperors' Gate. The majority of the legendary treasures from the sect were transferred away. It was just a casual remark from Li Qie. However, it excited many people. Some imperial lineages were secretly calculating how many god kings had to personally take action in order to capture this last sect master alive. The Thousand Emperors' Gate was rumored to have the most amazing treasury in this world. If one could find it, then they would become rich overnight. This even applied to imperial lineages. The last sect master chillingly responded, "Your death is imminent, yet you still do not repent." At this time, many people weren't even listening to him. They were too busy calculating how to capture him alive. Treasures always tempted people, especially one from a lineage with 4 emperors. The sect had been destroyed a very long time ago. Who wouldn't be coveting all of these unowned treasures? Chapter 11:11, Immortal Tao Decapitator, Is That So? Li Qie glanced at the last sect master and leisurely responded, "I actually want to see what treasures you brought. If the 4 of you are together, you must have brought something extremely heaven-shattering. Little existences like the Space Trample Mountain and Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom can only take out scrap metal, but you are different. What will you take out? What great treasures are still there from the coffers of the Thousand Emperors' Gate?" He started laughing from anticipation after saying this. The Venerable shouted, "Little animal, we brought enough to cut you into pieces." His heart was dripping blood at this moment. They worked together to create the Great Formation. As long as Li Qie entered, he would become powerless. Even if he was a god monarch, only annihilation would await him before Jikon Wudi's imperial massacre. In their eyes, if Jikon Wudi could kill Li Qie, he would become famous once more and the throne would be his for the taking in the future. But who would have thought that the Sherwin blow ended with Jikon Wudi's demise? This forced them to take things to the final step, making them use their ace. This was something they wouldn't want to do unless there was no other choice. Moreover, they definitely didn't want to waste it on Li Qie. Li Qie was quite heaven-defying, so the group knew that he must have some unfathomable Tao protectors behind him. Because of this, the 4 of them decided to work together. The last sect master even took out an extremely unbelievable item to use as the hidden ace to kill Li Qie's Tao protectors. However, his Tao protectors had yet to appear, but they already had to use it on Li Qie instead. Little animal, even if you are the reincarnation of an immortal emperor or the child of deities, you still won't be able to escape death. The divine ancestor shouted as well. However, Li Qie interrupted him with a dismissive wave, "Okay, stop boasting. So what if I kill your ancient kingdom's disciples? It is only a sect with 2 emperors, a bunch of dogs that can't reach the apex. Such words left the crowd slack-jawed. A sect with 2 emperors was only made up of a bunch of dogs. Then other great powers didn't need to exist in this world since they were so pitiful. But today, no one dared to retort. Who in the current generation could speak such words outside of Wuxia? You, the divine ancestor, was trembling with anger. The sect master of the 1,000 Emperors Gate commanded, attack now to prevent further complications. Clank, with his order, the entire area was sealed. The heaven and earth were separated with Wuxia trapped inside. 4 great decapitators sealed the 4 corners. They were lever blades that seemed to be decapitating everything inside the radius. Wuxia was at the center of this dead zone and had no place to run due to the surrounding blades. Immortal Dao decapitators. Wuxia slightly grimaced at the 4 blades. Others didn't know about them, but he did. They were not only capable of killing immortals and devils, even the heaven and earth could fall prey to their sharpness and incredible origin. Whoever was inside their cutting range would be in great trouble, and escape from this region was virtually impossible. What are those things? Everyone trembled a bit after the decapitators appeared. In an instant, the experts reacted quickly and retreated. The weaker ones couldn't respond in time and immediately fell limp to the ground. Regardless of how far away they were, everyone felt an extreme sharpness cutting into their skin. They felt that both time and space were severed along with the power of the Grand Tao. It seemed that the moment the blades fell, they would slash the entire world and rip off all relations. At this time, the chief ambassador, Venerable Nine Sword, the divine ancestor, and the last sect master each controlled 1 corner of the blades and aimed them at Wuxia. They used their longevity blood to bait these decapitators while pushing them closer towards Wuxia. It wasn't easy to exert the real power of these weapons. Even though the 4 were quite powerful, they still had to offer their longevity blood. Moreover, the faster the cutting speed, the more longevity blood would be required. For people close to death like them, these drops of blood were extremely precious. Thus, they only used a small amount to push these chopping blades towards Wuxia in the center. The moment the blades cut off the 4 corners of this region, Wuxia would be decapitated inside sooner or later. Pluff. Blood dyed his clothes red while the blades had yet to cut him directly. Even though they were countless miles away, the terrifying edges had already left horrifying cuts on his body and made his blood spatter. Open! Wuxia shouted. His blood energy soared to the sky and began to derive a worldly law. However, the forces of time, space, and Grand Tao had all been severed. It didn't matter if one had powerful blood energy or the most profound laws in this world, all would become quite weak and be unable to exert their true power. Wuxia channeled a merit law with incredible defensive power. However, this defense became quite feeble without the Grand Tao supporting it. Under the force of the decapitators, the laws seemed fragile to the point of being negligible. It was instantly cut into pieces by the blades. Pluff! 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 Even more lacerations appeared on his blood-stained body shortly afterward. Open! Wuxia roared again and tried multiple times to counterattack. Alas, he couldn't escape the all-severing property of the decapitators. His invincible arts were instantly severed while more wounds appeared on his body. Venerable Nine Sword cruelly shouted, "Little animal, keep on struggling. We will flay you into thin pieces just like fish." They continued to slowly empower the decapitators without any anxiety. The blades were still quite far from Wuxia, but the sharpness emanating from them was still hurting him. This scene made many people gasp and shiver. One paragon murmured, "They are still not cutting him directly. They're so far away, but fiercest already can't withstand them. If we were in his place, we would have been cut to little pieces already. Even god kings might not be able to escape from this type of immortal blade." An aghast spectator mumbled. Everyone had seen Li Qia's powerful body before, but today, it was covered in wounds even before the blades reached him. How could they not be afraid of such terrifying blades? Open for me now. Li Qia howled again, but he was a struggling dog that couldn't resist the blades. There was no spot on his body that was still untouched. The four on the other side sneered repeatedly as they watched Li Qia about to be cut into little pieces. They even deliberately slowed down so that the world could see the fate of those who challenged their prestige, a fate of being flayed into thin slices. What now? Bai Jianjun noticed that Li Qia was no longer able to stand straight and could fall over at any time. With a shaken expression, she asked, "Should we help him?" "No." Mei Suyao shook her head. "The young noble must have a reason for telling us not to interfere earlier. We cannot ruin his business. This is only his normal strength." Li Xuanyan felt pain from seeing all the wounds, but she didn't dare to take action. Young noble still has many killer moves left. She was aware of his full arsenal. At this time, he still hadn't used an imperial weapon yet. Pop. Eventually, under the constant channeling from the four, the decapitators inched closer. Li Qia couldn't hold back and suddenly fell over. He tried to get up several times but failed. It's over for Fiercest. Many people were shocked to see this. Some were even unwilling to watch. Bang! While Li Qia sat there awaiting death, a white hand descended from the sky and struck the four corners of this location, causing the earth to tremble. Even the immortal Dao decapitators were shaken by this attack. Their brilliance started to flash uncertainly. Someone shouted in high spirits, "Is that a God King attacking? Who dares to interfere?" The Venerables group was jolted from the quaking. They added even more longevity blood to control the decapitators. The blades emitted a terrifying immortal light. Anyone who came close would be slashed into pieces by these rays. Go again. The four aghast ancestors screamed and stopped minding the price. They even burned up their longevity blood to kill the princess. Pop! Bu Lianxiang spun around and, with one kick, shattered all of the Venerable's 9 divine swords. Ah! The kick went on to penetrate his chest. His body fell down from the sky. At the same time, her fair palm swung forward and destroyed myriad laws. The divine ancestor roared and used the most powerful technique in his life, the combination of 2 emperors' heavens will secret laws. Boom! Despite using 2 different secret laws to defend himself, he still couldn't escape. All laws shattered before the might of her palm. The ancestor could only watch as his body broke into little pieces. His mangled flesh fell down. This was a terrible and unsightly way to go. Shit! The 9 Worlds' chief ambassador was scared out of his mind. He turned and fled, but Bu Lianxiang casually reached out with a finger. Whoosh! Her finger attack smashed his skull, causing his brain to spatter everywhere before he even had a chance to scream. Among the 4 experts from the previous generation, only the last sect master of the 1,000 Emperor's Gate was able to survive 1 blow from her. The other 3 were instantly killed. Within the blink of an eye, she annihilated 3 heaven-defying ancestors, including the strongest person of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. This was truly a shocking scene. Die. At this time, the last sect master knew he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. He understood just how powerful his foe was and could only risk it all. He unleashed an attack accompanied by thousands of golden dragons. The deities emerged with great explosions. Figures of emperors appeared. At this moment, he seemed to be the lord of the emperors above the 9 heavens. Scram! Bu Lianxiang's immortal physique slightly shifted to stomp on this world. She instantly stomped down on the sect master's head. The thousands of golden dragons screamed, the deities were annihilated along with the images of emperors. Crack! The breaking of bones resounded. Everyone could see his skull being instantly crushed. Under the crushing immortal physique, he was ground into a bloody mist that drifted away with the wind. People were speechless because of this for a very long time. Their mouths were wide open, yet no words came out. 3 saints' aptitude, a true one. The princess' talents were different than Jikong Wudi's. Jikong Wudi was only praised as having 3 saint talents, but he had a natural king physique that eventually became a saint physique. On the other hand, the princess had 3 natural saint talents. Moreover, she cultivated an immortal physique as well. At this time, with Li Qiye in her embrace, she turned around and swept her gaze through the crowd. Everyone uncontrollably shivered and quickly retreated. Even an existence like the divine ancestor was only an ant in her eyes. Such a person was too scary. She ignored the others and left with Li Qiye. The other girls regained their thoughts and quickly followed her. People gradually calmed down after she faded away into the horizon. Even old immortal from the rampaging divine mountain was astonished as he murmured, "The marvelous immortal arts from the middle continent ancient kingdom. Could it be that she is at grand completion for her immortal physique?" If even someone like old immortal was shocked, it would be enough to show just how mighty Bu Lianxiang was. People still quivered when they recalled how easy it was for her to dispatch the 4 people earlier. It was as if they were mere insects. Is it really a grand completion immortal physique? Another wondered in awe. If it was truly a grand completion immortal physique, then it would be too scary. According to legends, a peak virtuous paragon with a grand completion physique could assail immortal emperors. Who is she? After a good while, more people calmed down. One person asked, "Is she one of Li Qiye's Tao protectors or another era evader?" She is the Middle Continent princess, a mythical existence. Only those who had lived through several generations would know a character of this level. He went on to say, she used to be the #1 beauty in the 9 worlds with 3 saint aptitudes. She once caused rains and winds in the 9 worlds and massacred till blood flowed like rivers. A junior curiously asked, "She's that terrifying?" The ancient existence gently nodded. Back in the distant ancient Ming era, the Middle Continent ancient kingdom was the only lineage who could fight them. Another legend states that their marvelous immortal arts came from the immortal world itself. They possessed the most powerful strength in this world. Back in that era, the princess was rumored to be the only one who understood the clan's marvelous arts. Later on, she still swept through the 9 worlds even though this kingdom was destroyed. Even the ancient Ming couldn't do anything to her. This existence paused for a moment before recalling with emotion, "Keep in mind, this old era belonged to the ancient Ming while immortal Emperor Tian II was hailed as their greatest immortal emperor. In this age, the ancient Ming tried to hunt her down, but she still came out unscathed. This is enough to prove her power. Unfortunately, she lived in that old era. If she was born in the emperor's era, she would have become an invincible empress." The old man murmured quietly. Zhan Shi watched his departure and gently sighed. He told old immortal who was standing next to him, "Ancestor, let us return. This generation belongs to fiercest, I should leave this stage." Old immortal didn't respond. He was confident in his sex disciple, but he had also seen Li Qiye's power with his own eyes. Regardless of how powerful Zhan Shi might be, he couldn't compete for the heavens will against Li Qiye. To forcefully do so was akin to courting death. Some time passed. Li Qiye eventually woke up and found that all of his injuries had been treated. "You're awake." A beautiful face full of concern came into Li Qiye's view. Who else could it be but Bu Lianxiang? She sat next to him and kept him company. It seemed that she had been here the entire time. Li Qiye looked at her and gently nodded, "Thanks, Lianxiang. Without you saving me, I don't even want to imagine the consequences." Her stare eventually turned cold along with her response, "You weren't pretending just to look pitiful." "Pretending?" Li Qiye revealed a forced smile, "That would be toying with my life, just one misstep would have ended it all." "Really?" She quipped, "What have you ever refrained from doing? Humph, such reckless undertakings are just a daily occurrence to you. What can I do if you choose to think that way?" He smiled wryly and tried to get up. However, the motion affected his wounds, causing him to bite his teeth from pain. She quickly helped him and scowled, "You are wounded everywhere, so stop acting strong. You can posture all you want after you are healed." Even though she was discontent and voiced her complaints, her actions indicated otherwise, for they were full of love. He rested on her thighs and looked at the beauty inches away. He gently sighed after seeing her flawless features and sighed, "After so many years, you are still so beautiful and enchanting, as if there have been no changes. Back then when everyone called you the prettiest girl in the 9 worlds, they were truly correct." She maintained her glare and spoke with a distant tone, "What now? Why the sudden change of tone? Are you trying to trick me into doing something? Am I really so rotten?" He treated her jade legs as a pillow and smiled, "I am only expressing my feelings. If time could flow backwards, I definitely wouldn't have been able to stop myself from chasing after you, the 9 worlds' greatest beauty." Humph. Going back in time. Her eyes turned cold like a blade piercing straight through him. Okay, I shouldn't have said that." He quickly raised his hands to surrender. "What I'm trying to say is it too late if I try to chase you now?" She proudly glanced at him with a noble appearance and uttered, "Humph, that depends on your sincerity. If you can prove it, then I can think about it." "Just think about it?" Li Qie smirked, "Remember, I am a man loved by all. Whoever meets me will harbor nothing but adoration, flowers blossom before my appearance. If you think too much, someone else will rob me first. Go die." She rolled her eyes at him, "Even if you are adored by all and flowers blossom before you, I still wouldn't want you." Despite her answer, she unconsciously felt a sweet sensation in her heart. This was like a quarrel between two lovers. Time is always heartless. Li Qie gently and movingly spoke, "But people are full of emotions." Bu Yanxiang turned quiet while staring at the man resting on her thighs. She couldn't help but gently caress his face. It was a real and natural sensation, an indescribable feeling permeated through her heart. Millions of years of chasing, this was not a dream right now. Back then, she could only yearn for him under the moonlight. However, when their eyes met from far away, it seemed that it was destined for the two to be together in this lifetime. Back then, she was only a young lady, but there had always been someone silently watching and caring for her in secrecy. Throughout the long years, she had suspected that everything was fake. There were indeed lies mixed in with truths. However, this moment right now was reality. By touching his face, she knew that it was real. Eventually, she softly spoke while still touching his face, "You owe me. After millions of years of entangling with each other, I don't know who owes who exactly." Li Qie gently sighed, "But at the very least, I don't want to trick you in this generation because this could be my last." "Hush." She pressed her finger against his lips and gently shook her head, "I don't want you to say such unlucky words. You are eternal and can live on for millions of generations. Even when the high heavens wither, you will still be able to live on." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.